Hey, good afternoon, everybody. We finally got back to my studio. If you're going to someone want to join the rough crowd the place right now and broadcast about the straight through RAV. There's Trump's final round. Vote, 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 and fight, fight. Everybody, I want to invite you to join us here to join the rally taking place in Reading, Reading.
A mistake. And we felt the love. We would have never done this if we didn't do so well the second time. We did better the second time than we did the first time, if you think. After all we've been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. We really something. With your help, we will restore America's promise and we will take back the nation that we all love so much. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in, we will never give up, we will never back down, and we will never ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th will be the most important day in the history of our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to turn it around very fast. You're going to be very proud. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Thank you, Pennsylvania. We'll be back. God bless you all. God bless you all. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you very much.
Well, welcome back to Special Report. I love the moves here. President Trump, he's worked some new moves into the routine. I was telling Emily and Bo here that we've got, he's added a little twirl to the repertoire. He's out there killing it. It must truly be special. This is 8 or 9 years now of rallies. He's lost count. We've all lost count. And I've lost count of how many people are here. It looks like we're missing someone in the studio. We're missing, I'm sure you've noticed, Michelle Backus. She isn't here with us today. I know avid Special Report viewers are wondering, where is she? Where is Michelle Backus? She got to go back to her hometown in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. She's reporting from the PPG Paints Arena, where Trump will hold his next rally. That's going to come up around 6 o'clock today. Michelle, can you hear us there? Is it packed? How's the crowd going? And can you give us your best Trump moves, please.
I think she's still dancing to YMCA. She's practicing her moves over there.
We're just interviewing her hair. Just interviewing the back of her hair today.
Yeah, she's not moving in the screen there. I think I'm being told to kill another second or two. MD in the control room saying stand by for one and only Michelle Backus.
We are certainly missing her today on this couch
true.
over here, but she's crushing it out there on the ground talking with voters. We had a chance to speak with her earlier in the day. And like you mentioned, Caitlin, this is her hometown. So she has a very unique and special perspective about Pennsylvania and how critical this is going to be to win in this election.
And I think we're still waiting.
Well, while we're waiting, I guess, Caitlin, we could talk about something that Michelle did bring up earlier that came out from the Trump campaign today, how African-American and female voters are terribly underperforming for the Democratic Party and for Kamala Harris. What did you make of that, Caitlin?
Well, yeah, and you notice the turnout in urban and rural areas is really favoring the GOP as well. I think John Ralston, actually just minutes ago, he put out his predictions. He's a noted pollster. He's got it about 48.5 to 48.3. So, we're seeing, Nate Silver's come out there recently and talked about this as well. A lot of people are backtracking on the polling front. A lot of people are admitting, right, that this isn't a perfect science, and a lot of people are really afraid to get things wrong. And I think they're getting a little spooked by these numbers because across the board, when we saw that Iowa poll pop this weekend, I think we're going to talk about that here in just a moment. But it had Harris up 47%, Trump 44%. It obviously would be a huge victory for the Harris team because Trump he secured victories in 16 and 20, and the people of Iowa love him. And so I think we're going to still keep killing time here as we wait Tara and Michelle. But I mean, Emily, we've been talking about this all day. What do you think about that?
Yeah, absolutely. That Iowa poll was really shocking. Definitely want to bring in Liz Harrington to discuss what she had to think about that Iowa poll. Liz, what do you make of this polling? And do you think it really has any validity here?
No, quite frankly, I think it was obviously a suppression poll, something to kind of distract from the fact that Kamala Harris has to go to Philadelphia because she knows they do not have the support that they need. But it's kind of scary, though, because they put these fake polls out to try to influence the election, to try to make it seem like this is a close race in a state like Iowa when we know that is not true. What are they going to try to pull in these other states? That's why I think we have to be very vigilant. We have to show up tomorrow with a huge number on Election Day. It is so important. Don't look at the polls. Don't think about anything else. It has to be overwhelming. That's the most important thing. We caught them by surprise in 2016 and in 2020. We got to catch them by surprise again. They know that this American movement is the thing that they cannot beat. And that's why they've thrown everything at President Trump. They've tried to stop him. They haven't been able to. They are terrified of our votes. So we have to show up. We have to make this huge. And Lord willing, he'll get back in there.
Absolutely. And especially in Iowa, I mean, that really is Trump country. I was one of the reporters that was freezing as I was reporting on the Iowa caucuses. And there actually was some competition on the Republican side, right? We had DeSantis and Nikki Haley, unlike the Democrats who just crowned Kamala Harris. So Iowa really is Trump country. That polling does seem a bit misleading. But I do want to stay on this topic of polling data, Liz. I want to go through some data from Democrat data expert Tom Bonnier. Arizona. Urban turnout is down 385,000 votes compared to this point in 2020. Female turnout is down 170,000 votes compared to this point in 2020. Rural turnout is up 14,000 votes compared to this point in 2020. I mean, we could go on and on here. What do you make of this early voting turnout that we've been seeing?
I think it's quite obvious. This is a campaign, and Kamala Harris, as you just alluded to, she hasn't received a single vote ever for president because she was installed. There's no actual popular support for this administration, what they've done to our border, what they've done to our economy, trying to march us into World War III on issue after issue. People can't afford groceries. They can't afford gas. Every metric, the Americans are worse off than they were when President Trump was in office, and it's not close. So what's happening here is nobody's enthusiastic. Nobody wants to vote for more of this. So they're not getting the numbers, and they're not going to be able to sell something like tomorrow when they claim that suddenly, magically, Democrats decided to vote in person on election day. They haven't been doing that in many, many years. So they've got a real problem here. But again, we cannot put our foot off the gas pedal here. We have to vote in huge numbers because they are way down. We cannot take it for granted. We have to show up and make sure we get President Trump back in the White House and make sure we give him some reinforcements in Washington as well in these House races and in the Senate.
Yeah, Liz, let's talk about Nate Silver, the pollster. He's got President Trump's chances of winning in a landslide at about 21.4%. Now, that seems very overly confident, but when you look at the path to 270, Pennsylvania with its 19 electoral college votes does seem like it comes down to that. There's other paths, of course, but the way it is now, especially looking at the RCP aggregates, it does look like Pennsylvania would be the key, which would explain why President Trump is there twice, actually, today. So how do you feel about Pennsylvania? And the second part of that question is, are you concerned about any election integrity issues in that state?
I am concerned. A lot of my concerns haven't really gone away, unfortunately. However, this is a campaign unlike anything we've ever seen before. I mean, just looking at it on its face, we know this is a landslide victory. If we had fair elections, this should absolutely be a landslide victory. President Trump has had hundreds of thousands of people. He had over 100,000 in Butler, Pennsylvania. Okay, but that's just Pennsylvania. He had over 100,000 in California. He had over 100,000 in Wildwood, New Jersey. This is a huge movement. He's gotten RFK Jr., he's gotten Elon Musk, he's gotten Brett Favre, he's gotten all of these people, the Steelworkers Union coming out, the Teamsters. They couldn't endorse a Democrat for the first time because the rank and file are so disgusted by Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. So this is a huge, huge movement. We know if it's fair, President Trump is going to win. The only problem is, look what we have. We have very corrupt people running the swing states. We have Josh Shapiro in Pennsylvania. You've already seen a lot of shenanigans in the early voting period where they have this crazy system on its face, right, where you request an absentee ballot to vote it in person because they don't actually have early voting. We have got to get back to basic common sense in our elections. We need one-day voting, in-person voter ID. No machines to count it because clearly they're not working in a lot of these states. You had Jocelyn Benson, and again, you have Michigan, a very corrupt people running these states, and you have Jocelyn Benson come out and say, oh, there's a problem. We just found out about it. If you're going to split ticket vote, your vote might not be counted on the machines. What is this? What kind of a first world country, which we're rapidly not being anymore, allows a system where this is how our votes are counted or maybe not? I mean, she got up there in a press conference and that's what she said. So there's a lot of concerns. However, they fear your vote. And this is the system as it stands right now. We have got to overwhelm them. We know President Trump will win if it's fair. We have to, it's on us to make sure that it is fair.
Well, Liz, thank you so much for joining us here. We look forward to hopefully celebrating with you here tomorrow night. Big victory. Thank you for your time, my friend. We'll see you later.
Thank you so much. Pray and vote. Those are my two recommendations.
Amen. Well, we've got our very own Tara Dahl. She's out there in Reading, Pennsylvania, where President Trump, he actually just finished wrapping that rally at the Santander Arena. Tara, holler at me. How's the mood there? How's everyone's spirits? And is the dancing still going on?
No, we missed the dancing, unfortunately, but the mood here is all fired up. Pennsylvania is looking good for President Trump. But like you said, we've got to vote. Take nothing for granted. Every Everything is on the line. Tomorrow, our country is on the line. Freedom versus tyranny. It's good versus evil. It's the most important day in America's history, is saving our constitutional republic tomorrow.
Absolutely. Tara, now I know we spoke about this a little bit earlier, but tell us about the Amish. This is a group that you really wouldn't expect to be playing a key role in an election, but they're really coming out to vote, aren't they?
Absolutely. There's 90,000 Amish here just in Pennsylvania. When you look at how close in 2016 race was and 2020 race was, the Amish population alone, if they all voted, could change the state alone. But it's a very core group that they have had enough of the government overreach. They want limited government. They're very conservative. They want religious freedom. And the Democrats have waged war on agriculture, on milk, on dairy, on beef. And that is their livelihood. And so now you're seeing the Amish, they're having small businesses. They're getting into small businesses. But again, they're very conservative and they're coming out for Trump. They're registering to vote. But they're not the only demographic. You're seeing Arabs endorse Trump. You're seeing Muslims. You're seeing Somalians. You're seeing Jews. We could see the Jewish population have 45% vote for President Trump. Never before in history have you had the Jewish community vote 45% or higher for a president of the United States, a Republican. Yeah. A Republican president. He's making history in all demographics.
Certainly is making history. Tara, we really appreciate your insight on the ground there in Reading, Pennsylvania. We know President Trump will be heading over to Pittsburgh, and we'll be checking back in with Michelle Backus throughout the night. She's on the ground there. But for now, thank you so much for watching Special Report. Don't forget to get out and vote. Every vote counts. Tomorrow is the big day. We will see you on Real America's Voice. Make sure you're tuning in as those election results continue to come in.
If you're over 40 and taking probiotics, stop. Americans are choking down fistfuls of probiotics, all focused on billions and billions. Yet they're still feeling sicker and sicker and fatter and fatter. I'm Dr. Stephen Gundry, and I call it the Great Probiotic Hoax. There are critical nutrients missing from many popular probiotic supplements. And this may be why you are still suffering from weight gain, gas and bloating, and joint discomfort. That's why I created BioComplete 3. Only BioComplete 3 contains prebiotics, probiotics, and postbiotics to target the nasty gut destroyers that can hijack your health. Thousands have used it. It's a major part of how I lost 70 pounds and feel 20 years younger. For a limited time, you can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
RAV family, it all comes down to this.
Donald Trump's gonna win.
We can reclaim this country. We can save this country.
Real America's Voice brings you Election Night 2024.
We got more passion. We got more strength.
Yes, we can win, and yes, they'll cheat.
From coast to coast, Americans stand at the ballot box, choosing the leaders who will chart our course.
Get in line and stay in line.
With live updates and expert analysis, Real America's Voice is the place to be.
I think it's going to take a landslide election like what Ronald Reagan delivered in 1980.
Starting at 5 p.m. Tuesday, we're covering every moment because the stakes couldn't be higher.
We are going to see a landslide victory for Donald J. Trump.
Real America's Voice Election Night, where your voice is heard.
And my money is on the American people and the MAGA movement and Donald John Trump.
We're going to defeat Kamala Harris.
This is the primal scream of a dying regime. Pray for our enemies, because we're going medieval on these people. Here's not got a free shot at all these networks lying about the people. The people have had a belly full of it. I know you don't like hearing that. I know you try to do everything in the world to stop that, but you're not going to stop it. It's going to happen.
And where do people like that go to share the big lie? MAGA media. I wish
in my soul, I wish that any of these people had a conscience.
Ask yourself, what is my task and what is my purpose? If that answer is to save my country, this country will be saved.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
It's Monday, 4 November, year of our Lord 2024. You're in the War Room. My guest host, or my co-host for the next 2 hours, just in.
Hi, it's
coast.
so good to be back. The aura of Stephen K. Bannon is alive and so well.
I'm just here to tee you up. I'm just here to tee you up for rants.
Okay.
You're like the mini me on rants now. So
that's the best compliment I could ever receive.
No, your rants are epic.
Thank you.
And they're informed. It's fantastic.
Yes.
Let's go. So we got a lot to go through. Natalie's here with me for the next couple hours. We're going to be going around the country. I want to start in Georgia with the chair of the Georgia GOP, Josh McCoon. What's happening in Cobb County? And finally, we got a win at the Supreme Court. Can you explain what happened, Josh?
Yes, and thank you for having me. Cobb County had sent out absentee ballots, gone to court, had a Superior Court judge order that those ballots could be received as late as Friday of this week, 3 days after Election Day. Georgia law is very clear. Absentee ballots are not to be counted if they're not received by 7 p.m. on Election Day. So the Republican National Committee and the Georgia Republican Party took this afternoon. The Georgia Supreme Court issued a decision making it clear that no ballots will be counted that are received after 7 p.m. on Tuesday. So it's a huge win for us. A lot of shenanigans, as you know, happened during this time of the election season. And so a big win for the RNC and the Georgia Republican Party and for Georgia voters.
It appears to the outsiders that we're much more on top of this than we have been in previous years. Is that the takeaway?
Well, a year and a half ago when I ran to be chairman, I said, look, we need a lawyer in this position for this exact reason. We've got to be on top of it. I also want to give a real shout out to Chairman Whatley and Co-Chair Trump. I mean, they have been there with us every step of the way. Every time we've had to go to court, we've had to go to court in Georgia dozens of times. But this is a big win for us. And yes, absolutely. We are much more on top of things. We're arguing these cases in advance of the election. We're not waiting to see votes counted and then complaining after the damage is done.
Can you walk us through, there's a lot of controversy, MSNBC, other people saying, oh, well, these early voting numbers are not that great for Republicans, not that great for Trump. I beg to differ, but I want to hear your assessment. In Georgia specifically, where do you think we stand? And what does the data that we have so far tell us?
Yeah, so I think President Trump is in an excellent position. If you look at, first of all, the black vote, that's obviously a key component of any Democratic victory in Georgia. We have 53,000 fewer black votes at this time at the close of early voting than we did 4 years ago. We've got monster turnout from our rural counties. Towns County, Georgia, I believe, has the highest turnout of any county in America right now. It went 80% for Donald Trump. Cherokee County and Forsyth County, larger suburban counties that went in very large margins for Trump, are outperforming the rest of the state. We're seeing that from Republican-dominated areas everywhere. On the flip side, Clayton County, Georgia, a key component of the Democratic base, is underperforming. They're under 50% turnout going into Election Day. And what we know in Georgia elections is that the Democrats get their vote out during early voting. They do not perform well in Election Day voting. President Trump won Election Day voting in 2020 here in Georgia by 20 points. Governor Kemp won by a similar margin in 2022. So these are our voters that are turning out on Election Day. We did not cannibalize our Election Day vote because over 800,000 people who already voted in this election did not vote in 2020. We've got about 90% of our Election Day voters available to go vote tomorrow. We just need them to turn out and vote, and we're going to take Georgia for Donald Trump.
Hang on, that's a stunning number. I want to go back to 800,000. This is a victory for the grassroots, both for registering and changing the architecture of the electorate and then getting him out. This is the key, and if this is true across the country, Donald J. Trump will be the 47th president of the United States.
Repeat that, Brother McCoon. 800,000 early votes.
That's correct.
Are people low propensity voters?
Over 800,000 that did not vote in 2020. And Steve, we saw this number grow from the beginning of early voting. Right in the first week, about 15% of the voters voting had not voted in 2020. As we closed early voting on Friday, that number had grown to 21%. So 1 in 5 of the voters who have voted so far in Georgia did not vote in the 2020 election.
This is unbelievable because this is the reverse of the Democrats in Pennsylvania. They're 700,000 short, and guess what? Those are the quote-unquote low propensity voters that voted in 2020 that haven't shown back up. What needs to happen tomorrow in Georgia for Trump to win, and how can the War Room Posse assist you, sir?
So it's all about turnout. We need the 120 or so rural counties that have turned out so well to continue to turn out tomorrow. We have a lot of people in this state. They like to vote on Election Day. They like to go to their precinct. We need to make sure nothing prevents them from getting there and voting. And we need to continue to see that strong turnout in ex-urban counties. You're looking for turnout in counties like Cherokee, like Forsyth, like Bartow. Those are the counties where we're going to win this election. And, we're well poised to do it. Our people do turn out on Election Day. We have been spending a lot of time this weekend and today turning out people to vote. Right before I got on with you, I was texting with a friend of mine who has a child out of state, needed to get her absentee ballot in by 7 p.m., and he made arrangements to make sure that's happening. So we're doing it one voter at a time. We're calling people, we're texting people, we're reaching them on digital social media platforms. So if you know anyone in Georgia that is inclined to vote for Donald Trump, call them, text them, let them know tomorrow's the day. That's it. We don't want to wake up on Wednesday and say we could have had this, but we just didn't have the turnout we needed. If we all do that, we're going to get the turnout we need tomorrow, and we're going to win. We're going to win here by a margin. It's not going to be something that requires us to go to court or have recounts or anything like that. We can truly make it too big to rig if we have a good, strong Republican turnout tomorrow on Election Day.
Josh, social media, where do people get you?
So you can find me on X at Josh McCoon. You can find the Georgia Republican Party at GA Republicans. So please check us out there. You can also go to our websites, gagop.org. If you've got questions about voting locations or things of that nature, we're happy to answer those questions. We're monitoring our email, our social media. We're dealing with issues that people are having with voting. We want to make sure our people get out and vote. So please reach out to us. It's all gas and no brakes for the next 26 hours.
Josh, thank you very much. Great job in Georgia. Great report. Thank you, sir.
Thank you for having me.
The watchword there is we got to get out. Okay, Raheem's going to join in a second. Mike Davis, how big a deal is this?
This is a huge win in Georgia at the Georgia Supreme Court, where you have the Supreme Court ruling that the Cobb County can't take absentee ballots received after Election Day. Election Day is Election Day, so this is a critically important win. And cheers to the Georgia Republican Party. They have a great chairman. Cheers to President Trump for assembling a fantastic legal team with RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, co-chair Laura Trump, Dave Warrington, Janine Bresso, Steve Kenney, Bill McGinley. That Trump is really on the ball this time. We're not going to see this election rigged and stolen like it was in 2020, because we have an outstanding legal team filing lawsuits, getting injunctions, and preventing the Democrats from doing their usual tricks.
What is the situation out in, by the way, if this shows us anything, the team is working, they're ahead of things. We're going to get more wins like this. What's going on? They're having a hearing right now. We have our crack War Room production team actually watching the live stream. But tell me, what is going on out in with Griswold in Colorado?
Yeah, Jenna Griswold's something else. There are a lot of problems in Colorado, and that's where I spend most of my time. First of all, Colorado voters need to vote no on Colorado Supreme Court Justice Monica Marquez. Find her on the ballot and vote no. She's up for retention this year. She was one of the 4 left-wing radicals on the Colorado Supreme Court who kicked President Trump off the ballot, and the Supreme Court of the United States in a 9-0 decision reversed Monica Marquez. She doesn't believe in democracy, so we should throw Monica Marquez out of office. Vote no on Monica Marquez. And then we have Jenna Griswold, this Colorado Secretary of State, this partisan Democrat hack who helped put 69-year-old Tina Peters in prison for 9 years related to passwords on election machines. Well, guess what? Jenna Griswold has her own password problem on election machines. She had the passwords for the election machines on the internet for months. She lied about it. She covered it up. There needs to be a criminal probe opened on Jenna Griswold. This is a felony, what she's done. If she's going to put Tina Peters in jail for 9 years, then Jenna Griswold should get ready.
I love that. I would love to see Jenna Griswold in prison. She deserves to be in prison, particularly what she did to Tina Peters. Set the stage for us. Anywhere else we should be focused? I know we've had victories in Pennsylvania, Georgia. This Arizona situation with this kind of confusing with the 2 million on the voter roll. Fontas today is run around to MSNBC on every show saying there's nothing to see here. Your assessment?
Yeah, I mean, I would say this: if there's nothing to see here, why is he hiding it? Why doesn't he disclose these voter lists? Why doesn't he disclose the inactive voters on the voter list? Why haven't they taken those inactive voters off the voter list, which is required by the National Voter Registration Act? I would say this to the War Room posse. Trump and his legal team, led by RNC Chairman Michael Whatley and David Warrington, are doing a phenomenal job. This election is not going to get rigged and stolen again. Get out and vote in massive numbers. Continue this. The early voting numbers are fantastic. Continue to vote in massive numbers. Make it too big to rig. Let's make lawyers irrelevant again.
Mike, can you hang on? I think we got some more studio time down there at headquarters. Just hang on for 1 second. I'll bring Raheem in. Raheem's got to get a train. I can't believe I said that, a train to Florida. Raheem, you're actually going to be in West Palm Beach tomorrow, correct, at the convention center with coverage? Is he muted? His end. Raheem, it's called the unmute button. Raheem, do we have you? We don't.
It's not my end.
Fine. He's got to get... Okay, you got it, Raheem?
Do you hear me?
We can hear you now.
That would not be my end. So the idea, Steve, was to do this kind of...
Go ahead. Okay. He's got to stop buying British equipment. We need American equipment in the American imperial capital.
Maybe we need a better CISA that does their cybersecurity and infrastructure security agency job a little bit better, so we don't keep having his audio connection get hacked.
Thank you for coming in from the West Coast. You're going to be with us. You're going to be with us tomorrow night.
Yes.
In our wall-to-wall election coverage. And you volunteered to come to D.C.
Over Palm Beach.
Rather than anchor our coverage from, I think it was Mar-a-Lago.
You say your time in prison hardened you. Your time in prison hardened me. I don't want to go to the parties. I want to be with you on the night of victory.
Okay. We're working. So you think we're going to be able to declare victory tomorrow night?
Well, I think they'll try everything they can to stop it. I'm watching Mark Elias on MSNBC right now with the Chiron saying how they're already going to stand up to his premature claims of victory, and we know they've laid the groundwork to basically render him unable to do that.
Maybe I got a shout out there. Okay, hang on. We got Natalie of the Rants. We got Natalie in the house. Raheem is somewhere. If we can get better, he better have a better mic if he's going to get on a train. Okay, Raheem's going to be with us. John Solomon's going to join us. We got a lot going on. Mike Davis still there. Short commercial break. Back in a moment.
Hello, friends. Pat Boone here with a message from the past. Imagine the shock of reading tomorrow's newspaper and discovering the price of gold has doubled to over $1,000 an ounce. Sound impossible? Well, it's not. That's right. Back in 2006, my friends at Swiss America forecast gold prices would top $1,000 an ounce, and they were right. Today, several financial firms are forecasting $3,000 gold. Now, for over 40 years, Swiss America has helped folks like you and me purchase precious metals for home delivery and for our IRAs. So don't miss this opportunity again. Call or text Swiss America at the number on your screen now to receive your free portfolio review and a copy of The Timeless Truth About Gold and Silver. Learn for yourself how easy it is to safeguard your money. Call or text Swiss America today.
At a time when big tech is suppressing free speech, there's a place where your voice matters. A place where freedom of expression is cherished and the love of our great country unites us. Welcome to Truth Social. Here you're not just another user, you're part of a movement that embraces freedom and celebrates the American way of life. Join a platform that passionately defends our great nation while delivering breaking news, discussion, and original content. Because here at Truth Social, we believe in the power of our voices, the strength of our unity, and the promise of our country's future.
No task too great. We are Americans, and the future belongs to us. The future belongs to all of you.
Join the conversation. Join the movement. Join Truth Social, where freedom lives.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. And the huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Navage, now available at Costco.
A Kamala Harris presidency will destroy our country and the polls are tight. Donald Trump is the only one who can stop her. Trump fell just 42,000 ballots shy of the official count in 2020. Turning Point PAC is on the ground right now in Wisconsin, Georgia, and Arizona, deploying thousands of ballot chasers to make sure that never happens again. Support Trump and save America by donating to Turning Point PAC. Go to tprav.com to make a gift of any amount and receive a copy of my new book, Right Wing Revolution, for free. Join us in the battle to save America.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Since Raheem buys cheap material, cheap equipment, it doesn't work. He's now left his. It shows you your studio. The National Pulse National Broadcast Center is right around the corner from the War Room.
I just want to show the production magic of making it from my studio to here in the break, by the way, and not panting that much.
You're in good shape. You're in good shape. You've got a nice haircut too.
It was a sprint. So, but I have the equipment was sent to me from here, so I don't know what.
I got. Can we hook you up on the thing, or because I got Mike Davis, we're going to have Solomon. Mark Elias is on here, is on TV right now, saying they're going to get ahead of all of the, of Trump declaring victory on Tuesday night, and that the New York Times has got us that all we've got is a plot and a plan for 2020 of how to screw things up here and how to throw the headline is Trump uses 20 playbook to lay groundwork for dispute. He and his allies spread distorted reports, inviting chaos if Harris wins race. Mike Davis, your thoughts?
It sounds like they are panicking and they're getting desperate in Kamala Harris land, because if you look at the early voting numbers, if you look at the polling, if you look at the intensity, you look at the lack of enthusiasm on the Democrat side, President Trump is going to win handily tomorrow, so long as his supporters turn out and vote in massive numbers. And let's turn out and vote so people like Mark Elias don't have anything to do on Wednesday. Let's win in massive numbers, and the Democrats can't rig and steal this election again. Trump and his legal team, RNC Chairman Michael Whatley, co-chair Laura Trump, Dave Warrington, Bill McGinley, Steve Kenney, Janine Bresso, they're doing a phenomenal job. I've been here for several days on the ground in Trump headquarters. They are on top of it. They're not going to let this election get rigged and stolen again. And Mark Elias is going to be looking for new work on Wednesday.
Article 3 project, where they go for social media, where they go for your personal. Mike Davis is our man on the inside down there, along with Bill McGinley.
That's right. It's article3project.org, article number 3project.org. You can follow us on social media. You can donate. You can take action. The War Room Posse has been phenomenal on taking action on election integrity. It's helped these election officials, lawyers, judges find their backbones. And so we don't let the Mark Eliases of the world cow them into submission. So fantastic work by the War Room Posse.
Thank you, brother. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thank you.
See you tomorrow. Raheem, the reason we got you over here, Natalie's co-host, but I had to get you over here because you were going to take a train. This is Raheem. He's going to take a train to Florida. I said, Raheem, he goes, it's only 20 hours. I said, no, it's be 30 because these trains, he shows up here. The train's already delayed 2 hours, so Raheem's going to get a flight. Your thoughts of where we stand, particularly with the early voting, all that, because I've had a bunch of Democratic operatives I know and some of the Democratic guys in the media say, you guys ought to be really nervous where the polling's micro-shifting and, this early voting, there's all kind of tendencies of women. I go, what numbers are you looking at, guys? Georgia's a disaster for you, North Carolina, Pennsylvania. Your thoughts?
Well, I'll say what I've been saying all day. I did a 20 minutes with Dinesh D'Souza earlier on this as well, and it's just I've run through enough elections in enough countries in the world right now where I know exactly what tomorrow's going to bring. There's going to suddenly be lots of problems. There's going to be line problems. There's going to be pipe bursts. There's going to be electricity problems. There's going to be people being kicked out because they're wearing MAGA hats or MAGA shirts or whatever, and you just have to bear all that in mind. The watchword for tomorrow is vigilance, right? There's going to be so many things to tell people like, hey, you're doing fine here. You don't need to turn out to vote. Hey, Trump's already got it in the bag. You don't need to go there. There's going to be so much of that floating around social media in real life, and you have to just tune it out. Your sole purpose tomorrow is to make sure that you and every single person around you actually gets to cast your ballot. That's it. That's all you have to do. All of this other stuff in the background is going to be noise, and there is going to be a hell of a lot of it. By the way, there's going to be a lot of it domestically. There will also be a lot of foreign intelligence ops running tomorrow. They are at full pelt. The Chinese Communist Party, the Iranians, all of these guys, even NATO, all of those guys, they are terrified for themselves and for what their order is that another Trump presidency will come along and knock them all back into line. I know it. I've seen it. I've lived it. We even had all of this taking place over the summer in the British election. We saw what was going on in France as well. Long lines, lots of protests, lots of intimidation. You cannot back down. You must cast your ballot. You must make sure that your vote is counted tomorrow.
What is, if you told us a couple of years ago that would be on the eve of this and they wouldn't have a firewall anywhere from early voting, nobody would believe you. They don't have a firewall. What does the early vote analytics tell you?
Yeah, the same thing we said the other day when we were looking at the Pennsylvania numbers, right? They have not built up enough of this thing to go in there on game day. By the way, without cannibalizing their own game day vote. They are cannibalizing their game day vote. They don't have the votes on the day, as far as I can see, anywhere to push them over the line. I mean, I'm very happy to talk about 5 or 6 of these swing states being, as long as everybody gets out and votes, that we have the numbers on the day. But again, critically, you can't think like that. You have to go out and actually do it. There can't be a situation where you find yourself, I'm busy, my phone rang, we had this emergency come up, to hell with it all. Tomorrow is the future. Tomorrow is everything. And I tell you, if it comes down in some counties, as it will, to a couple dozen, a couple score, maybe a couple hundred votes, you will regret for the rest of your life if you didn't manage to have your say. I don't think, nowhere I can see, that they have a firewall going in and a game day vote coming out.
Because you think that they've cannibalized, well, we haven't, like 800,000 first-time voters, low-propensity voters in Georgia. Let's pick a couple of, let's go to Pennsylvania. What the analytics of Pennsylvania tell you?
Gosh, now I wish, this is where I wish I had my computer in front of me. We saw the early day voting numbers. We discussed it on the show the other day, and our people are newly our people. They have come to this, and they've come to it in different ways, by the way. Some have come through the RFK route, some have come from the Elon route, some have even come from, the Joe Rogan route. The podcast election that we saw take place over the last 6 weeks has brought so many new people in. The only thing that gives me pause is, did those people know how to register in time? Did they register in time? Are they going to go and do it on the day? You see, I was talking about this with Dinesh earlier. The fear-mongering over women's rights and health and abortion and all of this stuff is radicalizing a certain sect of women to go out there and new women to go out there and cast their ballots. But there's a lot of that manosphere vote that has been brought in by these these podcast platforms and these other people who have been brought. And by the way, J.D. Vance as well, huge asset in bringing people to the table in that. I mean, you look back at the J.D. pick and all of the people who were naysaying at the time, they all look just completely backwards thinking right now. That whole thing has led us to a point where we're going to have an influx of capable men going to the polls and voting for Donald Trump tomorrow. My worry is that those people are perhaps first-timers. They're going to look at a line that's 4 hours long. They're going to think about, I got a tea time or I got a meeting or whatever it is and go, whatever. Listen to me. I don't know if you can clip this specifically and blast it out everywhere so that we can get to those people and get it into their heads. They're going to try and make it as difficult as humanly possible. They're going to try and confuse you. There are going to be issues with some of the machines. There are going to be some of the issues with putting your ballot in the magic box because something went down and we'll take care of it later. You can't have it. You must make sure that your vote is counted and cast. I think in Pennsylvania, especially, to answer your question, that we are going to experience that level of chicanery.
Because you saw the 5.5 hours in Lancaster the other day.
And what they've been trying to do, we'll keep the polling station open because the court told us to, but hey, we're only going to put 2 people in there. So there's going to be another long line to do it. They're going to try this in all of the swing counties. If they haven't been signaling that clear enough as day already in this early vote mechanism, there's a word I can't use. It ends in show that what they're going to try and do tomorrow.
In Pennsylvania and Georgia, are we seeing a national trend of African-American men not coming out and voting for her?
I think it's fair to say that there is a significant number that are just completely washing their hands of this. And honestly, what it comes down to isn't just, it's exactly what you talked about when you came out of prison the other day about the queen of mass incarcerations. Fundamentally, they are offended by who she is and who she has been in her life. But there's another part of this too, which I think is really important, and that is consistency. If you're a new candidate, which she is, and you come into the table and you're trying to convince people of one thing or the other, you can't go around trying to placate every single. You have to have an identity, and it has to be consistent. She's been all over the place. It started with Joy, it ended with Nazi, and these people, they're just not there for it.
This is why I say that she was very ill-defined to the American people. She was a very under-the-radar scope. She failed epically in her primary for president. She pulled out before Iowa because she couldn't define herself. She then, as VP, wasn't really a high-profile figure. When she came out, you got to pick one or two things like make America great again, America first, build the wall. You got to jackhammer that, and that's going to be tied. That's going to be your brand. She did the politics of joy.
You say to people, "Hey, what's Trump's issue?" They'll go either immigration, or they'll go trade, or they'll go economy. You say, "What's Kamala's issue?"
Politics.
I have no idea.
Abortion. Okay, birchgold.com. We're going to get into a lot more about the national debt. One of the former people on the Federal Reserve saying that the national debt is our number one national security issue. I tend to believe on that. Right next maybe to the Chinese Communist Party with their inextricably linked. But birchgold.com/Bannon. Talk to the professionals. Don't talk to us. Ask Philip Patrick and team, hey, why is the stock market at an all-time high and gold near an all-time high? They're supposed to kind of be countervailing forces. That ain't happening. You should find out why. Talk to the pros at birchgold.com. Natalie Winters is with us. John Solomon's going to join us. We got Raheem for a little while he's trying to track down a flight. He's not taking the 20-hour train. Raheem was like some big romantic thing. Like
thanks, Pete Buttigieg.
This is going to be North by Northwest, where he's like Cary Grant in the sleeper car. It doesn't work like that. Okay, the 20-hour sleeper car is not. It's not the Siberian Express, or it's not the Orient Express. You're not going through Vienna. Short commercial break. We're back in the war room in just a moment.
I didn't ask to lose my mother or to be abused at 5 years old. I didn't ask to be kicked out of my house with nowhere to go. I didn't ask for any of this. But I did ask for help, and Covenant House was there. Thanks to their love and support, and to generous people like you, I got what I needed to take control of my life.
No young person should ever have to worry about having a safe place to sleep at night, or whether anyone cares about them. For over 50 years, Covenant House has been helping youth in crisis and giving them the support and tools they need to succeed in life.
Call or go online now for a gift of only $19 a month, just 63 cents a day. You can provide care to more than 2,000 young people who sleep at a Covenant House every night.
Covenant House really helped me and really helped mold me into the woman I am today. If there's no Covenant House, where would I be today?
When youth who are experiencing homelessness have a hot meal, a safe place to sleep, medical care, and love, most of all love, they can overcome heartbreaking challenges, and their lives are transformed.
Call or go online right now to safeplacetosleep.org with your gift of just $19 a month. With your monthly donation, you'll receive this soft, comforting blanket as a reminder of the warmth and safety your gift will provide a young person tonight.
Covenant House is changing the lives of young people in cities across America. Your support makes the work of Covenant House possible.
Your monthly gift is urgently needed to reach young people in communities like yours. Call the number on your screen or go online to safeplacetosleep.org.
If anyone has told you that gaining weight, feeling tired, and struggling with nagging digestive and joint issues is just a part of getting older, they are wrong. My name is Dr. Stephen Gundry, and after years of struggling with these same issues, I found a new way to support my health at home by making one simple change to my diet. It's called BioComplete 3. BioComplete 3 works by restoring your gut health from the inside out. This is a major part of how I lost 70 pounds and have kept the weight off for 25 years. It's not just me. This is working for everybody. Joe helped his gut health, and you can see the changes, not just how he looks on the outside, but how much better he felt on the inside.
I was 270. I'm now 140. It just feels amazing. Thank you, Dr. Gundry.
I helped all these people achieve incredible changes to their weight, their digestion, even their skin. And for a limited time, you can try BioComplete 3 risk-free for 90 days. Go to guthealthsecret.com.
Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
We know we have to get everybody on point tomorrow during the day, and we're going to be tonight through 7. I think I may try to be back with Charlie Kirk and the team at 10 as they do the Grand Rapids. We'll see about that. Tomorrow night, you're going to be in West Palm Beach at the Convention Center. I want to, because I agree with you. If we win the popular vote, if we win a blowout, if we know that early, that's all great. That's all upside. But I think we have to position ourselves and focus on what could be a longer grind. What are you telling people about tomorrow night and Wednesday? What should be the mindset?
So one of the things, I did some coverage for the Sun newspaper in the UK. The video came out yesterday. Going through this, and one of the questions that I was asked by the great host Mr. Harry Cole, an old friend of mine, was, aren't you guys just starting to make excuses for like a steal again? And I said, I'm quite the opposite, actually. They're the ones who right now are briefing out, oh, this thing is going to take a long time. We got Mark Elias, we got all these lawyers standing by to make the challenges, to run the interference on all of this stuff. And they said it themselves 2 days ago. They said we will keep counting until we find as many votes as we need. Right? That's what the Harris campaign is projecting at the moment.
That was their 2020 philosophy, right?
Exactly.
We're going to keep counting until we get the votes to win.
Exactly the same thing. And what they are relying on is, well, firstly, they're relying on everybody to kind of throw their hands up and be like, oh, I can't take this anymore. I don't want to have to deal with it. I got to get back to work. Just you guys figure it out and let me know next week who's the president of the United States. Number one, complacency, lethargy. They are trying to instill that They're trying to wear people down. These are the people that always talk about the sanctity of democracy, right? But they are trying to wear you down and wear the vigilance, right? I keep saying vigilance. People have to be vigilant about this, and you have to get stuck into it. Because as much as there's going to be the lawyers and the legal teams and the countersuits and all of this stuff in critical swing district swing counties, it's also going to they are going to put people on the street. You know that if President Trump is emerging as victor on Wednesday morning, you are going to have the Democrat shock troops in critical cities around the country to instill fear amongst the population. Have you taken a walk down through downtown Washington, D.C.
it's
today?
Unbelievable. It looks like we're getting ready to be bombed.
It looks like the Blitz, right? It looks like the nights before the bombs start falling. The windows are all boarded up. They got the X's, the crosses. They've got bollards and barricades in front of the nice hotels and restaurants, all of that downtown, because, hey, they got a heads up. The downtown Washington, D.C. establishment class got the heads up. Hey, if in a worst case scenario, we are going to have people out on these streets. Well, listen, I'm not sitting here saying that there need to be running street battles, but if there's going to be mobilization on one side, there's going to be mobilization on the other side.
You think the shock troops are going to show up if Trump looks like he's winning this thing?
I think, especially if he looks like he's running away with it, which, as long as everybody gets out and does their duty tomorrow, then he should look like that on Wednesday morning. We should have a pretty good idea. I know a lot of people go, we might not know for 3-4 days. Pennsylvania's talking about, Friday, Saturday. No, I think you're going to see tomorrow a major freak out around the same time like we saw in 2016, a major freak out, 10, 11, 12 o'clock in the evening. And this is what I'm concerned about, because it ain't just Washington, D.C. By all means, smash up Washington, D.C. I could care less, frankly. But if it comes
now that he's not here for our coverage, he's leaving and going to Florida.
Yeah. Downtown D.C. that is. Stay there.
Oh, where our coverage is going to come from.
But hey, listen, you'll have frontline coverage of that.
Yeah.
But listen, if this metastasizes and goes all across the country, I don't know. And of course, then you've got the X factor that they have of old Jamie Raskin, who's going to be up there in front of the sticks tomorrow night saying, hey, he can get as many votes as he wants. He's not eligible to be president. We're not going to seat him.
Right, which is going to happen. National Pulse coverage. Where should people go? How they follow? What's going to happen from tonight all the way through tomorrow in election night? Yeah,
so the great team at the National Pulse will be at their desks all night long tomorrow. I'm just breaking this news to them right now because I know they're watching this. We have an app where you will be able to get push notifications. It's all free. Go to thenationalpulse.com/download. Get the app on your phone, and you'll get our push notifications through the evening. We will be vigilant, but we need you guys there with us. We're going to keep you informed over the course of the evening.
Now, and you're going to join our coverage down. You'll be in the convention center in West Palm Beach, correct?
If I can get down there.
We'll get him a plane ticket. Don't take that. Okay, Raheem Kassam, thank you. Fair winds and following seas.
Yeah.
By the way, you want to tell people about the new restaurant, the new hot spot here on?
Not just yet.
Okay, fine. You're doing a soft open, a soft launch.
But as you said to me one time, with your shielder on it, right? Yes, that's how tomorrow's going to go.
Big. Glenn Story joins us. Raheem Kassam's taking off for Florida. Glenn Story joins us. Glenn, get us up to speed on Ted Cruz, Texas. We can't have Texas go blue, and Patriot Mobile. What are you guys doing to help the cause here, brother?
Well, man, yesterday was a great evening. Last night we had Lisa Hendrickson. She runs Mitch Little's campaign. We put about 1,200 folks in Marty B's again, and it was rocking. I think we had 1,300 folks. Ken Paxton was there. The name guys, and Kash Patel filled in, and boy, he lit it up as he always does.
So tell me, what's your feeling for what's going to happen in Texas? Cruz has to win. We have to keep Texas red. What I'm afraid of is people that are complacent. I've seen some polling on Ted Cruz that looks great, but what's going to happen tomorrow?
I mean, nobody can predict it. Everybody that I talk with, everybody's fired up. I mean, from the moms in the neighborhood across, we are fired up, and I think the polls are going to get lit up. I think we've already seen hundreds of thousands of people vote already. And so excitement is in the air. I mean, we feel the calling of God. We look at our president and, we're not endorsing President Trump as a company, but I personally think he's the guy to light this on fire and get our country back under control.
Talk to us about the rest of the country. What is Patriot Mobile doing? Your action committee. What's your sense? We got to hold the House. Larry Sabato just put out. He's down at University of Virginia, a very prominent pollster. Just put out a forecast for the House that has the Democrats taking the House by one seat, 218 to 217. Alex DeGrasse will join us at the top of the hour to break this down because we got to hold the House. You don't hold the House, they're going to impeach. First off, they're not going to certify Trump. They're then going to impeach Trump. The whole thing's going to come. So we got to win the House. What's your sense throughout the nation, Glenn, as you talk? You're totally networked in and dialed in to the Patriot movement. What are your thoughts?
It's interesting. It's contrary to what I've been hearing. I'm not a pollster. I'm out with all kinds of guys. I had lunch with the Speaker of the House last week in Dallas, and his thoughts were, look, we're going to win the House. We're going to keep the House. And he also feels we're going to win the Senate. And I mean, those are his people. I mean, other than that, I just don't know that that's the case. I do believe that we're going to keep the House. And you did mention Cruz. I think Cruz is going to win as well.
Talk to me about Patriot Mobile. What are you guys working on? What can the War Room Posse get and achieve by using Patriot Mobile?
Hey, man, we're all about saving the country. I mean, that's number one. I mean, we love to save Texas, but we spread our wings and we're looking elsewhere. The fact of the matter is anytime you use Patriot Mobile, we're going to then take money and donate back to or contribute to causes, First Amendment, Second Amendment, right to life, military and first responders. And, we put God above all. I mean, he is at the helm of our business, and through him, we are going to win no matter what. And we try to share our blessings with organizations like Embrace Grace to honor the moms of unplanned pregnancies. But, right today, our focus is 100% saving this country and doing everything we can to win this election. I mean, from our local houses, I mean, whether it's Mitch Little, Ken Paxton's attorney, whether it's him, Ted Cruz, Sheriff Bill Wayburn here in Tarrant County. Look, we've got a battle here in Texas. And look, I believe God is looking and shining on us. I think we're going to sweep this. I do believe that Cruz will win. And I think it's true. You look across Virginia, Alaska, you look across, I think things are looking really good. But that doesn't mean don't get out and vote. And you need to get out and do everything you can.
You need to be a force multiplier. Glenn, one more time, where do people go for Patriot Mobile?
Hey, 972-PATRIOT is one way, but I think the best way is patriotmobile.com/war room, or Steve or Bannon. Look, come to us. Make sure you say you heard about us on the War Room, and we want to support you guys, and we just love that you're back, brother.
Thank you. Same. Love you guys at Patriot Mobile. John Solomon joins me. We got John Solomon up. He's got good equipment because he's in the studio. Solomon's telling me about it. John,
hey
your thoughts about what's going on so far, the legal fights of Mark Elias and Jamie Raskin, and what's going to happen tomorrow.
So listen, I think all the early polling data shows that Republicans are outperforming 2020 in early polling, and Democrats are underperforming 2020 early voting, particularly in two key categories. Urban vote, they got to get the urban vote out, they can't win. And women, they're underperforming. Even though the polls show women is a large gender gap in favor of Kamala Harris, the voting is not tracking along with the polling, which means that Kamala Harris's team is in panic. It's why you saw Jim Messina over the weekend saying that the polling looked real bad for her. So I think tomorrow is setting up to be a good day if Donald Trump can get his vote out to the polls. If he can replicate that day of vote like he got in 2020, that historic vote, it should be a very good day, not just for Donald Trump, but for Senate candidates and House candidates. It looks like there will be a Senate Republican majority based on the latest polling. Is it 51 or is it 55 to be determined? The House is much closer, but I think that Donald Trump probably has coattails if he has that turnout tomorrow and he can tip some of these tight House races to the favor of Republicans and give them an all-Republican town. That's the most likely scenario, but it's tight. Everybody has to vote tomorrow if you want some say in the game.
What concerns you most? What concerns you most between now and, let's say, midnight tomorrow night? What are your concerns? What are your worries?
If you're a Republican, you got to be concerned that male voters turn out tomorrow. It's very, very important. All the other constituencies, particularly those targeted in the early vote, have done well. But the male vote has to get out tomorrow. That's a typical election day vote. If it turns out in big numbers like the Trump campaign is projected, it's going to be a very good night for there. There's going to be some election shenanigans. There might even be some violence. I think the RNC is much better equipped to deal with that in real time. They've been winning lawsuits day in and day out. In today, they won 2 or 3 big ones. So he seemed to be in much better position on Donald Trump's watch this time than 2 and 4 years ago.
John, can you hang on just to a commercial break?
Absolutely.
Questions. I think I'm trying to get Mike Lindell up. She's back in the co-host chair. Was that a subtle Bigfoot by Raheem? I'm just saying. I'm just tossing it out there.
It's all good.
Why is it every time Natalie's around his equipment?
We're going to call it foreign election interference.
Kaboom! See, Natalie's got that very nice exterior and the sweet little girl. Trust me, put the shiv right in you, Raheem.
Metaphorically.
Are you glad that
you were the one who poached me? So from him.
I bid you away for it, and it turned out you turned a rock star. I'm glad we talked him out of taking a train.
He once made me take one of those trains, and it was horrific. So I don't know.
But he thinks it's like the Orient Express,
I
or
told
it's
him,
like
I said,
something. It's like
there's
something
probably a bunch
classic.
of illegal aliens on there, so have fun.
Okay. And her luggage alone is worth like $100,000. Not even what's in it. I can't believe you with a porter putting luggage on a train. Okay, short commercial break. John Solomon is with us. Mike Lindell's going to join us. We got Alex DeGrasse about Larry Sabato just came out and said we're going to lose the House of Representatives.
We all know that words have power. They set things in motion.
And make us happy or sad.
But there's one word that stands out because when people say it, lives are changed. It's not a big word.
It's itsy bitsy.
It's only 3 little letters. But when you say it,
the life of a kid like me can be changed.
So, what is this special word?
It may surprise you.
It's yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes to becoming a monthly supporter of Shriners Hospitals for Children. That's right. Your monthly support allows the doctors and nurses at Shriners Hospitals for Children to give the most amazing care anywhere and change the lives of kids like me. And me. And me. Because people like you have said yes. Now I can play football. And I can play catch.
And I can walk.
So what do you say? Will you say yes right now? It's so easy. All you have to do is pick up the phone or go to loveshriners.org right now and say yes. When you say yes to giving just $19 a month, only 63 cents a day, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a reminder of all the kids you're helping every day. My life is filled with possibility because of the monthly support of people just like you who called the number on your screen and said yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes. Your yes is making a difference in my life and the lives of so many other kids like me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for giving.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, call again or go to loveshriners.org to say yes right away.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. And now's the time to stock up. When you buy a single 1-week survival food kit, you'll get 2 more absolutely free. Don't wait. Go to freefood321.com now.
Are you over 50? Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers, from a leading financial firm on maximizing your income in retirement. And if you call right now, as a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Don't miss out on this opportunity because supplies are limited. Both books are yours free just for calling Annuity General today.
Call 800-899-6246.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
War Room. Here's your host, Stephen K. Bannon.
Solomon, tell me about Medicare in this election. It's kind of popped up here. You've got a story in Just the News. What's going on?
A lot of senior citizens are going to be voting tomorrow. They tend to be election day voters. They may have got their premium notices from Medicare in October saying, my Part D premiums didn't go up. It was a fake. It was a head fake. It's a fraud. It's a magician's act. Kamala Harris and Joe Biden, when they did the Inflation Reduction Act, made a terrible shift of money away from Medicare to the Green New Deal, to EVs, and it created a gigantic donut hole in the middle of the program. And so rates were supposed to go up anywhere from 10 to 100%, depending where you were in the Medicare D, Prescription D program, or Part D program. But Joe Biden used some magic. He stole $5 billion, moved it into another part. I don't want to say still, but he transferred $5 billion to insurers companies and said, listen, insurers, keep this low until after the election. Hide this gigantic mistake we've created for senior citizens until after the election. He's done that. Now, in order to hide it for a whole year, it's going to cost $20 billion, according to the CBO, which means Joe Biden seriously injured Medicare. Kamala Harris seriously injured Medicare, and seniors won't know until after Election Day, except if they read Just the News and watch Real America's Voice, and of course, watch The War Room, because we have that story out there today.
John, what's your social media? How do people get all the content you're putting up?
Yeah, I love it. Jay Solomon reports on all platforms, and justthenews.com is our website.
Brother, thank you so much, John Solomon. I look forward to seeing you tomorrow night.
John's going to
join us. We're all, collectively, it's going to be a blast. We're going to have a ton of fun. If they don't burn down the city. Never know. Mike Lindell, where in the hell are you? That's always my first question for Lindell.
I'm in Florida now. We got a storm going on down here, kind of the storm before the storm tomorrow. I'll tell you, everybody, I just want everybody to know, and I want the media to know this. Tomorrow, when our great real president gets back in, I want to tell you, we're looking at every down ticket race in this country. We have our teams looking, we're watching everything. And Steve, as you probably know, after this election, of course, I'm not stopping. We're gonna make the United States the most secure election system in history, which will end up being paper ballots hand counted. I will never stop. And I know people right now, it really helps us, all the reporting we have of things that are going on. You can find that at voclvocal.com or Vocal on both app stores. All the reporting's in there. We're working with True to Vote, and we've got people all over the country, all over 50 states, from Alaska to Hawaii and every state, but especially in the swing states, Steve.
Mike, talk to me about pillows. We got to somehow finance this. You're going to do it by selling pillows.
Yeah, well, I'll tell you, everybody, we've got
all my favorite flannel sheets.
Right. Well, today's the last day, or actually tomorrow will be the last day for the free with God All Things Are Possible pillow. And then if you go to the website, there it is. That's a War Room Posse exclusive. That commemorative. We have, I don't know how many left, but once they're gone, they're gone. But we are running it through tomorrow. And then you go to the website, and there's Steve. They're the favorite flannel sheets. They all came in last week. You guys, all the sizes and the new colors are in. You guys, the only ones that get them on sale right now, $59.98. This is a War Room exclusive. You guys bought them all out last time. Get on them. Get them while we still have all the sizes and colors. They use promo code War Room, and all the towels are in. We have towels. The towels you see there, they're on sale for the War Room Posse. The bed sheets, the other bed sheets on sale. But the one thing I want to tell you, too, is all our sleepwear came in, everybody. Remember, the sleepwear and the MyPillow clothing for the fall and winter, that's all in, too. That's a War Room exclusive special. Promo code War Room. And you guys, it's a win-win-win. You support my employees, MyPillow. Like Steve said, we love sponsoring the best show on TV, the War Room. And then yourself. Yourself is the big win. And tomorrow we're going to get the biggest win of all, Steve. Call 800-873-1062, promo code War Room.
We've worked a long time on this, 4 years on this project. Mike, you're going to be in Mar-a-Lago tomorrow. Our own correspondent, the War Room own correspondent, Mike Lindell. We're going to unleash him on the folks at Mar-a-Lago. So look forward to seeing you tomorrow morning on the show and then tomorrow night during our election night coverage, sir.
It's going to be awesome. It's going to be awesome. It's been a long 4 years, I'll tell you. And everything that's been done, everybody can be done and has been done with the footprint we're dealt right now. I just want everybody keep the faith and vote tomorrow. Spend all night long and call everyone you know. Get everyone you can out to vote.
We'll see you, Mike Lindell. Thank you, brother. Mike Lindell will be live from Mar-a-Lago tomorrow night. Natalie, taking Natalie Winter's place. She said, "No, I can't hang down there. I want to be in Washington D.C., the Imperial Capital." Where are we in this entire mess? You've been doing a great job on the color revolution, on all this. You see the New York Times; they're already preloading what they're doing. Where are we? Give me a couple of minutes on this before we go to break.
Sure. Well, look, the DOJ is already deploying to 27 states and 86 counties, which is double the number that they did in 2020, which to me, that compounded with the narrative news cycle that we're already seeing that Trump supporters, it's violence, 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 right? Every headline that you see, it's about how we're going to get violent on Election Day. I think together those things are very concerning because I think they will lay the pretext in addition to just generally what we've been hearing about how claims about, non-citizens voting. They're, of course, fraudulent per the Mark Elias's and Norma Eisens of the world, but it's going to lay the groundwork for them to essentially invade these polling places with lawfare, which I think is sort of the first stage and step of the color revolution. I think
how many they deployed to how many states?
80, so every swing state, 27 states in total, 86 counties. But to that point, even Norma Eisen just a few days ago put out a long-form report in coordination with LULAC, which of course saw their offices, a lot of their activists raided down in Texas, but saying how claims of non-citizens voting are completely bogus. And that was one of the buried leads of Jack Smith's 165-page filing. In other words, they're laying the narrative framework to say that when we raise concerns about that, it's Russian misinformation.
We're going to go to break. Didn't DeSantis and Abbott tell them you're not sending these guys down here to our states?
Yes, the Missouri just filed, but it has to work its way through the courts. But even despite DOJ, you're already seeing independent, quote-unquote, election monitors in the form of clearly partisan groups like the Carter Center. But of course, just today, secretaries of state have also sent letters to CISA and the big tech companies demanding more censorship. A lot to get to.
No, we're going to get to all this. Yeah. Just Abbott and DeSantis can't say you're not coming to my state. The governors don't have the authority to shut that down?
I think Florida is being relatively successful in their efforts to keep them out, but it's working its way through the courts right now in Missouri.
We're going to, Natalie's going to be here for the second hour. Alex DeGrasse, report out of the University of Virginia, that political center down there run by Larry Sabato. He just made his call, very prominent Democratic pollster. The Democrats take the House 218 to 217. Of course this hasn't happened because you're going to turn up to vote tomorrow and afford this. Okay, short commercial break. We're back for the second hour of the late afternoon and evening edition of The World.
Hey folks, I'm John Rich. Just as wokeness and censorship have subverted the music industry, they've also crushed free expression on social media. Censors have suspended social media users, canceled entire news channels, obliterated online discussion platforms, and even banished a sitting American president from big tech platforms. Well, I'm here to say there's a place for you. A place where patriots can speak freely without fearing some unknown, unseen speech enforcer that wants to shut you down. That place is called Truth Social, a free speech social media platform that hosts breaking news, TV streaming channels, and powerful commentary on all the issues facing our great nation. Break free of big tech and make your voice heard. Join me on an uncancelable platform where I like to debut my songs and where you can read exclusive commentary from our 45th president, Donald J. Trump. I'll see you on Truth Social, where freedom lives.
You asked, and we heard you, America.
Real America's Voice is coming to iHeartMedia.
Yes, Real America's Voice is now breaking through the white noise of the mainstream media.
Just download the iHeart app, and you'll have all of us right at your fingertips.
Scan the QR code and start streaming RAV anywhere you want.
Real America's Voice, available whenever you need us.
It's never been easier to stay connected with the voices you trust.
RAV on iHeart means you can take us with you wherever you go.
This is huge. The truth on iHeart. ready whenever you are. From Charlie Kirk to Steve Bannon, Jack Posobiec to Grant Stinchfield, you'll find all your favorite RAV hosts in one place.
You can listen on Spotify, Apple, Pandora, or Amazon. RAV is now available everywhere you get your podcasts. All you need to do is scan the QR code right now.
Download the iHeart app today and get ready for real America's voice.
Scan the QR code and join the RAV movement.
Well, good evening, everyone. I'm Grant Stinchfield. Welcome to our special coverage of President Trump's race to the White House. We are on the eve of what is most certainly our most important political day of our lives, and quite frankly, it may be one of the most important days in America's history to decide where we go as a nation with two very different visions. We are committed to covering all of President Trump's rallies leading up until tomorrow and even on tomorrow. With that, I want to get out to Pennsylvania, where Sean Parnell, the former combat veteran, a strong voice in Pennsylvania, is addressing the crowd out there.
That I will fight with every fiber of my being to heal this economy, to secure our border, and to restore America's standing in the world, to never let America fall. I, along with each and every one of you, will stand with Donald Trump and J.D. Vance as they fight to save this country. So let's all get up, let's rise, not with anger, but with purpose. Let's remember that America's strength lies not in government or its military alone, but in its people. You all are what make this country exceptional. And united under a common cause, tomorrow we are going to fix what is broken here in this country. Not just for today, but for generations to come, to ensure that our children and our children's children inherit a nation that is rich and free with opportunity. So my fellow Pennsylvanians, get out tomorrow and vote like your country and your freedom depends on it. Bring 10 of your friends if you have to. Vote Donald Trump and J.D. Vance. Let's save America together. So thank you, Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Thank you to the Steel City. Thank you, Pennsylvania. May God bless you all, and God bless the United States of America. Whatever it takes. Hanging on to the visual, I wanna be invisible. Tumble out of bed and I stumble to the kitchen, pour myself a cup of ambition and yawn and stretch and try.
Well, folks, it looks like they're going to take a break between some of these speakers. We're expecting at least 4 more speakers before President Trump takes the stage out there in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. So people have been asking me, and I'll be flat out honest with you, people have been asking me what is going to happen tomorrow. I can't give you an answer. I don't know what is going to happen. But I can tell you this. I feel good. I feel hopeful. I do believe this is President Trump's election to lose, providing that the cheating is at least in check and we swamp the vote. Many things are going to depend on swamping the vote still. But again, I am tremendously concerned Okay, I was even having anxiety and heart palpitations today. I don't know if all of you are like me on that, but I wouldn't blame you if you were. I want to bring in now, normally the man who's hosting this hour of Just the News, No Noise right here on Real America's Voice. John Solomon is with us. John, it is good to see you on the eve of Election Day.
Hard to believe we made it here. This year went by fast, but yeah, it's time. It's Judgment Day.
All right, John, I'm not kidding when I tell you I was doing my radio show this morning. Something comes up my heart. I said, oh my God, I'm going to have a heart attack right here on the radio show. And thankfully, that is not the case. But I am really in a point where I'm on pins and needles. I can't tell people what to think tomorrow. I look at these polls, and you know my advice, John, is throw these polls out. These polls, they're up 3, down 2, up 1, down, tied. I think this is all literally what our intuition is saying, where I feel momentum is going, and that tells me President Trump. Your thoughts on that, John?
Yeah, listen, for a long time before I started my own company, I worked at the Associated Press, and I did the exit polling and supervised states, and you count data. You count, at this point, polls don't matter. It's who has voted and who has not voted, what vote is out, what vote can still be brought in. And when you take a look at the trend lines through Sunday, which is what I was doing all day today, the early voting is very positive for Republicans. It is way up for Republicans over 2020, and it's down significantly for Democrats, particularly in urban areas and with women. So women are showing up very strong in the polls for Kamala Harris, but they're not showing up as well as they did for Joe Biden in 2020 up to this point in the polls. Those are 2 red flags for Kamala Harris. 2, I've seen Kamala Harris send some resources out of Georgia and North Carolina to Virginia in the last few days. If she has to defend Virginia, Democrats are very concerned. That's a sign. That is a confirmed fact. Where Kamala Harris has been making some gains in the last few days is in Pennsylvania. She's putting a lot of effort there. There's some Hispanic and other voters, particularly Puerto Rican voters, that have been moving, and some of the numbers have moved there. But overall, when you look at the head counting, which is all that matters now, it's not about polling anymore. Republicans enter the final 48 hours of this election way better than they did in 2020. Remember, they lost by a whisker, but they're much stronger in the Senate and the presidential race.
All right, John, let me ask you this, because Pennsylvania clearly is important. Nobody argues that it's not important. It definitely is. Right. I look at the early voting numbers. The Democrats, I think I have a graphic on this. The Democrats are off like 600,000 early votes.
They are.
But yet the Republicans were steady from where they were in 2020, but we really didn't increase. In fact, I think we were down 20,000. Now, that's a big difference, but I'm not happy we didn't increase in Pennsylvania. What do you make of those numbers?
I think what you're seeing in Pennsylvania is that there will be a very large turnout by both the Republican and Democrat voters on Election Day. Pennsylvania's had less early voting than I think a lot of people expected. But what you got to keep in mind, the Democrats have incredible machinery in the unions and in the urban areas to try to make up that 600,000 gap. Now, if Donald Trump is going to win, he's got to replicate 2016 and 2020 in terms of what he did on the day of vote, because he won the day of vote in Pennsylvania by a big margin. So the fact that they're down 600, if Donald Trump wins the day of vote, they're going to do very, very well in that state. But it's going to be close in that state. All 3 of the blue wall states are going to be close. I think Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina looking good for President Trump. Nevada's in play, though not a certain thing. But I do think one of the 3 blue wall states could go to President Trump. He has a lot of energy there. I'd keep an eye on Wisconsin. That's been doing pretty well. Michigan's pretty tight. And, of course, Pennsylvania very tight, and where the Democrats are putting the most muscle into the last 24 hours.
All right. The other thing we're getting a lot of talk of is men and women. I'm going to ask you about that in a moment, but I want to bring in Michelle Bacchus first. She is in Pittsburgh at the rally where we're awaiting President Trump to speak tonight. Michelle, first off, welcome to the program on this eve of Election Day, a very important day tomorrow. Welcome.
Thank you, guys. It's great to be here. So you can see the music is bumping, and I'll tell you what, the lines at PPG Paints Arena to get in, wrapped around the block, they were huge. If you take a look behind me, you can see these seats are filled, and people are in a very good mood here on the eve of the election.
All right, Michelle, maybe you can help me out here, because as I'm perusing social media today, of course, there were Democrats saying, oh, President Trump's rallies were empty. Now, needless to say, they were taking pictures of the rally sites at 6 o'clock in the morning when nobody was there yet. Explain to me the size of the crowd you've been seeing. Is there any indication that President Trump has lost any kind of support, as the Democrats are trying to claim?
No, not at all. If you take a look behind me, this is PPG Paints Arena, where the Pittsburgh Penguins NHL team plays. It holds about 18,000. As you can see, if you take a look, this is a sea of red right behind me. And I'll tell you what, Pennsylvania, in my opinion, the most crucial state in winning this election. And the crowd is here. The crowd is definitely here. Of course, you guys were talking about the early voting data here with urban voters and women. But here at this rally, you're seeing everyone. And I was in Lancaster yesterday, Grant, and you start talking about the polling. Of course, I'm sure you saw the New York Times polls, well, some of the others that came out right before the election. And similar to the fact that Democrats talk about low crowd size with Trump, I think they do it to get under his skin.
Yeah, I think so. They try to. It's tough to get under President Trump's skin with everything that they've thrown at him, John. I really don't think you're going to rattle President Trump after everything that this man has been through. Michelle mentioned men and women. You've got a lot of both at the rally here. What is the deal? I keep hearing people saying that men have not shown up early and we've got to be really concerned about this. Can you explain what we're seeing and just how concerned we should be about that?
Well, listen, I think the day of vote is going to be very important for President Trump with male voters. They typically are not early voters. They tend to be day of voters. And so that is an important dynamic. And I think the models are tracking where President Trump's campaign wanted them to be as of Sunday. But those models anticipated and require a really strong day of vote, particularly by men, Hispanic men, black men, working class men. Getting them to the polls tomorrow is the key. Everything else looks much better than 2020, but they got to hit those numbers tomorrow. Now, the weather generally looks good around the country, so weather shouldn't be a factor. But you could see long lines. You could see a lot of people, and Democrats, because they so underperformed, are going to have to try to get the old-fashioned ground game going that they haven't had to use for the last few elections, and try to get those unions and precinct captains that are part of the Democrat machinery working tomorrow. That could make for some pretty long lines in some places.
Well, you know, as we've seen, John, and as you've talked about, Michelle has covered as well, the union vote is not what it was for the Democrats even 4 years ago. He's lost a lot of that. So we'll talk about some of that when we come back. I want to ask Michelle's opinion about women and what we should be concerned about with that as far as voting tomorrow. But before we do that, folks, let me give you a big shout out from one of our sponsors. This is freetrumpknife.com. They are handing out limited edition collectible knives today in honor of today's rally. They are giving away 250 collectible knives. Just cover the cost of shipping for $10. And this patriotic knife, to add it to your collection and keep America great with the collectible piece. We are spreading Trump's reach and support through this limited time promotion. Give it as a gift or keep it for yourself. As time passes, more and more Trump-related memorabilia could surge in value. They will run out, so act fast. Head on over to freetrumpknife.com and claim yours today. Support today's Real America's Voice coverage by supporting freetrumpknife.com. And as always, we're grateful to all of our sponsors who allow us to bring you this coverage. With that, we'll take a quick break, and we're back with John Solomon and Michelle Bacchus, who's out in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
My back got injured very bad. I was off work for about a year. I heard about Relief Factor from my wife. I took it every day, 3 times a day for 3 weeks. Look at her and I said, the pain is gone. And she said, I'm glad it helped. I said, no, you don't understand. It's gone.
You too can feel better every day with Relief Factor, a daily supplement that fights pain naturally. Call or go online now for our 3-week quick start, just $19.95.
Have you put off exploring your Medicare options because it's so confusing? Or maybe you've tried finding the right plan but keep finding yourself at a dead end. Navigating the Medicare maze can be complicated. That's why it helps to have a trusted partner on your Medicare journey, one who can keep you from making a wrong turn. That's where AMAC comes in. From Medicare Advantage and Medicare supplement plans to prescription drug plans and everything in between, let AMAC's Medicare Advisory Service help to lead you to the plan that's right for you. And their customer care, it's the gold standard. Call now to request your free 2024 Medicare Guide. It's filled with useful information about coverage options, enrollment deadlines, and more. For years, AMAC's Medicare Advisory Service has proudly helped thousands of older Americans with their Medicare needs and obstacles, providing reliable guidance and wide selection of plan options. You could say we're amazing. Still stuck in the Medicare maze? Call AMAC today for your free guide and find your way to the Medicare plan you've been looking for.
Parents, another Trump presidency could become a reality in 2024. And Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids what that means with the free Kids Guide to President Trump and free membership to the 1776 Kids Club. Order now at freetrumpbundle.com. That's freetrumpbundle.com.
Attention homeowners. Are you behind on your mortgage payments? Is the bank threatening to take your home? Is your home worth less than you owe? If you answered yes to any of these questions, then you need to call this number right now.
Call 800-714-8615.
Welcome back, everybody, to our special coverage of President Trump's quest to take back the White House. This has to happen tomorrow. And I will tell you, folks, it is up to you. President Trump reacted to being down in Iowa. The left is making a huge deal out of this, okay? I would not make a huge deal out of this. In fact, I would take President Trump's assessment on this any day of the week. Watch.
They just announced a fake poll. Hey, think of it. Right before the election, that I'm 3 points down. I'm not down in Iowa.
No, I don't think he is. I don't think he's really down anywhere. My assessment, he's up 10 to 15 points. We're going to get to our pollster, Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen, here in just a little bit. But before we do that, I want to get back out to Pittsburgh, where Michelle Bacchus is there. She's got a special guest with her. Michelle, take it away.
Grant, thanks. I'm here with Mayor Longo of Slippery Rock, Pennsylvania. He just got off the stage, amping up the crowd, speaking on behalf of President Trump. Mayor, I want to talk about the vote tomorrow, because traditionally Pennsylvanians vote in person on Tuesday. I'm from Pennsylvania myself. How important is the get out the vote effort tomorrow for Pennsylvania?
Well, let me first start saying this. One, it's great to be here with you again, Michelle. Always a pleasure. But two, our momentum is such that I know that we are going to show up in unprecedented numbers for President Trump tomorrow. You know as well as I do that the Get Out the Vote movement, of course, in the lead up to November 5th is all the rage. Now, with that being said, we had some really great turnouts with early voting, right? Mail-in voting, or voting by mail-in person, as the Pennsylvania politicians like to argue with their semantics. But when it comes down to it, we're confident that the voter turnout tomorrow is going to be such that we're going to get Donald J. Trump and Senator Vance over the finish line.
Let's break it down in genders, because you look at the early mailing voting right now, and it seems as if there is a lag between women and the urban vote. However, Atlas Intel CEO said that the mail vote is going to be so important. Talk a little bit about the mail vote.
About the mail-in vote? Well, the mail-in...
Gender.
Say that one more time.
The gender vote. It's very loud in here if you can't tell.
Loud. The gender vote. Excuse me, thank you. So, gender. Well, I'll tell you this. Everybody keeps telling me that mail turnout right now is very low, but I don't believe it. What I do know is that there's a lot of hardworking men and women out there, and everybody's just trying to get by because of the state of this economy. So with that being said, they might not have made a whole lot of time for early voting or mail-in voting, but I know for certain that they are motivated to get out to vote tomorrow for President Trump, because they know he can't afford another 4 years of her failed policies.
Last question. I know it's loud. There are a lot of steel workers in the crowd right now. Do you think that's going to be a focus of tonight's speech, steel and bringing jobs back to Pittsburgh and America?
Yes, certainly, and how symbolic it is that we're here in the Steel City right now. You know as well as I do that steel was a huge part of our history here in Pittsburgh, being a Pittsburgh native yourself. But not only that, we have oil and gas workers here in mass as well. When you take a look at Pennsylvania's history and our current industrial capacity right now, you know that it's oil and gas and steel that are hurting so badly. President Trump has been a huge proponent of those industries, and we know that under his leadership, he's going to bring those jobs back to Pittsburgh so that we can put food on the table for our families.
All right, Mayor Longo, thank you so much, and good job today. As he had said, Grant, oil and natural gas, of course, we have Kamala Harris, who has flip-flopped on the issue of fracking. In fact, Pennsylvania, the second largest gas producer here in the nation behind Texas. You also have steel. Of course, we're called the Steel City, the Pittsburgh Steelers for a reason, an industry that has really left the city and compared to what it was 20, 30, 40 years ago. That's why you see so many people in the front row there dressed up in steelworkers uniforms. You have hard hats on. That's going to be a central message of tonight's focus.
You know, Michelle, I know you're from Pennsylvania, and I believe in and around the Pittsburgh area. Is that right?
Yep, absolutely.
All right, so let me ask you this, because I'm so confused when you talk about Pennsylvania, and then specifically Western Pennsylvania, with the coal miners, the steel mills. You had times where Obama was overwhelmingly supported. You know, he was waging war on all of those industries. Then Biden, the second time around, Biden wins that area when you know the Democrats are waging war on these industries in this area of the country. What is it about the Democrat hold on Western Pennsylvania that should be solid Republican, in my opinion?
I agree with you, Grant. And when you talk to Kamala supporters, because I've been out on the road a lot this past couple days, when you ask them why they're voting for Kamala Harris or voting Democrat, it's typically either abortion, right, or it's because they don't like Trump. It's not ever an actual policy position. And of course, the abortion argument is completely irrelevant and inaccurate, because even if Kamala Harris was president, she wouldn't be able to overturn Roe v. Wade or get it back to the federal level. So it's really interesting to see how Democratic voters think right now. But I will tell you what, I love seeing the support here in Pittsburgh, and a lot of people aren't buying it, especially when Kamala Harris flip-flops on major issues such as fracking that affect this economy in the state.
Yeah. Well, I want you to hang out there for a little bit. We're going to come right back to you in a moment, Michelle. Great assessment, as always. And then with that, I want to bring back in our team, if possible, John Solomon and Mark Mitchell, who is a head pollster at Rasmussen Reports. Both of you gentlemen, welcome back to the show. And I guess, Mark, I will start with you. Welcome, my friend. How do you see things shaping up? We talked Friday night. You said, hey, you were even calling out your own polls Friday night. How do you see things shaping up now as we head into tomorrow?
I mean, this is the best Trump has ever done in the last two cycles in polling. And quite frankly, all the polling, in my opinion, shows that he's going to win. What's wild is that it's taken us this long to even entertain that subject, because all the media pollsters spent September and October pushing their polls farther and farther left, but they've all come back for their final polls. It's really incredible. Some pollsters went from Trump +1 to Harris +6 and all the way back again. And most of the really good pollsters show that the national popular vote is either tied to Trump leading slightly. In our final call was Trump +2.4, trick of the rounding. It actually goes up to 3. And other people agree with us, including the Wall Street Journal. If Trump wins the national popular vote by 3 points, he should do pretty good in the battlegrounds. In fact, better than the state polling shows. And I think that that's a pretty logical outcome, because time after time, with Donald Trump on the ballot, the state polling has always been to left.
All right. John, you've been analyzing a lot of this. What's your assessment? And I'd love for you to hit Mark on some of your thoughts to see if he agrees with you, because these are two guys that I trust for everybody at home.
Well, Mark's done fantastic work every day. The polling Mark and his team have done on election integrity, spot on. We really have to capture where Americans are. They're fed up with having to doubt the election. So bravo for the great work you guys are doing at Rasmussen Reports. Listen, thanks. I think the Democrats are where Donald Trump was in 2020, having to make up a gap on Election Day, which is very hard to do in 14 hours. They're hundreds of thousands of votes behind their 2020 model in all of the key battleground states. That is a really big problem. And they have basically spent the last 6 years figuring they get ahead by early polling and then they can coast on Election Day. Now they're going to have to really turn out the vote on Election Day to make up gaps because they're underperforming their 2020 models. Meanwhile, in most states, Pennsylvania side, Trump is outperforming the 2020 model by hundreds of thousands of votes, certainly tens of thousands of votes. That is a reason why Jim Messina, Obama's campaign manager, who's a data guy at his heart, said, if I'm Kamala Harris, I'm not feeling good about the early vote. Now, the Democrats have machinery. They have urban machinery. They have union machinery. They could muster a big vote on Election Day. But if Donald Trump wins the Election Day vote, as he did handily in 2020, or even close to handily as he did in 2020, it's going to be a very good night for him because the early voting has really changed significantly.
All right. Let me run a soundbite. This is Chuck Todd, because what everybody's concerned about is that this is going to take days before we get a winner. For some reason, my belief is we're going to either have a big winner and a big loser. Now, I'm really convinced it's going to be President Trump. For some reason, I don't think it's going to be as tight. If President Trump loses, he's going to lose, I believe, because of some of the cheating and what has happened. For some reason, I don't think it's going to be as close as everybody says, and I think President Trump wins big. Let me play for you Chuck Todd, cut 6 for the guys back in the studio.
We could be living here in Nevada, waiting and waiting and waiting. And if you remember, Nevada will take a week to count all their votes.
Well, because they go 4 days after.
And you'll have more ballots coming in.
Yeah.
And then you're really going to be used a lot on air, because this is going to be lawyers upon lawyers litigating which ballots can get fixed or cured is the language you'll start to see.
All right, if it's razor tight, that's true. Mark Mitchell, what do you think about his thoughts about Nevada? It looks like to me that President Trump is doing very well in that state, maybe because it's no tax on tips policy. But your thoughts, Mark?
Well, I haven't been poring over all of the early vote returns, but what I did was just poll all of the states last week. And what I found in every single battleground is that among people who say they're going to vote on Election Day, Donald Trump wins between 8 and 13 points. In Pennsylvania, it was 11. In Nevada, I think it was plus 13. So that's really bad for Democrats trying to make up a gap, because it looks like Republicans still have a lot of gas in the tank. And that's because, as we all know, the Republican get out the vote effort has been focused on low propensity voters or people that just haven't voted before. And so I think you're still going to see a flood of Republicans. And this is even before considering the fact that in the last 4 years in our national polling, independents have moved massively to the right. And of course, there may be differences in individual states, but I think the Democrats are counting on the independents breaking further left than they may actually. And finally, none of my polling that does show Donald Trump doing well in all of the battlegrounds even considers what we're seeing in this massively depressed turnout in urban areas and with minority voters. That is not factored in. So if those people don't show up to the polls, and they may not, then it's, like you said, it could be a much bigger win for Donald Trump.
All right, John, before I go to you, let me follow up on this. So turnout in urban areas, you're saying in most of these important states is depressed. That's devastating for Democrats, because that typically was their golden goose, Mark.
Oh, absolutely. And I'll tell you, in my polling also, the black vote is going increasingly towards Trump. I mean, we've gone from lower double digits to, in some of my polls, as much as 30%. We'll see if that plays out. But the fact remains, there's bad news everywhere for Democrats. When Republicans win some of the days of early voting in New Jersey, listen, the country has moved massively to the right. And the mainstream media did a horrible disservice to Americans, convincing them that Kamala Harris had all of this fake momentum. So I really do think there's going to be a lot of cognitive dissonance tomorrow if everything plays out like it looks like it's going to. It's actually kind of sad. They're grasping at straws. They're trying to show that this Ann Seltzer poll of Iowa shows some like massively hidden vote for Democrats. It's actually kind of pathetic.
All right, well, I hope and pray that Mark Mitchell is right. I believe he is. This is why I've been saying for a long time that I think President Trump is up 10 to 15% in the polls. John, my original question was, you think this is going to take days to figure out? You think President Trump can win big here on this and get over that hurdle very quickly? Where do you see it?
I think the more likely turnout is that it's a wave election, maybe not a massive wave, but that there's wins everywhere, and it's pretty clear that the American people broke in a particular direction. And we'll have some clarity in the presidential race and maybe the Senate race by early morning on Wednesday. The House may take a couple days because, California and the West Coast, all those outstanding mail ballots. We're going to have some early bellwethers about just where to look. Listen, if Georgia flips back red, North Carolina stays red, and the margins are good, it's probably going to be a predictor of what goes as the country moves westward. If people like Scott Perry survive their race in Pennsylvania and do well, it probably means that Donald Trump's going to do well, not just in Pennsylvania, but the House is going to do well across the country as it sweeps left. By the time we get to Montana, if John Tester loses, the Republicans have a Senate majority and I think that could happen by early morning on Wednesday. So some things could be crystal clear. I think better or not, we have a strong understanding of the presidential race and the Senate race and not a hanging race. If Kamala Harris has a really great Bafo day tomorrow, then maybe it does go into overtime. But right now, the polling data that I'm seeing matches very much what Mark is saying. And long as Donald Trump gets his day of vote out there, get those mail voters out there, day of, it should be a really good day for him because his early vote is so very different than any Republican candidate in the history of this country.
Well, again, two men that I really trust, and I hope and pray that both of you are right, and I hope my assessment is correct on all of this as well. Mark, I know you're super busy on the day before election. If you can hang through one more segment, I'd love for you to stay here with me. And John, of course, you're with me till the top of the hour. Folks, there's one more pollster I want to show you that I have absolutely great respect for, and I'm sure Moo Dang has got to be right. This is the viral baby hippo that allegedly predicts Trump's victory. Watch. So this is based on which cake you eat, apparently, and Moo Dang goes right to the Trump cake, and apparently that's a great sign for all of us. I'll take any sign we can get, right? Hey, folks, listen to me. There he is, eating that Trump cake. Go for it, buddy. Go for it. Okay, folks, we have a real situation right now. Your portfolio, we don't know where things are. We know that there's chaos in the world. We know that the war between Israel and all of those terrorists. We know we got Ukraine and Russia. All of this is uncertainty. The other thing that we know is that many of the central banks are selling the U.S. dollar. They're waging war on the U.S. dollar. So what do you do to protect yourself, to hedge yourself from all of these things? Well, our friends over at Birch Gold would argue that investing in gold has stood the test of time. Here's what you do. You text the number, you text the word America to the number 989898. Again, America to the number 989898. And our friends at Birch Gold will send you a free gold guide to inform you about why this makes a great move. Again, it's Birch Gold. Text America to the number 989898. Protect your savings today. This is a portfolio protection maneuver. Our friends at Birch Gold have helped so many of our Real America's Voice viewers. Want you to give them a shot. Let them help you as well. Again, text America to the number 989898 today. All right, we will be back in a flash with our pollster, John Solomon, and Michelle Bacchus, who is out at the rally in Pittsburgh as we await President Trump to address the crowd there.
Here at Truth Social, you're not just another user. You're part of a movement. Join a platform that passionately defends our great nation while delivering breaking news, discussion, and original content. Because here at Truth Social, we believe in the power of our voices, the strength of our unity, and the promise of our country's future. Join the conversation. Join the movement. Join Truth Social, where freedom lives.
Why is Navage trusted by millions?
Before Navage, I was not living my best life because I could not breathe. Constant nasal congestion, constant blowing of the nose. And the huge difference is the fact that Navage pulls it out. It's very gentle in the sense of when that suction happens, it's literally grabbing that water and that mucus and it's bringing it out into this tank. It's worth every penny that you pay for it. This product changed my life.
Navage, now available at Costco.
In a crisis, your number one need is food. And now's the time to stock up. When you buy a single 1-week survival food kit, you'll get 2 more absolutely free. Don't wait. Go to freefood321.com now.
Did you know that thousands of authors across the country have written books and published them with Page Publishing? If you've written a book, Page can help you through the process. We cut through the confusion of the publishing world to make it easy for you. If we decide to publish your book, your work ends and ours begins. From copy editing and proofing to typesetting and book cover art, we get you printed, distributed, and sold on Amazon, Apple iTunes, and bookstores. We'll even promote your book.
Call 1-800-319-0257. That's 1-800-319-0257.
The bathroom of your dreams is only a phone call away with BCI Bath and Shower. We can make your ordinary bath and shower extraordinary. This is not a cookie cutter design. This is a complete custom build that will fit your every need, and discounts for seniors and military.
Well, folks, welcome back. Grant Stinchfield here. It's no coincidence that President Trump is barnstorming Pennsylvania. Kamala Harris also has 3 rallies in Pennsylvania, not near the size of President Trump, by the way, of course not, because it is a very important state. On everybody's mind is election integrity. And I want to get out to one of the great patriots in America. This is a guy who was fighting for election integrity when nobody else was really standing up and taking the arrows that were being fired at all of us. And he continues to wage that battle as we speak today. I want to bring in Pennsylvania State Senator Doug Mastriano to the program. Senator, it's so good to see you. Thank you for sharing some time with me tonight.
Thanks for having me on this very important, critical night.
Well, it sure is. So I guess the big question is, Senator, has Pennsylvania done enough to secure the vote? You know, President Trump has given a very important message. Swamp the vote so we overcome the cheating. You know, you were very critical of Pennsylvania, where we were and getting it back in shape. How are we doing in that state when it comes to the efforts to secure the vote?
As far as that goes, you know, so we had the Gettysburg hearing on November 25th, 2020, and you know, I was pushing for an Arizona-style audit. And then, of course, Rhino, Republican leadership in the Senate, and they're all gone now. They fired my staff, kicked me out of caucus for like 5 months. I mean, it was a nightmare. It stripped me of my power, my committee chairmanship to actually do the audit. And so not enough has been done. Voter ID was lost because we lost the House, and when the Republicans had a 1-seat majority, they gave up the power to the Democrats, ridiculously enough, and it was 14 Republicans, the entire leadership team did that. But here's something different to give everyone hope here, because I got to be honest with you, I was pessimistic up until just a couple weeks ago, and let me tell you why I've changed my tune quite a bit here, is 2020 and 2022 had bad incomes. My gubernatorial, of course, in 2022 is because the Republicans, we refused to embrace the reality of the mail-in vote. And that election day now is election, 45 days. And the Democrats embraced it. There's some shenanigans that go on with it, but they embraced it. Gubernatorial race, I won in-person voting by 70,000 votes. But we lost overwhelmingly with mail-in votes. Here's the difference, though, and here's why I do believe we're going to win tomorrow, is compared to 2022 during my gubernatorial, Democrats are down 11% with mail-in votes. Republicans are up 14%. I mean, so now we have this 24% gap between Republicans and Democrats. In the 67 counties we have, Grant, across the state, 40 of the 67 counties have an overwhelming number more Republican mail-in votes already logged in and registered to be counted starting tomorrow at 7 a.m. Democrats only have a lead in 18 counties and 12 are tied. This is just unprecedented. Last good piece of news here, Philadelphia County. So Philadelphia was, the source of a lot of our woes here in elections for statewide races like governor and president. They're down right now 200,000 less mail-in votes than they did in 2022 against me for governor. So we have this advantage, and I'm confident as long as we seal the deal tomorrow, that lottie-dottie, everybody gets out and vote tomorrow if you haven't already, and we'll seal the deal tomorrow night.
All right, weather's supposed to be good. There's been a lot of talk about the mail vote, men not showing up. What do you make of that talk? Is that a problem in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, I really don't think it is. I mean, it might be in the cities. I'm not so sure, but across the state generally, I'm seeing a good turnout. So I'm in Franklin County, 70-some% Republican. It's grown actually in numbers since I've been senator here. And there is a line for mail-in votes last week that took an hour for people to get through. And these are mostly Republicans going in. I had friends going through the line there, and they saw their buddies and supporters and all that. And so I'm seeing nothing but enthusiasm and hope now. And really, you think about this, Grant, we get to decide who's going to be our president, who's going to lead our nation here. And people are tired of being burned by lying politicians and are taking the power back in their hands and getting out and vote, unlike 2020 and 2022. This is really significant change.
Yeah, it sure is. And, we had Mark Mitchell from Rasmussen on, who's going to join us here in a little bit as well, talking about what you just mentioned. There's turnout in urban cities. What do you think it is? When did the switch turn that black men in particular? I mean, every time I talk to black folks, Hispanic folks all the time asking who they're voting for. I'm not shy. overwhelmingly black men are telling me they're voting for President Trump. When do you think this switch changed and why, Senator?
Yeah, I believe it started in earnest, Grant, last year with all the indictments against Donald Trump, making him a victim when they saw his lawfare being waged against the political opposition. And then, of course, July 13th, that changed everything. If anyone was on the fence, and when that left-wing lunatic, Crooks, ironically is his last name, took the shot, hitting the president in the head on his ear, and when the president stood up boldly saying, fight, 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 you can't help but admire that. Even John Fetterman, the consummate Democrat senator here from Western PA, he even in his words, even as late as yesterday, just kind of admires the connection that Donald Trump has with the people. Donald Trump has invested so much in Pennsylvania, and not just this year, in 2022 as well as in 2020, that he's earned a trust. And we're watching what Kamala Harris and Joe Biden did to our state. We saw Afghanistan. We see the economy. We're not better off or worse off than 4 years ago here. And that people see that we need change, and the change is in Donald Trump.
Look, I believe this election, besides trying to get our country back on track, it is a referendum on the deep state, this ruling class of career politicians. You have this in common with President Trump. They went after you. They did everything they could to shut you down. I'm blessed to be very good friends with Attorney General Ken Paxton here in Texas, where I broadcast from. They went after him the same way. We have Republicans that are going after fellow Republicans. They're cozying up with Democrats. You're experiencing it in Pennsylvania. We have it in Texas. Who would ever think you'd have the same thing in Texas? Are we getting to a point where that's going to shift as well this time around, from a state perspective, from a federal perspective?
You're absolutely right, because I mentioned, that I was going to do an audit with the powers as a committee chair, and then being fired and sacked and kicked out of caucus and had my staff removed in Harrisburg. And any ability I had to conduct that audit was removed from me by a Republican, then the Republican Senate Pro Tem of the Senate, so the leader of the Senate, Republican. And he was asked by a media outlet, why are you harder on Mastriano, a fellow Republican, than you are on a Democrat governor? And that's our problem. We can't win. I could not win my gubernatorial race without the support of the Republican National RNC and without the Republican Governors Association. And both of them turned their back on me. In fact, the RGA, Republican Governors Association, told me to F off. I'm not going to use the word. And, this is why we don't win races here. I mean, are you serious? We could have won this here. Trump would, if I was governor, he'd be lined up to win this state overwhelmingly. Now we have to fight and invest so much because of this infighting, that there's this dislike for grassroots candidates like Trump, like Kari Lake, like Doug Mastriano. And these power brokers need to go with the people and stop trying to play politics. The party of backroom deals and smoke room deals kind of thing, that's the Democrats now. Any Republican still caught up in that country club clique elite, you're in the wrong party. This is the party of the people now.
Senator, I'm sure you're going to hate to hear this, but I actually think you might have been 2 years too early. The country, your state, needed this 4 years of just Kamala Harris, Joe Biden disaster. They needed President Trump out on the campaign trail. They needed the wake-up call for America. And look, even at a national level, we were dealing with a Republican Party that was doing the same things they were doing in Pennsylvania. Now President Trump, Make America Great Again, has taken over our national Republican Party. I think the same thing will happen statewide. Let me give you the floor. Last word to your fellow Pennsylvanians, Arizonans, Wisconsinites, Michiganites, you name it, Nevada, all these states that are so important. Lay it on us, Senator.
We cannot stand out. We cannot stand aside. We have to be involved. For Christians out there, there's estimates that 35 million of us are going to stay home tomorrow. This is not God's will for a nation to corrupt under, awful leadership here. He wants America to be great, but the power is in our hands, and there's consequences to standing aside. So if you're not going to vote tomorrow, then don't complain. Don't you dare utter a complaint, because you're part of the problem. We have a vision for America to be a place of freedom once again, that our kids and grandkids can grow up with the same freedoms that we enjoyed. And a decision now is in our hands, and tomorrow we can make that possible. We can fulfill that dream so our kids are free men and women.
Well, Senator, I'm grateful for you coming on tonight. I'm grateful for all the fight that you put up for all Americans, Pennsylvanians, and, of course, President Trump as well. I wish more politicians, specifically Republican ones, would take a page out of your book, sir, and it's great having you on the program.
Thanks for having me on. God bless and keep up the great work. Look forward to a victory tomorrow.
Absolutely, buddy. They were talking to my ear, but I'm with you. Good Lord willing, President Trump wins tomorrow. Senator, thank you so much for coming on the stage. I believe they were telling me Is that Mike Pompeo on the stage? It is. Let's go out and listen in to the former Secretary of State.
Of America, not once. Now, President Trump's going to secure our southern border. We will bring peace back to the world. We will take down the ring of fire. We will support our friends in Israel, but he's going to need help to do that. President Trump will need help to do that. And you in Pennsylvania have the chance to send that help. I've known Dave McCormick for 40 years, since we were cadets at West Point when I was a much younger man. And when I think of Dave McCormick, who will be the next senator from Pennsylvania, when I think of Dave McCormick, I think about what our founders believed, the men and women who shaped our Constitution and who believed so deeply in American greatness. They were thinking about people just like Dave. They were thinking about people who selflessly served in our military. They were thinking about people who had run businesses and taken risks and grown our economy and created thousands of jobs all across our nation. They were thinking about people with real character and who knew who they were and who, unlike Bob Casey, would actually do something that mattered to you and to your family. Dave will do that, I promise you. Dave is a warrior. He has been a warrior. And as Pennsylvania's next senator, he will be a warrior for you and on behalf of President Trump. And America will be great again. May I welcome to the stage your next senator and my dear friend, Dave McCormick. Whatever it takes.
Mike Pompeo, a great American. Thank you, Mike. Man, I am so glad to see you here in my hometown of Pittsburgh. You know, Mike and I went to West Point. You know, we had a lot in common. He was first in his class, and I was 501st. I want to ask you a question before we get started. Who's ready to put Donald J. Trump back in the White House and fire Joe Biden and Kamala Harris? Get these guys out of here. They're killing us. And who is ready to retire Bob Casey and send Chuck Schumer packing? We got to do it. We got to do it. You know, ever since I can remember, I've had politicians come and say, this is the most important election of your lifetime. Who's heard that? We've all heard it so many times, but I want to tell you, this is the most important election of your lifetime. Just think about it. Can you think of a time where the consequences of getting it wrong were so terrible? Can you think of a time where America was teetering on the edge of the cliff, and if we put the wrong leaders in place, we're going to go over the cliff, and we're going to wake up one morning and we're not going to recognize the America we love, the America we want for our children? This is the most important election of our lifetime. That's why you're here. That's why I'm here. And you know, the choice in front of us could not be more clear. It couldn't be more clear. The choice at the top of the ticket is between strength, the guy you saw in Butler saying, fight, 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 and the weakness, the disgraceful weakness of Biden, Harris, and I'll throw in Bob Casey. Adversaries around the world are testing us. They're challenging us. They think America's weak because of the people that are leading America now. We need a change. But it's not just leadership. It's common sense. President Trump will do common sense things. It's common sense that you can't spend $5 trillion and not get huge inflation, skyrocketing prices that are killing working families. It's common sense you can't have a wide open border that's letting millions of illegal immigrants come into our country free. Criminals, murderers, rapists, people on the terrorist watch list, people carrying fentanyl. That's common sense. It's common sense that if you have the 4th largest natural gas reserves in the world right here under our feet in Pennsylvania, you got to drill it, you got to frack it, you got to put it in pipelines, and you got to share it with the world. And it's common sense that if you want peace, if you don't want the bullies on the playground pushing us around, you got to be strong. And the only way to have peace is strength. That's common sense. And in Kamala Harris, you have the weak, liberal, extreme agenda. Don't believe me, in her own words. In her own words, she wants to ban fracking and transition energy workers. In her own words, she wants to give citizenships to illegal immigrants and make sure they get federal benefits. In her own words, she wants mandatory buybacks of your guns. In her own words, she wants to defund the police. And in her own words, and this is the one that really ticks off my friends from Bloomsburg, where I grew up, she wants to reduce your red meat consumption. Come on. That's not going to fly in Pennsylvania, right? But listen, President Trump can't do it alone. We need a majority in the Senate. We need a strong leader in the Senate on behalf of Pennsylvania that's going to fight for you and put these common sense policies in place. And here you have another choice. It's a choice between change and the status quo. It's a choice between a 7th generation Pennsylvanian, was born in Washington County, someone who played football and wrestled, in the summers baled hay, trimmed Christmas trees, busboy, paperboy, went to West Point where I wrestled, Ranger School, 82nd Airborne Division, combat tour in Iraq, and a successful business guy. That's what I represent. I represent change. And I'm running against a career politician, 30 years in elected office. When he was first elected, the Macarena was the #1 song on the charts. He has not done anything. When the bullets start flying, he ducks. And he votes 98.6% of the time with the liberal extreme Biden-Harris agenda. And you know what really ticks me off? Someone said to me the other day, they said, "Are you running for the Casey seat?" I said, hell no, I'm not running for the Casey seat. He's not entitled to this seat because his dad was the governor. He's not entitled because he's been there 18 years. He has to fight every day to represent Pennsylvania. He has to fight every election to have the honor to represent Pennsylvania. This isn't Casey's seat. This is the people's seat. And the people of our great Commonwealth deserve better than Bob Casey. And so that's why this election is so important. That's why what we do in the next 24 hours is so important. Right? I wrestled in college. I wasn't the best wrestler, but I always knew if I could get into the third period, within a point or two, I'd win. Because the third period in wrestling, and we're in the third period right now, a couple seconds ago, the third period's not about wrestling. It's about mental toughness. It's about heart. It's about fighting for the last second until the buzzer goes. We need to do that. We need you in the next 24 hours, not just to vote. We need more than voting. We need you to tell 10 friends and 10 friends and 10 more friends. We need you to put up signs. We need you to say lots of prayers. We need you to do everything we can to take back our country. And if we do that, and if you do that, on November 6th, you're going to wake up and you're going to look back on the day before and you're going to say, on that day, that is the day that we put new leadership in place, that we changed the direction of our country, that we protected America for our children. Thank you. God bless you. Let's go make Pennsylvania great again. Thank you.
Whatever it takes. Hanging on to the visual, I want to be invisible.
All right, folks, that is Senate candidate Dave McCormick making his pitch for why he needs to be the next senator from Pennsylvania. I want to bring back in now our team, Mark Mitchell, who is with Rasmussen, along with John Solomon, the host of Just the News, No Noise, right here on this network. Gentlemen, welcome back. Mark, I appreciate you staying over with me. Let me ask you. How is he looking, McCormick, in Pennsylvania? This is a very important seat for the battle of the United States Senate.
Well, let me go to Montana and Ohio first. We showed that Montana should be a pretty easy pickup. We actually had Moreno over the hump, getting +1 when we pulled Ohio, but I think our polling was a little too left, so I think that one's pretty safe too. Out of all the other seats, McCormick's actually been looking good. One of the problems with polling this cycle is that all the Republican Senate challengers have kind of trailed Trump by pretty big numbers, and his has not been the case. I had him down, I think, 1 or 2 points in one poll and then tied the other. So I think Trump's going to outperform in Pennsylvania for a bunch of reasons. I think if Trump wins Pennsylvania, McCormick's probably going to follow along, because a straight ticket voting is going to make all of these challengers do better than the polling shows that they currently will.
All right, that's good news. John, I want to ask you, you heard Senator Mastriano, who was on just the last segment before Pompeo and McCormick started talking. What did you make of his comments about Pennsylvania, the state of, call them rhinos, call them the establishment, that literally continues to battle back against anyone that wants to reform the system? Your thoughts on his thoughts?
Well, listen, it's a problem throughout the Republican Party. There's a divide about how important election integrity is. And what's interesting is when you look at Mark and his polling, there's not a divide in the American public. So the Republicans ought to get aligned with the American public. In places where they've taken stronger election integrity measures, Georgia, Texas, Florida, and Ohio, you see increased voting. Ohio had like a third of its vote already done. That's a record for Ohio. So people will trust early voting. They'll trust day of voting when you make it easy to vote and hard to cheat. And I think the states that have taken it seriously have done that. Those that haven't are going to leave us in that muddled mess again. Michigan, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, among them Arizona, one could argue is maybe not in the best of shape on integrity issues. But that said, I think Mark's modeling and my modeling and others do show that if Donald Trump's day of vote shows up, it should be a very good day tomorrow. I'd like to ask Mark one, because I've been fascinated by this demographic more than any other in this election. Hispanic voters. Mark, what are you seeing on that front with Hispanic voters? Is this a historic election for Republicans?
Well, I think yes. The problem with Hispanic voters is if I were going to poll Hispanics, it's really hard to define that. It's like, well, are you talking about first-time immigrants or people who identify Hispanic first or people who identify as white and then say they're Hispanic? But the trend has been Trump's friend for the last 10 years. They went big for Hillary Clinton by like 40 points, but cycle after cycle, they've been coming farther and farther right. And basically in my polls right now, Donald Trump wins more of the Hispanics than not. And it could be possible that he wins with Hispanics. Now, a lot of this, we're polling likely voters, so a lot of this depends on what the turnout actually is and whether it's really Hispanics rushing to the polls to vote for Trump or some of them just not showing up. I think there's a really big question mark about that, but at the end of the day, it's kind of hard to figure out even how to measure it because I'm not so sure that you can trust the exit polling on this. But I will say their values are very similar to other Americans. They're pretty religious, and they're actually really anti-open border. And so I think it's pretty obvious why they're actually siding with Donald Trump now, especially since they're driven largely by the same kitchen table issues that everybody else is.
And Mark, can I ask one other one? Just
go for it, John.
I've been dying to ask you this question. I just haven't got around to it. What do you see when you look at the transgender issue, particularly in states like Wisconsin? It looks like to me like it's moved some voters in the last few. You had women in sports, or men and women's sports, those sort of issues.
Yeah. Voters overwhelmingly disagree with them, but the problem is that it's just not the number one issue for people. So we asked whose values on sexual and gender issues are most closely like your own, and in the swing states, everybody says Kamala Harris and Trump are tied. The problem is the very next question you ask them is, well, do you agree that there's only two genders? And everybody agrees. Do you support transgender kids? And nobody supports it. So what's kind of wild is they're really voting, especially on the left, because of the protecting democracy issue that MSNBC is downloading into their brains, and because of abortion. And they've been told that those are things that Donald Trump's going to take from them. And then on the right, people are voting for the border and prices, which are things that Biden did take from them, right? So really, this one is taking a back seat, and the left issues are all being crowded out by abortion and democracy. Nobody cares about climate change anymore. Nobody cares about Israel or Ukraine. And that's where we're at. This one's just not that high on the list of priorities.
All right, two states I'd like to get both of your opinions on. One is Arizona. Kari Lake looked like she was way behind, and then it starts to surge a little bit more. It was hard for me to believe she was as far back as the polls were showing with President Trump up in Arizona. Mark, your thoughts on Kari Lake in Arizona?
Well, I'm going to ask John this question, to be honest with you. I have shown that it is one of the weaker races, but nowhere near as weak as Minnesota and Virginia and some of those other states. It is possible that the polls are underestimating her support. But at the end of the day, it's hard for me to know what's going on in the state. There could be tons of negative ads. There could be some reason that people like Ruben Gallego. I think Trump's got to outperform a lot for her to get over the hump, but I do think it's possible.
John, Ruben Gallego is an absolute radical. This guy is a deadbeat dad. He literally leaves his wife 2 days before she's supposed to give birth to their child, then says she's got to pay for the lawyers for divorce. I mean, this guy is bad news. Talk about responsibility. No responsibility for his family. I don't know how he's going to have responsibility for Arizona. How is Kari Lake back from her, John?
She's definitely back behind the president. I think Mark has the dynamic exactly right. If she wins, it will be by a tight margin. She has been seeing some movement upward in the polls, even in the mainstream polls the last couple of weeks. Her closing argument that we got to help Donald Trump fix this because Kamala Harris broke it seems to resonate, much like the message resonates for Donald Trump. But she is trailing Donald Trump much more than some of the other candidates who are polling even. You know, people like Hovde and Rogers in Michigan, and then Hovde in Wisconsin, doing a little bit better compared to Kari Lake in comparison to the gap between the Senate candidate and the president. But if Donald Trump has real coattails tomorrow, Kari Lake's the sort of person that could get pulled over the line. But I do think it's going to require a big turnout. One of the things to factor in is that people like Charlie Kirk, Lee Zeldin, done a lot of early voting efforts for people who haven't traditionally voted in Arizona. And it would be very interesting to see how Kari Lake fared in that early voting compared to her 2022 race. That might give us some indicators.
Well, I'll tell you, Charlie Kirk has worked so tirelessly in that state and other swing states as well. Really amazing work that he's doing. All right, last question for the both of you. I'm broadcasting from Arizona. I've lived here, I'm broadcasting from Texas. I've lived in Texas now for over 20 years. Every election cycle, the Democrats say they're going to take Texas, they're going to win, and it's always neck and neck, and then the election happens and Republicans win big. That's what happened in 22. It's what happened in 2020 as well. Republicans win big. This race between Ted Cruz and Colin Allred, who's another radical, by the way, is one of the most expensive races in United States history for the U.S. Senate. John, you first. Do Democrats really think they can win Texas? And how legitimate is it? Is this as close as everyone's saying? Or are you like me? I don't believe it's as close as they're claiming.
I believe I can win the lottery, and I'm much like the Democrats in Texas. It hasn't happened yet, and I don't think it's going to happen this election cycle. I'll tell you the most interesting race I'm going to be keeping an eye in Texas, because I think it will tell you whether there is a redder trend heating up in Texas. Look for the State Court of Appeals. That's the Court of Appeals that took a whack at Ken Paxton, which tried to actually keep the Attorney General from doing election integrity enforcement. If the Court of Appeals flips back to a strong red, then I think Texas is going to have a very good night. That's my bellwether, unexpected race to be watching there. The other bellwether I'm looking at, New Mexico Senate. I'm just curious to see how Domenici does in that state.
Yeah. All right. Court of Appeals, I can tell you some good news on that front. The candidates that were Trump-backed won in the primaries overwhelmingly to go on against some of those people that went against. So if Republicans win, these are not going to be the same Republicans that went against Ken Paxton. Mark, before I let you go, because you've been so good to stay with us here for as long as you have, your thoughts on Texas and the Democrats' chances here?
I mean, no. Just no. I polled it. Trump was +6, but I think there's a ton of reasons he's going to do better than that. My independent sample seemed just a little too abortion focused and a little too Democratic compared to the independents nationally. There could be some state reasons why that's not the case, but the Senate race, I think, was Cruz +4. And I think really this is just one of those things that only was an issue because the mainstream media tripped over themselves to give Kamala Harris so many tailwinds back in August and September. And, they were just looking at everything and painting paths through North Carolina and Texas and all these other places. They even thought Florida was going to flip, and that's ridiculous. So a lot of just ridiculous stuff we've seen. And the truth is that time after time, the race is kind of locked in. So everybody knows who Trump is. Everybody's been thrown at him. Nobody cares who Kamala Harris is because she's the same as Biden, and people are hurting right now.
Yeah, they sure are. Great work from the both of you, as always. Tomorrow is a very big day for all of us. I guess I say get some rest, but really it's working straight through until the polls close, and then we start assessing all of that over and over again. I'm just grateful for the both of you. Mark Mitchell with Rasmussen and John Solomon, of course, my colleague here at Real America's Voice. Great work at Just the News, as always. To the both of you, gentlemen, thank you. Prayers for tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thanks, Grant.
All right, absolutely. All right, folks, I want to bring in now Trump 2024 Director of Media Affairs, Sunny Nelson. She's a great friend of this network as well. Sunny, it is good to see you on the eve of Election Day. How are you feeling, Sunny?
That's right. I'm feeling great. I can tell you here at Trump headquarters, we are all very excited. The vibes are very high right now, and we are all really looking forward to tomorrow.
All right, Sunny, take me into headquarters. Take me behind the scenes. I have said now for the last week or so that it's really out of President Trump's hands. We have to do the work to get out and vote. He can do these rallies and motivate, and it's great. He's taken bullets for us. He's gone to court for us. He's got convictions for us. He's got everything he can possibly do. It is up to us. What do you do now at campaign headquarters between now and when the polls close tomorrow?
Well, I can tell you that we all are working extremely hard. I don't think anyone is sleeping tonight, but we're all getting our cues from our candidate because our candidate does not stop. We see him going to all of these rallies as he's been doing the last few days. Today in North Carolina, my home state, twice in Pennsylvania, and then again tonight, finishing out the night in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where he also went historically in 2016, the night before the election, and then in 2020, he also went there the night before the election. So I can tell you, we at headquarters are not stopping. We're all going full steam ahead, trying to gain every single vote that we can. This last final push as we go into Election Day, we all are very excited.
Sonny, can I ask you a personal question? Now you've gotten a chance to be in and around President Trump and the team there. I can't believe how much energy this man has. I'm 55 years old. I'm in pretty darn good shape. I honestly, and I mean this, I don't think I could do what he does. What is your assessment of him? Are you as amazed as I am by his ability to just keep going?
Yes, I will tell you, I'm 28 years old. My whole team is pretty young, and we all are on the same exact page. We are like, how does this man keep going? We really get our energy from him because we see how hard he's going, and I think he is going. He has this deep energy to keep going because he has a deep love of our country. I truly believe that President Trump loves our country. Every interaction I've had with him, he is always asking people, what do the people care about? What can I do to help? What policies can we implement to improve the lives of every single American? He wants to help every single voter bloc, every single ethnicity, every single person, no matter your tax bracket. He has the policies to uplift us. And, you know, we're in this unique situation where he's been in office before. We have his record of when gas was low, when inflation was at zero, when our electricity bill we could afford. So he has the policy expertise, the experience. He knows what is required to bring America back to what we can be.
Sonny, you're 28 years old. You're in the process of making history with this unbelievable team that President Trump has around him. You ever pinch yourself?
Yes, I do. I was on the campaign in 2020, and it was absolutely amazing. And now that I'm back on the campaign once again, it's even better. I have a baby now, so I will say it's harder this go around being a mother. But yes, I do. I count my blessings daily, truly just being involved with this great team. This is a wonderful team that we have assembled. And it's truly because we have a great candidate. We have a candidate that loves America, and he wants to see us reach our full potential because he knows what our full potential is. And I believe that everyone that's on our staff right now has the same feelings. They just want to see a better America, not only for us, not only for the next 4 years, but for our children as well. We want to set them up for economic success. We want to set them up to have a prosperous and safe life.
All right. I wouldn't be Grumpy Grant if I didn't turn it negative here, okay? So I just got to do this before we head to Election Day. Does anything surprise you anymore with how low the Democrats will go?
Great question. I keep asking myself that as well, and so far the answer has been no. We've seen last week, just within the last couple of weeks, you know, Joe Biden called Trump supporters garbage, and then Mark Cuban said, hold my beer, let me see if I can offend them even more. And he called all of Trump female supporters essentially weak and stupid. So I don't know how much more the Democrats could run to the left or how much harder they could have tried to offend half of the electorate, but they're doing a great job. I can tell you, we as the women working at Trump headquarters were extremely offended by Mark Cuban's just irrational comments. But not only did he offend all of the women that have worked in the past for President Trump and that work for President Trump right now, he offended the millions of women who are going to vote for President Trump, or the women who have already voted early for President Trump. These are women who want to have a safe, secure border, who want to have safe, secure playgrounds and communities for our children to grow up in. We want to have an economy that we all can prosper in, where we can afford to start a new business, or we can afford to stay home with our children. These are women that he has offended. And I think this is not a winning message for the Harris campaign, as he is one of their top surrogates.
You know, in the end, don't be too offended by his comments. He gave us a gift with this nonsense. And the truth is, I've learned a long time ago, I don't give a rat's ass what any of them say about me, think about me, because, Sonny, I know what's right. I know what's good. I always try to do my best, and I could care less what they think. So how about that, Sonny?
That's right. That's some good encouragement for us. And, you know, we're used to the attacks from the fake news constantly, so we just go on with it. And I really think that this is going to backfire on Mark Cuban, because think about the independent woman who maybe has not decided who she was going to vote for yet. But to hear Mark Cuban call all women who support President Trump weak and stupid, I think that might have been the nail in Kamala Harris's coffin.
Yeah, I think you very well may be right there. It's a pleasure having you on tonight, the night before a very, very big night. I'd urge everyone to get out, vote for your boss. And Sonny Nelson, it is a great pleasure having you on the program. Thank you.
Thank you so much for having me.
Absolutely. All right, folks. And it is true. President Trump can't do this on his own now. You got to get out. You got to pull. You got to scratch. You got to kick. You got to run there. If it's raining, I don't care. Go through the rain. Do whatever you can do to get to the polls if you haven't voted already. And if you haven't voted already, shame on you. But okay, no problem. We're over it. Get there tomorrow. I mean it. It's so important. If you're watching this network, though, I know you either are or have already voted. All right, folks, I don't need to tell you we are in a pivotal election year. That's what this whole show is about. The soul of America is literally at the heart of all of this. So if you are fed up with compromise and the rhinos, if you're fed up with the left and the radicalism, I say it's time to switch to Patriot Mobile like I did. This is my Patriot Mobile phone. They're America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. So with Patriot Mobile, you get the same great nationwide coverage as the major carriers, but here's the great part. You do not fund the left. Every call you make supports conservative causes and puts America first. Look, where are they advertising? Right here. They allow us to get this message out. I'm grateful to Patriot Mobile. Show them some love and switch your service. Switching is totally easy. They're a 100% U.S.-based customer service team. We'll help you. You can keep your number. You can get a new number, upgrade the phone, whatever you need. Perfect plan is out there. Go to patriotmobile.com/SaveUSA. Or you could just call 972-PATRIOT. You get a free month when you use the offer code SAVEUSA. PatriotMobile.com/SaveUSA. Or as I said, just call 972-PATRIOT and tell them Grant Stinchfield sent you. All right, folks, we are back in a flash as we await President Trump to address another rally. How many has he had today? Like 62 already? This guy keeps going. He is in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's where we expect him to come out very soon. Stick around.
Here at True Social, you're not just another user. You're part of a movement. Join a platform that passionately defends our great nation while delivering breaking news, discussion, and original content. Because here at True Social, we believe in the power of our voices, the strength of our unity, and the promise of our country's future. Join the conversation. Join the movement. Join True Social, where freedom lives.
Hello, Americans. Pat Boone here. You know, the markets are getting a little crazy, and now is the time to protect yourself from economic turmoil. Silver is in the headlines and creating a lot of excitement as the price of silver is very attractive compared to that of gold, of course. Call Swiss America for the scoop on whether this silver opportunity is for real. See, today, silver faces a huge shortage due to rising demand by military, solar, and electric cars, which all depend on silver and can increase prices. So, to help you get started, Swiss America is offering beautiful United States walking Liberty half dollars, minted from 1916 to 1947, in 90% silver for a special introductory price. Limit of $250 per customer while supplies last, of course. So call or text the number on your screen to take advantage of this offer. Rediscover silver today.
Parents, another Trump presidency could become a reality in 2024. And Mike Huckabee wants to show your kids what that means with the free Kids Guide to President Trump and free membership to the 1776 Kids Club. Order now at freetrumpbundle.com. That's freetrumpbundle.com.
Would you like to get up to 33% more income in retirement? Call now and get this free book, Annuity Do's and Don'ts for Baby Boomers. As a bonus, we'll throw in a free annuity rate report. Both books are yours free, just for calling Annuity General today.
Do you really trust her to run this country for the next 4 years? How have the last 4 years gone under him? Well, your tax dollars are being funneled overseas and to support illegal immigration. They've left our people behind, offering just $750 in aid as if that's enough. With political insanity that we're living through, supply chain shortages, natural disasters, and the looming threat of another pandemic, you need to prepare your family now. The Wellness Company offers 5 critical medical kits packed with life-saving medications like ivermectin, hydroxychloroquine, amoxicillin, Z-Pak, and more. Each kit is backed by Dr. Peter McCullough. Ordering is simple. Just a few clicks and it's delivered to your door. Head to twc.health/voice and use code VOICE to save up to $60 off. That's twc.health/voice and use code VOICE to save up to $60 off plus free shipping right now.
Welcome back, everyone. Grant Stinchfield here. We are committed to bringing you wall-to-wall coverage of President Trump's quest to take back the White House. We are down to crunch time, folks. This is it. This is the last night before election night. We've been doing this a long time. We've had crews out on the road, jet setting all over this country, bringing you rally after rally after rally. I'm sure they are just as energized now as they were back then. I want to bring in our team. Steve Gruber is out in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He is a Michigander himself. And Michelle Bacchus, who is a Pennsylvanian, and she's in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, where we're awaiting President Trump momentarily. Michelle, I'll start with you. You're in Pittsburgh. What's the mood there? I mean, I told you earlier, I'm nervous, but I feel good. But I'm having a lot of anxiety. Feelings, sum it up for me.
Grant, I keep telling everyone, ignore the polls, ignore your friends saying what matters is physically casting a ballot, and that includes tomorrow. Now, traditionally, Pennsylvanians do vote on Election Day. That's been a tradition. A lot of people not wanting to vote early, so that's what's going to be important tomorrow. In fact, Atlas Intel CEO, Atlas Intel, if you don't know, for those at home, had the most accurate polling back in 2020, said that if white males can come out and vote, specifically in Pennsylvania, then that's it. President Trump wins the election. That's why tomorrow's Get Out the Vote effort is so important. In fact, Grant, over in Lancaster, where there's a heavy Amish population, they're now facilitating rides for the Amish and the Mennonites to come over and vote and get those rides.
Yeah, they were talking about the Amish being a big vote for President Trump. Speaking of the white male vote, let's go out to Steve Gruber, who is in Michigan. Steve, what's the mood out there? I think President Trump really stands a very good chance of winning Michigan. In fact, I'm just going to tell everybody, I'm a gambling man. I bet on him to win Michigan, and I feel very good about my bet.
Well, let's look at it this way. In the last two polls, Atlas Intel has Trump +2. And let's see here. Trafalgar has Trump +1, but Emerson has Harris +2. A couple other polls are tied. It's going to be right down to the wire. Michelle's exactly right. Men, you have to vote. If you want Donald Trump to win, men have to go to the polls. Women are outpacing men at the polls about 53% to 47% right now. But men traditionally vote on Election Day. And right now in Michigan, 46% of the people that have voted are Democrats, 43% are Republicans. Grant, that is a huge turnaround from where we've been historically here in Michigan, because generally, as you know, Republicans don't vote early. But they have in Michigan, they have across all of the swing states, which is incredibly important. And so here in Michigan, it's going to be down to the wire. Look, I think Michelle stands a good chance there in Pennsylvania, and I think Wisconsin's solid too.
Well, I hope you're right on that, and I also bet on Wisconsin, and that was a big payoff, by the way. It was like a 3-to-1 payoff. I think I'm going to be in the money on all of this stuff. I'm looking forward to it. Let's go back out to Pittsburgh, where Sarah Huckabee Sanders is taking the podium, and then we'll check back in with Steve in just a little bit. Sarah Huckabee Sanders, governor of Arkansas, take it.
And 12 and a half hours later, when we touched down in the war-torn part of western Iraq, it was again a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only light you could see was coming from about a mile away of where we had landed. You see, there was light coming from that location because hundreds of troops had packed into a small dining hall. They had absolutely no idea that the President of the United States was about to step into that room. And when he did, a sight and a scene and a sound unlike any other unfolded. You had men and women from every part of the country, every race, every religion, every political party, every demographic you can imagine represented in that room. But in that moment, in one perfect voice, in total unity, they chanted over and over and over again, USA, USA, USA. It was an absolutely perfect picture of what makes America so incredible. You have people willing to put everything on the line so that we could live free in the greatest country the world has ever seen. And we have a president that understands it and is willing to fight to protect it. The reason America is the greatest country the world has ever known is because we're the freest country that the world has ever known. And we need a president who will stand up for that and make sure we have the ability to protect that freedom preserve that freedom, and pass it on to the next generation. And that is exactly what Donald Trump will do every single day. But he needs your help to get there. We have to send a strong, clear message. And you can do that by voting for Donald Trump and sending him back to the White House. And that has to happen right here. America needs Donald Trump in the White House, and no pressure, but we're counting on you to send him there. Thank you so much for being here tonight. God bless you, and God bless our great country. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage former Congresswoman Tulsi Gabbard.
Let me back it up to the start of the climb. Faced with an army of vipers and lions, I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the liars.
Thank you so much. Here we are, the night before the most important election of our lives. There's no place else I'd rather be than here with you, standing proud to support the President of the United States, who is fighting for the people, who is fighting for peace, and who has in his heart putting America first. You know, the most important quality that I look for in any elected leader, but especially the President of the United States, is someone who wakes up every single day asking himself, what can I do for the American people? I just spent the first half of the day before I came here in Western North Carolina, and we went through different areas in Asheville and the surrounding communities where people are still suffering and struggling in the wake of Hurricane Helene. And I was moved almost to tears many times as people shared with me their stories of loss, the funerals that they are going to for their loved ones who were killed in that disaster. There was a firefighter that gave me this bracelet with tears in his eyes in memory of his battalion chief, Tony Garrison, whose end of watch was on September 27, 2024, because he went out to save someone's life and brought them back. He heard that there was someone else who needed help, went out, rescued them, and brought them back. They said, my parents are still out there, please go and help them. He went out to find them and never came back. On the bottom of this black bracelet, it says, greater love has no one than this, that a person will lay down his life for his friends. We have a president in Donald Trump who's willing to lay down his life for us. It meant the world to the people in Western North Carolina that he showed up there for them. It meant the world to people in different parts of the country, like East Palestine, Ohio, when he showed up for them. That's the difference between President Trump and Kamala Harris. Anyone who has spent a moment with President Trump understands how much he cares about the people, how much he cares about us. I can tell you as a soldier, someone who's been deployed multiple times to different war zones, someone who proudly wears the uniform, he cares about our men and women in uniform. He is committed to ending wars, not starting them. He is committed to truly bringing about peace and having the courage and the strength to stand up against the warmongers in Washington. Our choice in this election and the victory we need to deliver for President Trump tomorrow is the choice between Kamala Harris and 4 more years of tyranny, poverty, and war, and more war. Or in President Trump, someone who will stand up and defend our freedom and put us back on that path towards peace and prosperity. Let's deliver that victory for Donald Trump tomorrow. Send him back to the White House where we can all join him to make America great again. Thank you all so much for your love of our country. Thank you for defending freedom. Let's make it happen.
The start of the climb, faced with an army of vipers and lions. I had to keep on reaching up, cause it was my time to tear down the kingdom, call out the liars. Got a jail on my heart from the pessimist, got those nails in my mouth for impressionists. Spent too much money on a therapist, couldn't fix me, I accepted it. Gladiator, 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 picked a fight with the gods, I'm the giant slayer, bone shaker, dominator, freight train, wrecking ball, I'm the gladiator. Tell me what it is that you think you believe, caught in a crossfire.
All right, folks, it's always a navigation issue as we deal with these rallies to see where they're going next. No speaker now. Sometimes they go back to back. We are getting closer to President Trump. And don't forget, he also has a rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan later on this evening. That's supposed to start at 10 o'clock Eastern time. Of course, he's been running a little bit late as he moves his way across all of these battleground states. I want to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors, in particular AMAC, the Association for Mature American Citizens. They've been such great partners of Real America's Voice, and we're grateful for their support. AMAC is fighting for all of your rights in Washington, D.C. and beyond, state houses across the country. Conservative values is what AMAC is all about, the Association for Mature American Citizens. All right, let's take a quick break, and then we'll get right back as we await President Trump in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Hi, I'm Caleb, and this is my story. I was born with osteogenesis imperfecta, or brittle bone disease. I have broken my bones almost 200 times, and I have had 11 surgeries. But I didn't let that stop me. I love to bike ride, climb, race, and I'm learning how to stand and walk. But I can only do all of this because of generous people like you and Shriners Hospitals for Children.
Because of people like you, Shriners Hospitals for Children has helped more than 1.3 million kids just like me, regardless of their family's ability to pay.
Shriners Hospitals for Children is only able to provide this world-class, life-changing medical care because of the generous gifts of people just like you.
Because of you, I can ride my bike. I can play basketball.
Because of people like you, I can run.
I can smile.
Will you send your love to the rescue today?
When you go to loveshriners.org right now and give just 63 cents a day, you're helping kids just like me.
Like me. Like me. When you give today, we'll send you this adorable Love to the Rescue blanket as a thank you and a reminder of the love you gave to a kid just like me.
Your gift, no matter how small, can help a child today.
This is your moment to make a difference.
When you pick up your phone, I know you have it right there, and call to give. You're helping kids like me. Thank you. Thank you.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Please call or go online now. If operators are busy, please call again or give right away at loveshriners.org.
Your gift makes a difference. Thank you for giving.
Welcome back, everyone. Grant Stinchfield here. We are waiting President Trump to speak before a packed house in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. All his houses are packed, by the way. I can't wait for the White House to be packed with his staffers come January 20th. I want to talk a little bit about what's very important to President Trump and should be to all of us. That's taking back the United States Senate and the House of Representatives. I'm more concerned about the House than I am the Senate, but I've got some polling in of some of the key Senate races. If you look at this, I am very hopeful that Eric Hovde in Wisconsin can beat Tammy Baldwin. Tammy Baldwin is one of these big, giant, let men compete against women in sports. She's bad news. She's a radical Democrat senator from Wisconsin. According to the average in the polling, Hovde's down 2 points. You've got Bernie Moreno against Sherrod Brown. Sherrod Brown is the incumbent in Ohio. Ohio, it doesn't make any sense to have a Democrat incumbent. Ohio has basically become the new Florida. It really should be a solid red state. I think Bernie Moreno is going to do better than this poll shows at a virtual dead heat. Mark Mitchell, our friend there, agrees with us that he thinks Bernie Moreno may have that wrapped up in Ohio. That would be very good news. Then you go out to Montana. Another very important race in Montana. Tim Sheehy, combat veteran, has a fabulous company, is an entrepreneur, has a plane company that basically helps fight forest fires out there, very successful against, I'm just going to say it, Fat Cat John Tester. He is a horrible, awful Democrat, votes consistently with Kamala Harris and Joe Biden. He needs to go. Tim Sheehy is up, if you look at the race here, 49 to 44. That is somewhat of a surprise to me because, shockingly, in Montana, which also should be a red state, Tester's popular for some reason there. Don't understand quite why. President Trump is now coming out, I'm told. So let's get out and listen in as President Trump takes the stage in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today. 'Cause there ain't no doubt I love this land. God bless the USA. From the lakes of Minnesota to the hills of Tennessee, across the plains of Texas, from sea to shining sea, from Detroit down to Houston and New York to LA, where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say and
This is fantastic. A very, very special hello to Pittsburgh. And Pennsylvania. I went to school in Pennsylvania. I know everything about Pennsylvania. I love Pennsylvania. I'm thrilled to be back in this incredible, and it is incredible. Is it incredible? This incredible Commonwealth with thousands of proud, hardworking American patriots and hard hats. People have no idea how smart they are. The greatest. These are great people, let me tell you. I love them. I'd like to begin by asking a very, very simple and easy to understand question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Does anybody disagree? It's dangerous, don't do it. But over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala Harris has delivered soaring prices and economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and nation-destroying invasion on our southern border like nobody's ever seen before. She's actually a disaster. My message to Americans tonight is simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't. We don't, and we won't. We won't. We do not have to settle for weakness, incompetence, decline, and decay. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, and indeed the whole world, to new heights of glory. And we'll help the world. A lot of people think we're isolationists. We're not. But we want the world to appreciate what we're doing. They have to appreciate that we're helping them. When we win election, only one day, oh, does that sound nice? One day from now. Oh. We've been waiting for 4 years for this. 4 years. Right? Look at all these senators. Look at all these senators and congressmen. We've been waiting 4 years. Oh, now it's what I've been saying. Only 1 year from now. Only 6 months from now. It's 6 months. 6 months. Even when I said only 10 days, it still sounded tomorrow. I will end inflation. I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border, and we will stop it rapidly. I will strengthen our military. And as you know, we totally rebuilt our military, but now it needs a little strengthening after giving a big chunk of it to Afghanistan. Figure that out. Figure that one out. I will restore peace in the world, and I will rescue the American dream. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen, and we'll do it by utilizing the assets that we have. If you vote for Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster. Our country may never recover. Vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring income, and a colossal surge of jobs, wealth, and opportunity for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed, every one of them. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper. So many people mention, I go in, so many people mention groceries, that beautiful but simple word, groceries. Sir, my groceries. You don't think of it that way, but that's what they mention more than anything, my groceries. Your paychecks will be higher, your streets will be safer and cleaner, your communities will be richer, and your future will be brighter than ever before. This will be the golden age of America. Just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, not far from where we are tonight, an assassin tried to stop our movement. And this is the greatest political movement by far in the history of our country. Tried to stop it. But that brush with death did not stop us. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. This is a frisky group. Many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people are saying that. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to save our country. But many people have said that. To every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. I don't want anything. I just want your vote. We are on the 5-yard line. I would actually say we're on the 1-yard line, if you want to really know the thing. And some of the, oh, that's a lot of fake news back there. Look at that. You know, for a person that they hate, they sure do show up, right? Man. That's a big group of people. Some are actually good and some are just absolutely terrible. All right, thank you for being here. It shows that ratings are more important than hatred. I've always said that. As your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. I will fight. Together we will save this country. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington, and America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. That's what it is. But we got to start immediately. It can't wait any longer. It's not going to be possible. This is all you really need to know. It's simple, not particularly beautiful as a statement, but very simple. It's Kamala broke it, I will fix it. Thank you. And I don't know if you know, but Kamala has a little rally going on. And when I say little, I mean little. It's a competing rally. It's not this giant place that's sold out. What a beautiful, this is a beautiful place. But, and it's quite embarrassing. It's all over the internet. She's screaming. And the people, it's about 100 people, they're not moving. They just want to go home, just be done. It's not quite this. You see the front row? You have a lot of front row Joes. We have more front row Joes here than she's got at her big rally. This was the big one. No, it's a whole hoax. She tried to get stars to come in, and they wouldn't do it, actually. She'd go and get Beyonce. No. Beyonce would come in. Everyone's expecting a couple of songs. And there were no songs. There was no happiness. It's just like, give me my check. I want to get out of here. But you always put the star. She should have learned this from Crooked Hillary. Always put the star after you. That way the people stay. Finish your speech. Let the star, and even if she doesn't sing, they booed like hell, but the press didn't play that. They booed both of them the hell out of the stadium. But you know what? Even though the act was terrible, it's like by that time you're out of the building, like Elvis had left the building. Elvis has left the building. Now it's terrible. They obviously forgot to get a star tonight, but we don't need a star. We don't need stars. I never had a star. No. We don't need a star. Just to bring it back into seriousness, we don't need a star because we have policy. We have great policy. We have great policy. No, we do have great policy. Look, they have horrible policy. They've got a machine that's incredible. They've got a vicious, horrible group of people, a machine where they can have open borders and let people pour into the country. They can have transgender operations at any age, anytime you want. They can be pushing men playing in women's sports and because she's just a vessel, and Joe Biden was just a vessel, it's a group of very powerful people that are probably people that hate our country and they want to destroy our country. Somebody said, are they dumb? Well, who would have these? It's embarrassing when I say, we will keep men out of women's sports. I'm saying, can you imagine saying that 10 years ago? They'd say, this guy's cracked up. This guy's crazy. Who the hell's going to have men playing? Did you see the Olympic boxing where two people who transitioned? They transitioned from men to women and just a light jab. That was the end of that one. You know, a jab, for those that don't know, but that's just sort of like a defensive punch. And the young lady who's a champion walked back to the court. She was from Italy, beautiful young lady, which I'm not allowed to say. You can't say beautiful, so I'll take beautiful. But she was a beautiful young. In politics, you're not allowed to call a woman beautiful anymore. It's the end of your career. So please delete the word beautiful. Thank you very much. Well, 60 Minutes deleted the whole damn answer. What? So I'm allowed to do that, aren't I, Susan Wiles? But America will be bigger, better, bolder, richer, safer, and stronger than ever before. Tomorrow you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough, you can't take it anymore. She's the least talented person we've ever seen in government. She allowed our borders to be open. She's allowed bad things to happen. She allowed a man who was grossly incompetent to remain in the most important position of any country in the world when they're talking nuclear weapons and they're talking wars. And she still says, oh no, I didn't notice anything wrong. If she didn't notice anything wrong, then she's got a bigger problem than he has. So we don't like it, Kamala. We don't like what you've done. You're the worst vice president in history. He's the worst president in history. Kamala, you're fired. Get out. Get out. You're fired. See, I consider all those guys back there with the big muscles, and it's not my thing, but I consider them really beautiful to me. They're beautiful people, and they are productive people. They make our country work and run. They built our country. They did. And then you had stupid politicians that let them down. And those companies got taken out of Pittsburgh and every place else, like you take candy away from a baby. But now we have the exact opposite. If we win Pennsylvania, we will win the whole thing. It's very simple. And I do believe it is, I say you have to make, I do believe it is too big to rig. I think it's too big to rig. They'll try. And they are trying, you know, though. It's too big to rig. This is a big movement. This is, you know, we did great in 2016. We did much better in 2020, but a lot of bad things happened. He turned out to be a brilliant candidate from his basement that nobody ever heard. No, this is that big, powerful, vicious party. No, that's a vicious machine. I mean, they can take all these bad ideas and win elections. It's like there's only way you could do that. One way. There's only one way. But you know what it did teach us? In one way, it was good because it taught us how bad a communist philosophy is, how bad a Marxist philosophy, how bad all of this stuff is. And we'll really be able to get our country back the way it should be. It's much easier because you're going to realize how bad it is. It's just what's happening. When we go over the economy and the economic numbers over the last week, it's Herbert Hoover stuff, and I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover. Let me just tell you, the one president I didn't, and there was some that I wouldn't want to either, but in particular because I'm very good at business. I've always been good at business. They're starting to realize that. Those guys back there, they wanted me to be bad, so bad. But now they're saying, this guy's shit, man. He's made a lot. But listen, so, and if I'm not good enough, Elon Musk is good enough because he is working so hard. Elon with that rocket, think of that rocket 2 weeks ago coming down and those engines are blasting. And I said, man, a few days ago it left, it was a beautiful crystal white. Now it's all like fire blazing. They know about that. Like it went through a steel furnace, by the way, but that's what it did. 10,000 degrees coming down at like 20,000 miles an hour. So think of it, a car's going 90, you're going, this is like 20,000 miles coming down, 22-story building. Then it stops, starts flipping around, starts finding this crazy site in the middle of wherever it was. And I told this story, I hope I don't bore you with it, but I had this guy on the phone. I told it at another rally, and I don't want to bore. Did anybody hear this story? Should I tell it again? It's quick. I hate to tell it again. I hate to double up, but this is sort of. So I'm talking to this guy, one of the most important people in the nation, in his mind, only in his mind. And because I was president, and they say most likely like about a 96.2% chance. But we can't, look, we can't remember, if you remember 2016, I was given a 3% chance of winning. And then I won Florida and it went to, think of it. So she was at 97 and I was at 3. Then I won Florida, she went down to 92. Then I won Georgia, then I won North Carolina, then I won South Carolina, then I ran the whole East Coast. And then people started going crazy. Remember the woman with the glasses and that big head of hair? She was screaming. I said to my beautiful wife, why is she screaming? We're going to make America great. Why is she screaming? But she was not too happy. I wonder whatever happened to that woman. She became famous. They were going crazy. Then she had a 55% chance. Then it was a 49%. They weren't crazy. But that was something. So based on what I'm hearing, he's at right now 4%. She's at 4%. And so we never want to take anything for granted. But we're really doing well. If you vote, here's the story. We have the ball. It's ours to win. The only thing I ask is that you go out and vote. Because if you vote, we're going to win. and believe the fake news when they say, this is going to be tight, this is right. It's really not tight. But they want to do that because they want to get ratings. They want everybody to watch. But you got to do this. You got to just forget those people because they don't tell the truth, okay? Just, no. Well, actually, I didn't even correct him because it's actually better if let everyone think it's going to be tight as hell. But whether it is or not doesn't matter. You have to go out and we have to swamp them. Everybody's got to vote. So over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted upon its people. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border. This is a sovereign border. Unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, the toughest people there are. And I was here with a great group just the other night. I was in Penn State territory, and we had a packed room. We had a packed, not room, it was a stadium, the place. You know, I always like to say when I come to the arenas, how many times could we have sold it out? If you look at where we were in Wisconsin, Milwaukee, we had a brand new, gorgeous, big arena. We could have sold it out 10 times. I'm telling you, we could have sold out Madison Square Garden 5 or 6 times. 5 or 6 times. And I always do it that way. But we had situations where, and we put up videos of the vicious crimes. I don't put them up anymore. You know why? Because the fake news refuses to put them on. And I have friends call me, they love to watch the rallies. They can't get enough of them, and they're going, President, it's so terrible. You're speaking, and then you put up a video on a screen right behind you, and the fake news refuses to, all they have to do, they don't put it on television. They have the thing on every one of the stations, and you know, there's one that doesn't really treat us good, but people think they do. Nobody can figure that one out, I'm sure. They don't treat me good, but that's okay. But listen, they can't move the television. They can't move. All they have to do is take that camera and go like this, 1 inch over, 1 inch up, and you'd be able to see the screens, but you can't see them. So I don't really bother with it anymore. It's a terrible thing, We have to get them to straighten out because I think without a free and fair press, it's very hard to do what we want to do. It's a very hard thing. Very hard thing to do. But they're allowing people to come in from insane asylums and mental institutions from all around the world, from Venezuela to the Congo in Africa. They're stealing our jobs. And they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of people, much more than you're reading about. The day I take office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. Oh, those Penn State guys, I wanted them to wrestle the migrants. I told, you know, the UFC, Dana White, they killed me in this. I told Dana, you know, to set up your League of Champions, unbelievable, best fighters in the world, and a migrant league. At the end, I want the migrant to go against the champion, and I think the migrant might actually win. That's how nasty some of these guys are. But I don't know, I doubt that. I tell you, I felt very comfortable with those big Penn State wrestlers. Think of that. They won, I mean, how good is this coach? They won, in the last 13 years, they won 11 national titles. They won the title this year. And I had them up, I brought them up in the stage at Penn State. I was at Penn State, the place was packed. And I said to them, fellas, you may be like the only guys in the country that can beat the hell out of the migrants. It's true. They're the only ones that could beat the migrants in a fight. These are tough people. These are people who've been in jails. They're killers. They're murderers. The level of viciousness is unexcelled. And it's from all over the world, not just from South America. So we love being there. I was just 2 days ago. We love being there. We love seeing these young guys. These guys were great. But they won 11 out of 13 titles, and it's called Pennsylvania. Here we are, right? It's one of those things. They're pretty good. But we have to stop because the United States is now an occupied country. We're an occupied. Can you imagine somebody getting up and making a statement? We are an occupied country. When you look at what's happening in Aurora, when you look at what's happening in all places, Springfield, how about Springfield, Ohio? We're an occupied country. And, you know, those are just the places you hear about. But they're taking over large sections of the country. Yeah, Colorado. Remember Colorado? They're the ones that started the movement. The governor, the weak, pathetic governor of Colorado, he's a radical leftist, and he's afraid of the people, the gangs from Venezuela. He's afraid of them. He's afraid to do anything. He's lost control of his state. But he was the one that wanted to have Trump taken off the ballot, even though I was leading all of the Democrats, all of the Republicans at the time. I was number one. And they went to the United States Supreme Court and got a 9-0 approval, but that Trump has the right to run for president. He wanted me off the ballot. And the people in Colorado, and you know who is more angry than the Republicans? The Democrats, the regular, not the politician Democrats. And they showed me with polls where I was leading in a state that normally, well, of course, you know, they have all mail-in voting, so, you know, you can't count too much on that. But if you didn't have, if God would come down from heaven, if God would come down and be the vote counter just for one night, he'd only take 1 second, because, you know, God works faster. God works faster, Megan, than anybody else I can imagine. Right? So we only need God for 1 second. He'll do the job. He'll do the job and he'll be gone. You'd see we'd win a lot of these places. California sends out 38 million ballots. They send them out all over the place. They come back. Nobody knows what the hell is happening. Some people get 8 ballots, some people get 5, and some only get 2 or 3. And I went to California. We had a rally. We had 107,000 people show up. I said, there's no way I would lose. And I do well with Hispanics. A poll just came out. I'm at 56% with Hispanics compared to this woman who was at 36%. How about that? I think the Green Party got more than she did. I love the Green Party. Jill Stein, this may be I never met her, but she may be one of my favorite politicians. But it will soon be, think of it, we're an occupied country, but it will soon be an occupied country no longer. It's not going to be an occupied country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in the history of our country. And I don't want to do that. I'm not looking to do that. I think it's terrible to do, but we have no choice. These are murderers. 13,099 put out by the Border Patrol, who, by the way, 2 weeks ago gave me the best endorsement you've ever seen. They said, I'm the greatest president in American history. And I said, does that include George Washington and Abraham Lincoln? Yes, sir, it does. When they say that, they're all in, right? Better than Lincoln or Washington, who would have thought? I wonder what my parents say up there. Hi, Mom, Dad. I know my mother's up there. My father's a little bit, it's in dispute. He would be up there. He was a strong guy, but he was a good guy. But I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you imagine? We're talking about, these are military invasions without the uniforms. That's all it is. And we will put the vicious and bloodthirsty criminals in jail or kick them the hell out of our country as fast as we can. And to expedite removals of the Trende Aragua gang and the MS-13 gangs, equally as vicious. You know, MS-13 took two beautiful teenage girls walking to school in Long Island. For some reason, we took them out by the thousands. ICE. She wants to defund ICE. ICE, they're tough as hell, and they're also people that love our country. They took two young girls, and they sliced them into pieces as they were walking. They sliced them into, they didn't shoot them because that's too quick. They sliced them up and left them dead. Two young, beautiful girls walking to school. And ICE did their business. ICE went in and took care of them. But can you imagine? And now she wants to defund ICE. Let's defund ICE. No, these are rough people. These are bad people. I will invoke, and this is how far we had to go back, because in those days they didn't play games. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole. And I am hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. Right? And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. And I am going to immediately do something that nobody's ever heard before. And I've wanted to do it for a long time, but I don't want these guys to do it because they won't do it properly. We will immediately stop the drugs pouring across our border. We lose 300,000 people. You don't lose 90. They've been saying 90, 90, 90. We lose 300,000. Everybody in this room knows people that were devastated. Their children mostly, but the parents too, they die. Fentanyl, they put a piece, take a pin, put a little tiny piece of fentanyl on the top of that pin, and that can kill 5 people. Put a little bit more, it can kill the entire town. This is what we're dealing with. Everybody I know is losing sons, children to fentanyl. We lose not 100,000, we lose probably much more than 300,000. So essentially that's a war. That's a war. We don't lose that many soldiers if you're in wars. So we lose 300,000 people a year to drugs entering from Mexico. And if they don't stop this poison from flooding into our country, and they can stop it by not accepting it from China, and I'm doing the same thing with China, we're going to tariff the hell out of them. And Mexico, you know, people are surprised to hear this. Mexico is our largest trading partner. And if we put even a small tariff on, like 10, 15%, you're talking about tens of billions of dollars, and they're not going to want to have that long. And they're strong. They can stop it if they want. They can do it if they want. They'll probably have to make a deal with the cartels, because the cartels totally run Mexico, totally. It's terrible things are happening in Mexico. But we're going to put a tariff on Mexico if they don't immediately stop sending that horrible stuff into this country. And likewise, we're doing it with China. If China doesn't stop, you know, I had a deal with President Xi. He was going to give the death penalty, because in China they give the death penalty. When I first met, and I had a great relationship until COVID, until I call it the China virus. I'd like to be more accurate. I had a great deal and a great relationship with President Xi. Really great. He came to Mar-a-Lago. We spent a lot of time. We had a very good relationship. He's a strong man. He's a fierce person. You know, people said, "What's he like?" He's fierce. There's nobody in Hollywood that could play his role, believe me. And I say that with respect. But I said to him, "You're killing a lot of people by sending fentanyl into our country." I said, "How many people do you lose a year with drugs?" "No, nobody." I said, "What do you mean nobody?" No, we have no problem with drugs. Why? We have a quick trial. What is a quick trial? I mean, I know what a quick trial is. What is a quick trial? if we catch a drug dealer, we bring him to quick trial. He said, we bring him to quick trial. And they're almost always found guilty. And then we send the bullet home to the family, and the family must pay us for the bullet. Can you believe this? This is a little different than our country. In our country, they'd lawyer up, they'd be going to trial for 30 years. But they have no drug, they have zero drug problem. And I said, I want you to do me a favor. And we made a deal. You're killing our people. And that's going to end up in bad things for you, really bad for you. Not for you. Can't get any worse for us. I said, I want you to do me a favor. I want you to give the same death penalty to those people that are sending fentanyl into the United States. And if you don't do that, I'm going to tariff the hell out of your shit coming into the United States. And guess what? He agreed to do it. We had an agreement, and then we had a very bad election, a horrible election. Think of the difference, how different our country would be. You wouldn't have had the fentanyl problem. You really wouldn't. You wouldn't have had inflation, because they did that by screwing around with my energy. We had energy at $1.84. It was $1.87. It was corrected by the federal government. I was at $1.84. We had all of these things. You wouldn't have had October 7th in Israel. All those people would be alive today. The hostages, that most of whom are no longer living. Think of it. Russia would not have attacked. Ukraine wouldn't have happened. But Israel wouldn't have happened because Iran was broke. I said, you can't buy any oil from Iran. Anybody that buys oil from Iran can't deal in the United States. We don't do business with you. China stopped it. I told that to President Xi. If you buy oil, they were the primary customer. If you buy 1 barrel of oil, 1 barrel from Iran, you're not doing any business with the United States. We'll go cold turkey, which some people like anyway. And you know what? They said, all right, they didn't. Nobody did. I said that to 45 different countries. They weren't selling anything. They were essentially broke. They wanted to make a deal so badly. And then we had that bad election, that horrible, disgusting, worst thing that ever happened to the country was that election. And I left, and they didn't follow up the deal that I made. And the fentanyl is now pouring into Mexico at numbers, and more people are dying, and it comes across this open border, and we're taking in more drugs, human smuggling, all women, setting records. Bring up my all-time favorite chart, if it's possible to find. Where is that all-time favorite? So the red arrow on the bottom, that's the lowest. It's done by the Border Patrol, not by me. It looks like something done by me, doesn't it? But that was my last day in office. Look at the red arrow. That was the lowest that we've ever had. Drugs, it includes drugs, but drugs and human trafficking, but mostly illegals coming into the United States of America. Look at that number. And it would have gone down. All they had to do is leave it alone, leave the people we had, Brandon Judd, all these great people. Tom Homan was consulting me. And all these great people, that's all they've done in their life, and we had it down to a science. The drugs were coming in at the slowest rate. But we had illegals almost stopped. By now they would have been literally stopped. And by the way, we want people to come into our country, but they have to come in legally. They have to come in legally. They have to show they can love our country. They have to show that they didn't murder 7 people along the way. But that's the lowest point, and I love that chart. Even if it was bad numbers, which is not, but even if it was horrible numbers, I would love that chart so much. That chart was right over there. It never was over there, and it was never over there, because I always do this toward the end of a speech, not the beginning. I looked over there at that chart, and I said, what the hell was that? Man, yeah. So that was pretty amazing. But, you know, I do want to tell you one quick story. So I'm in Detroit. And Mexico is getting rather rough with us in terms of trade, and we're not going to take it. We don't have to take it. We have a good trade deal, but you know nobody knows how to use it because they're stupid people. And Mexico is doing things that aren't good. And you know, China's using Mexico as a subchapter S corporation practically. China's putting a lot of money into. You know, they're running the they're running things pretty good, and they're going to build the largest auto plant. I was making a speech at the Detroit Economic Club, but a year and a half ago, it looked like I was going to run, and I wanted to go see an auto plant because we're getting screwed on autos. I mean, everyone's moving their plants over. Actually, Elon built a big plant in Texas, okay? We like it. All right? Elon built a very big plant in Texas. We got to give credit. We love Elon. He gave me another of the greatest. You know where he is right now? He's in another part of your state. He is now in Pennsylvania campaigning for Donald Trump because he thinks it's the single most important thing. And you know, he said something to me that was interesting, because nobody knows computers. That rocket I was telling you about, the way it laid down, he said it's all computers operating the engines. The engines are the easy part. He said the computers, it's tremendous computerization, the way it just shifted it over, so beautiful. But I said to him, what do you think about it? Because he really is watching this whole voting process. And he said, you know, computers are the greatest. He looked at some that were just shipped in, some of these vote counting computers. He knew it before it even came in the door. He looked like at the back of it. Oh, I know that one. I mean, he knows he knows this stuff better than any. And he actually said, and this is for the good of everybody. It's the good of mankind, essentially. If you look at France, if you look at all these, they had their mail-in voting. They all gave it up. That nobody does like we do. And Gavin Newsom, look at Gavin Newsom. So now not only is voter ID no good, if you're an official and you ask somebody for voter ID, I'd like to see your voter ID, you have committed a criminal act. Do you believe it? The mere asking, he just signed the bill. That's right, Megan, isn't it? The mere asking, this guy just signed the bill, and an official says, I'd like to see your voter ID. He's guilty of a crime. This is crazy. And there's only one reason they want to do that, because they want to cheat. But Elon Musk said to me, I hope I'm allowed to say this. I think I am, because one thing, he's out there. He's a guy, he just wants the truth. He's an incredible guy. And he said, computers aren't meant for this kind of stuff. He said, there's only one thing you can do. He's the most sophisticated guy in the world when it comes to computerization. He said, the only thing you can do is paper ballots, same-day voting. You know, paper is very sophisticated. Watermark. It's very sophisticated. Paper ballots, voter ID, one-day voting, not 10 days where you say, oh, let's move these boxes from that room to this room because we're going to fix the air conditioning. And then the boxes never get put back, and you say, what happened to those boxes? Oh, no, one-day voting. He said. And he said also proof of citizenship. You know, it'd be nice. Very simple. And you'll have your answer as to who won and who lost by 10 o'clock in the evening. Nobody's going to dispute. France had it, 37 million votes. And we knew who won and who lost at 9:30 in the evening. That's the time that they said. Do you know that I'm hearing that stories that they may take 12 days extra to count the ballots? And bad things happen when you do that, although today we won a very good case in Georgia, where the judge ruled that no, they're not allowed to have unlimited extensions for the votes to come in. That's what I was. We have unlimited extensions. Oh, we just found 100,000 votes just poured in from the. No, we got to straighten out our, you know, it won't affect me after this. We have to do it. We have to win the old-fashioned way and then fix it, but we have to fix it. We can't allow this to happen. And remember, the states are essentially an agent, if I can use that term, but they're an agent of the federal government. The states are doing the collecting, so to speak. And they have to take their orders from the federal government. And how can you do this where they say it's going to take days longer? You have all this equipment. The other thing is, if you go to a paper system, it'll cost you 8% of what all of this fancy machinery costs. But Elon said that there is no computer in the world that can't be broken into very easily by somebody that's computer smart. I have a son at home, Barron. I said, people love Barron. They love Barron. They love Barron. I say, Barron, you're always on your computer. You have to learn it at a young age, actually. Barron, you're always on your computer. You got to stop. You got to do other things. Yes, Dad. Yes, Dad. Sure. Sure, Dad. Don't be wise. Look, I'm going to turn this thing off. Okay, Dad. Try it. So I turn it off, Dad. I turn it off. It's locked. It's done. I have a number on it. He calls me 45. Come here, Dad. Take a look. No, these kids are genius, I'm telling you. He's a wise guy, smart one. And do I have good kids? I have to just... Are my kids here? Where are my kids? They're around here. Get them out here. I think I want to bring them up. 4 years. Because they've been with us, and Barron's home, and he's watching this. He's watching. He's a little young. He's watching. They love Barron, huh? We love Barron. And Ivanka's great. She watches. She loves this whole thing. She loves it. She loves you. She loves it. She loves the whole thing. But I just thought, you know, it's sad because we've been doing this for 9 years. We've had hundreds of rallies, hundreds. Actually, numbers that are not even conceivable. I've heard 800, 900, I don't know, but we don't even count them. But and they're all like this. They're all these magnificent, magnificent rallies. And this is the last one I'm going to have here. And I have one left, the whole thing. And remember, the rallies are the most exciting thing. There'll never be rallies like this, you know? You're going to have some leading candidate come in 4 years, and honestly, if they're successful, they'll have 300 or 400 people in a ballroom someplace. This is never going to happen again. It happens every single time. And it's never happened in the world. There's never been. This is a movement that's never happened, and it's going to be a movement that's going to save our country. It's going to be a movement that's going to save. But it's sad in terms of we'll never have this, but we'll have other get-togethers. And in a way, all what we're doing, all these years of work, and, you know, we started off with that very bad situation 4 years ago, and it was so sickening to wait 4 years. And if I didn't do so well, I did so much better the second time than the first. I wouldn't have done this if I took in less votes. We took in close to 12 million more votes. I mean, Barack Hussein Obama, he didn't do that. He got far less votes the second time, and he won. And he's a major divider. I watched him the other night. I mean, he's a very divisive guy. I've always said that. He is a very divisive guy. And his wife, I've always been so nice. Ooh, she was hitting me. She was hitting me, Michelle. She was hitting me. That wasn't nice. I've always been nice, but they're dividers, I'll tell you right now. We're not going to stand. Dividers are no good. He's a highly overrated man, I'm telling you that. But he's a divider. I watched him with this crap where he's trying to get her in. He's the one that pushed her in the first place, and look what happens. I mean, I hope it happens, because if it doesn't happen, this country's in big trouble. But we've been doing this now for 9 years, and we had a great first term. We rebuilt our military. We cut taxes. More than any president in history, including Ronald Reagan, who did a big tax cut. We cut more regulations. We developed an open space force through the Congress, and I think that's going to go down. First time in 82 years that last one was the Air Force. We did that. I mean, think of all the different things that we did. We were respected all over the world. China respected us. Everybody respected us. There was no laughing at your leader. They came up with all these hoaxes, Adam Schiff and all this scum that we have in this country. They're scum. And they knew it was a hoax. And they tried to put this guy who didn't know anything about Russia, they tried to put him in jail, Adam Schiff, conceived of the story. Think of it. Adam Shifty Schiff, one of the truly unattractive people. I call him Watermelon Head. He's got the largest head and the smallest neck. He's got a neck that's about 4 inches around. He's got a watermelon on top of it. But he's not a stupid person, but he's an evil kind of person. And he's likely going to be a senator, unfortunately. But I mean, this scum is going to be a senator. So their movement carries on, but our movement carries on too. As long as ours carries on. No, he's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. Do you think he can play football for the Pittsburgh Steelers? I don't think so. One shot, and there goes the whole thing would fall apart. One little shot. One tiny tap like that, boom, falls off. No, but bad. But think of how bad this is. I don't want to put him on the spot, but this kid went through hell on a story that they knew was made up, Russia, Russia, Russia hoax. And I saw Schiff come out of an intelligence meeting or something. He's not supposed to even do this, but he goes out into his press, and he says, Donald Trump Jr. will go to jail for what he's done with Russia. Right? And I said, whoa. I said, what's this all about? So I called him up. I said, Don, what's going on? I said, Dad, I don't know anything about Russia. He didn't do anything. He went before grand juries. He went before what they did to this guy was, and you know what? I think he became tougher because of it. Maybe too tough. I think he's too tough, Sarah. I don't like it. He's too tough. They've made my son too tough, Mike. But he's a great guy, and he's a good person, and they put him through hell. But think of it. What person, and Hillary was in the act, they spied on my campaign. It's now proven. Spied on my campaign. The Russia, Russia, Russia thing with Mueller, you saw Mueller's performance in Congress, right? He didn't know anything. We were totally exonerated. But for 2 years, this guy went through hell. He went through hell. He had nothing to do with Russia. He didn't know anything about it. They went through millions of phone calls. They didn't find one phone call to Russia. It was a hoax. But think about how bad you have to be. We're going to put the son of the President of the United States in prison for what he's done with Russia. And he knows it was a hoax because he conceived of the hoax along with Crooked Hillary and the rest of them. And Obama, in my opinion. No, but think of it. He conceived of a hoax, and he wants my son to go to prison. That is human scum, I'm sorry. And he'll probably go on to be a senator, and that's okay, because we have blocked them. Everything we've done, we've won against, but they are bad people. You know, if they put that genius toward making our country great, boy, would we have fun. We would have fun together. But I don't know if they're capable of doing that. It'd be great if we could bring everybody together. The time we came together is just previous to COVID. We had the most successful country ever in history. We were doubling up in China. They were paying us billions of dollars. No other president took in anything. And you know what was happening? Everybody had jobs. African American, Asian American, everybody. Asian, the Hispanics. Look at me with Hispanics. Hispanics, they remember that period 4 years, 5 years ago. But everybody was successful. Men, women, people that went to MIT, Harvard, and Wharton, and people that didn't have a degree. Everybody was doing better than they've ever done before. People that never graduated from high school. And I'll tell you what was happening is I was getting calls from people that I would say are the radical left, but people that were definitely very far left. and people wanted to start meeting. There was a whole thing. This country was coming together, and then we got hit with something that nobody knew what the hell it was, although I did say it was from the Wuhan lab. I was right about that. And bad things happened, and we actually did a great job. Never got the credit for that. We got the credit for what we did with the economy, for what we did. We rebuilt the entire U.S. military, and we knocked the hell out of ISIS. It took them, they were fighting ISIS for 18 years. It took me 4 weeks to get rid of them, right? 4 weeks. So, 4 weeks to get rid of them. But I will tell you, and I just say this because so many people say, is there any way to unify the country? And I used to sort of say, no, look, we want to have walls, we want to have borders, and they don't. I think it has to just be explained. I think that's an easy one. They want the men and women sports things. You know, I've been a politician for now, I can't believe I say that, but 9 years. I've had a lot of people come up and say, well, what about taxes? What about this? Nobody's ever said, sir, it's really important to allow men to play in women's sports. I've never had anybody say it. Nobody's come up to me and said, you know, on the transgender thing, sir, it's very important to my family that you get that. I mean, these things are crazy. And yet on television, that's all they talk about. That's all they talk about. But we're going to turn this country. The bottom line is, it was really starting to come together. Then we got hit. We got to fix that. Think of it. And when I turned it back over, the stock market was higher than it was just previous to COVID coming. And think of it. Amazing. We handed them something beautiful, and they blew it. They blew it right out the window. It's terrible. They blew it, and now we're going to end up in a depression, frankly, if you look at the numbers that we are going to present in a second. But I just want to thank my kids because they are great kids, and they have been with me from the beginning. They've been with me right from the beginning. And I thought I should do that because we go to Michigan tonight, and we do one final. We'll do 4 tonight, but we go to Michigan, and I really thought I should recognize my children. So this is the second to last one. That's sad, because we've been together. I mean, look at these people, the front row Joes, the North Carolina women, the whole thing. We have people that have come to hundreds of the rallies, and we all love it. And you know, they all love the country. Everyone they don't come to our rallies if they don't love the country, just because they wouldn't do it. But but here's the only thing in closing. We have done these rallies, and they were only done for one purpose, to put us in a position that we can be put in tomorrow to fix our country, because the rallies, otherwise it's just nice entertainment. So all of these rallies that we've had for years now, they're done to put us, and you know, after that last horrible situation, and so many bad things happened, China was immediately allowed to go buy oil, and Iran has hundreds of billions of dollars now. They had nothing. They were broke, and so many other things happened, and it's really sad. But we were put in a position with these rallies where, I can't tell you yet, but I mean, we're certainly on the 2 or 3 yard line, and the only way we can blow it is if you blow it. I've given you the ball. I mean, you got to go and vote. You got to vote. And if they vote, Susie, right? If they vote, it's over. And they know it. They know it. They know it. They've already pulled out of a couple of states, you know, states like, the word is they pulled out of North Carolina. They cut all their ads. They're using the money someplace else. I even heard they ran out of money. They don't have any money with all the money they raise. And they get a lot of it from unions and this and that. Even though some of the guys were telling me, the steelworkers, they say the steelworkers are with you, just the top guys aren't. Because you know what? I don't even blame them. It's a habit. So many years, 50, 60, 70 years, they support the Democrats, like a habit. But they're going to do a lot better with me. I wanted to tell you one quick story because it has to do with these people, because I want to save their jobs, whether it's auto workers or steel workers. So China, I have a friend who's the best and the biggest auto factory builder in the world, I guess. Very big, very good, very capable guy, John. And I see him and we're talking about a year ago, and he said, yeah, we're building some big, oh, good, I want to see, we're building some big auto factories. Great, I want to see one. When can we go? I want to take a look, because, you know, I'm thinking about running pretty hard, and that's a big thing. We got to save Michigan, we got to save Detroit. Detroit's got big problems, but just generally the car industry, right? It's a big industry, we want to be at the top. So I want to see one of the factories. Okay, good, we're going to go down to Mexico. I said, I don't want to go to Mexico. I want to look at it. No, we don't build the big ones over here. What do you do? He said, it's just, we don't. It just doesn't work that way. So he said, as an example, we're building a really big one in Mexico right near the border. I said, who's the owner or the principal? He said, China. So China's building a massive auto, massive. He said, it'll produce probably more cars than the state of Michigan produces, when you think, you know, because they have smaller plants, they're all over the place. Some of them are very old. I said, that's bad. That's going to kill Michigan. It's going to kill Detroit. It's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and various other places that are involved. That's really bad. This is a big, yeah, they're going to build more. And I thought about it, and about 2 months ago, I let it be known that I'm going to put tariffs on all the cars that they're going to be selling us into the United States. And I let it be known that the tariffs will be about 100%, and 100% tariff on any car that's made in these factories in Mexico, probably any car coming in from Mexico. Remember, I'm going to put tariffs. This is a big thing. I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. If they don't straighten out this drug, it's their problem. They're coming through Mexico, and Mexico's accepting this fentanyl, and I'm putting tariffs on Mexico. Every damn thing that they sell into the United States is going to have like a 25% tariff until they stop drugs from coming in. And let me tell you something. Those drugs will stop so damn fast that your head will spin. And I'm not playing games. And I'm doing the same thing to China. If they want to sell Mexico fentanyl at levels that nobody, it's going crazy right now what they're doing. You know, at least we fought it like hell, and we did relatively successfully. You can never, I mean, they put it in hubcaps of cars. It's tough. It's all over the place. It's genius, some of these devices they come up with. But I've told China, you want to sell, we're going to have a good relationship with China, hopefully. I want to have a good relationship. But you sell fentanyl into the United States through Mexico, we're putting a 25% or so tariff on until such time as you stop doing it. And they're not going to do it for long, because that is a massive penalty. And we don't have to fight. We don't have to fight with guns. You know, I had no wars. I stopped wars. I stopped two countries from fighting each other that have nothing to do with us. You can ask Rick Grinnell, who did a great job for us, and you can ask, you can ask Mike Pompeo, he's here. I stopped countries from fighting wars that had nothing to do with us. Just say, listen, fellas, you've been killing each other for 1,000 years. If you keep, and they both did business with the United States and made money. I said, if you keep fighting like this, you're killing people. Lots of people are dying. That's all I cared about. I didn't care where they're from, but people are dying. Good people are dying because these leaders are stupid. And so I said, if you keep doing it, I'm putting a 50% tariff on everything that you do business with the United States on. I'm talking to two countries. They call me up the next day together. We have resolved our differences. It didn't help me, but you know what? I saved a lot of lives. So getting back to the auto plant, because, you know, I may be the greatest weaver of all time. But what happens, only brilliant people can do that. Stupid people can't do it because they get lost. Where am I? So the stories are very boring. They have to go right down like this, right down to the bottom. They can't weave it all, but I can weave and tell you all these stories. And they're all related, and in some cases not too much, 10%, but 10% is enough. So getting back to where we started. So I see John. I'm at the Detroit Economic Club last week. Had a great people. And I see John sitting in the audience right where that big, strong guy is with the label in his jacket, right there. You with a hat on. Big, powerful guy. He's much more powerful physically than John, I can guarantee you that. But I see John sitting right there, and I'm making a speech. I want to see John. I want to get this speech over with. I want to find out what the hell's happening with that plant. But I had told everybody that if they build that plant, I'm putting a 100% tariff on every car that stupid plant makes, because they're looking to hurt our country. And I did that and then sort of forgot about it. But now I see John. I say, do me a favor, that guy sitting over there, please bring him backstage after I'm finished speaking. They bring him backstage. I say, hi, John, how's that plant going where China's going to spend all that money to build a big plant that's going to hurt the United States and kill its auto industry? He said, sir, I was notified last week that they've given up the plant. They're not going to build it. They think you're going to win. And if you win, they think it's going to be a very bad experience for them. They're going to lose their show. And that's what happened. And I stopped it. And those guys back there, I took some pictures with a few of them, and they were hugging and kissing me. I said, get off me. Look at the size of those arms over there. They never kissed a man in their life. But you know why? Because I put tariffs on China dumping steel in the United States, and every one of those guys is working now. Right? And they're all working now, and their steel plants are open. And I was just starting. So they like Trump. The rank and file loves Trump. The other guys are sort of like, there's something strange going on. But I don't care. It doesn't matter. I don't want the other guys. I just want these guys. I'll tell you, the Teamsters supported Trump, 62%. And they have a great leader. They have a great leader in the Teamsters, right, Steve? Sean O'Brien is a great leader, but he just took a neutral, and I think that's good. But he took a neutral position. But they took a vote with the Teamsters, and the Teamsters voted for us, and the firemen voted for us. I mean, everybody's voting for us. And I like union, I like non-union, I like everything. Depends where you are, but the unions have been amazing. But the steel unions, they were all going to go out of business. If I didn't put those tariffs on, there wouldn't be one steel plant in this country open, and that's a business, right? And that's a business we need. Look, I'm going to keep us out of World War III. We're not going to have World War III. But if we ever had, steel is a business you have to have. If we ever had a war, you need steel. War with China. Oh, do you think they'll keep selling us steel? I don't think so. We need more steel from China as we attack China. These people are crazy. So that's one of the reasons I like those guys. And it was a 50% tariff, and I would have lifted it higher, but they practically stopped. And all these steel mills are open today because of what I did. There wouldn't be a steel mill in the country. And these guys didn't have the guts. They would have never had the guts to do it. So 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for the American workers and the auto workers, all workers. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. We got to get the prices down, and we will. When we bring the energy way down, the prices are going to come down. It's very simple. It's not that complicated. When they took over energy and they made it like they're going to close up everything, the prices of energy went up, and that drives it's so big, energy, it's so powerful. And we have more than any other country, but we don't use it. Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history with only 12,000 jobs that were created. We used to hearing 250,000 jobs. It wasn't as good as we anticipated. 12,000 jobs. That's like Walmart. Think of it. No, Walmart deals in those numbers. This is a country. But listen to these numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month. And most of the hiring is done by government jobs, so it's easy. You just tell the government to hire some more people to keep your numbers up. But they're not the jobs you want. You want the jobs like the people standing behind me. And listen, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs were wiped out. And these are government numbers. These are not Trump numbers. This is not Trump. This is government. We get it right off the tabs. They were wiped out. 100 jobs, manufacturing jobs, were lost since the start of this year. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force over a very short period of time. Just think, a few months ago, they had fraudulently claimed, these people are crooks, they had fraudulently claimed that they had 818,000 jobs created. And it was a fraud. And what happened is they wanted it because that was such a big number that it made the jobs picture not look great, frankly, because they're so far down. But it looked okay. It wasn't like a story. You know, they had a normal thing. So they created a fake 818,000 jobs, and they thought they'd be able to get away with it through the election. They wanted to get away with it right through the election and then announce a week after the election that they're going to revise the numbers. How would you like to be me? And that happened. When I heard this, I looked up, I said, thank you, God. Thank you very much. Because, you know, how would you like to be me and have a phony, well, I sort of had that the last time, in all fairness, with all the phony crap, but how would you like to be me and let's say I didn't win because the economy looked like it was doing okay, and then you see that they fraudulently put down almost 1 million jobs on the rolls, and then they announced that we're going to revise the numbers downward. But they also did something else, because they just revised past jobs report down by an estimated 112,000 fake jobs. So that's almost 1 million fake jobs, and the press doesn't want to write about it. But Megyn Kelly will write about it and talk about it, and others will, but they have to know about it. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the United States of America has gone only to migrants. Migrants have occupied 100%. And these are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading. If she's elected, that's where we're heading. If she's elected, this is a depression. This is a 1929, and there was nothing worse than that. This is in 1990s where it was not good, but fine. This is a 1929 where people were jumping off buildings. This is a 1929. It took 25 years to recover from that mess. And I always said, I said it before, the one president I don't want to be under any circumstances is Herbert Hoover. And that was done by bad tax policy simultaneously with lifting all sorts of other things that made it impossible for people. A lot of mistakes were made. But it took 20 to 25 years to recover. And I don't want that happening. And that's going to happen with her. She doesn't have a clue. She doesn't have a clue. And, you know, I just mentioned a name, but a woman who I saw the other night on television just ripped some poor idiot apart. Megyn Kelly is here, and she's doing, come up. Come up here, Megyn. She ripped a guy apart.
Hi, everybody. Hey, it's great to see you. Can you believe this guy? Can you believe the energy and the stamina on this guy at his age? I'm ready to go to sleep over there. He's got another rally to go to till tonight. Let me tell you, first of all, one of the reasons why I wanted to come here, one of the many reasons I wanted to come here. When I launched my show 4 years ago, we had Mark Cuban on the program. You know, yeah. You may have seen he was in the news this week. And he started going on about how bad America's race history was and how ashamed he was of America, and that's why he was at all these protests, and he felt it was really important to stand up and speak out about human rights violations. And then it got awkward when I asked him about all the money he was taking from China. And then he dropped a bunch of F-bombs, and I thought, I really enjoy this feeling of proving Mark Cuban wrong. And so here I am at a Trump rally, a strong, intelligent woman to prove Mark Cuban wrong again. I won't take up much of your time, but I do want to tell you the main reasons I am voting for Donald Trump. Number one, immigration. He mentioned it. And people like Laken Riley. I'll be thinking about her tomorrow all day. 22 years old, killed in Georgia, a young nursing student by an illegal. I'll be thinking about Jocelyn Nungare, 12 years old, in Texas, murdered by 2 Venezuelan illegals. President Trump closed the border. Kamala Harris opened it by choice. It wasn't accidental. She said it would be humane. That's what she and her boss believed. Tell it to Laken Riley's family. There was nothing humane about it. He closed it. They opened it. It was an intentional choice, and there's no reason not to believe they won't do it again. The boys should not be in the girls' sports. The boys should not be in the girls' bathrooms. The boys should not be in the girls' locker rooms. Peyton McNabb, North Carolina sophomore in high school, slammed so hard in the face by a volleyball hit at her by a boy pretending to be a girl, she suffered traumatic brain injury and permanent paralysis. Kamala Harris looks at her and says, "Be kind, suck it up." And that's what's right. Why do our girls have to face brain damage in order to be kind to boys who want to invade their sports? And by the way, they are going into the women's prisons. She changed the law in California to make sure the taxpayers would pay for their sex change operations. She was not just following the law, she changed the law. President Trump will stop it. He got mocked by the left for saying he would be a protector of women. He will be a protector of women, and it's why I'm voting for him. He will close the border. He will keep the boys out of girls' sports and where they don't belong. And you know what else? One more thing. He will look out for our boys, too. Our forgotten boys and our forgotten men. Guys like you. Guys like these guys who've got the calluses on their hands, who work for a living with the beards and the tats, who maybe have a beer after work and don't want to be judged by people like Oprah and Beyonce, who will never have to face the consequences of her disastrous economic policies. These guys will. He gets it. President Trump gets it. He will not look at our boys like they're second-class citizens. And ladies out there who want a bit of girl power in this election, let me tell you something. How can you win when the sons and the husbands and the brothers and the dads you love are losing? It's not a win. We care, young women and older, about the lives of our children, the safety of our children. And we need not get so obsessed with what happens when they're in the womb that we forget about taking care of them once we're here and they're loved. Last point, what I don't want, what I don't think you want, is the left's version of masculinity. You see that ad they did about Trump voters trying to encourage women to lie to their husbands so that they could vote for her instead of Trump? That's their version of what marriage looks like. An overbearing husband who bullies his wife into saying she voted one way as opposed to an honest, open relationship. Oh, wait, I'm talking about Kamala and Doug. Okay, sorry. Where was that story in the news? Where was that story? I don't remember a single media person, not one, who sat with him, asked him about the abuse allegations against him by a successful professional attorney who has great details, who has receipts, who has witnesses. No one even asked about it. I'm not into their version of toxic masculinity or new masculinity. I prefer the old version. Them, all of you, and I prefer a president who understands how to be strong and how to fight. I hope all of you do what I did last week. Vote Trump and get 10 friends to vote Trump too.
Unbelievable. Thank you. Wow. Whoa. Oh, wow. I have some more big news, Megan. I'm just getting this right now. So somebody that's very, very respected asked me to do his show 2 weeks ago, and I said, why not? And to me, it's very big because he's the biggest there is, I guess, in that world by far. Somebody said the biggest beyond anybody in a long time. And his name is Joe Rogan, and he's never done this before. And it just came over the wires that Joe Rogan just endorsed me. Is that right? Thank you, Joe. That's so nice. And he doesn't do that. He doesn't do that, so. And he tends to be a little bit more liberal than some of the people in this room. No, I had a lot of fun, and he was amazing, and it was a 3-hour interview. In fact, I was 2 hours late for a rally that we had. I had explained that a little bit, and it was cold out that night. We flew, but we had to make it. We were more than 2 hours late, and they understood. I said, I just was interviewed by a very interesting guy, and he just kept going on. They called it a long form, and it could have gone a lot longer, but he was great. And he's not a person that does endorsements, but he did an endorsement, so I just want to thank Joe Rogan. That's fantastic. And Megan, thank you very much. That was something. That's really something. Also with us tonight is the man that I hope is going to be your next senator. He's a winner. He's tough. He's smart. He loves your state. He loves your Commonwealth, and he will take this Commonwealth to new heights. He's just a spectacular guy, Dave McCormick. And Dave, I think, stand up, Dave. I think you. I looked at a poll before, and I think you're doing very well. He's against a survivor. The guy is a survivor. He's a lousy senator, doesn't do a thing. Do you think he's talking about fracking? That guy talks about fracking. He's not letting fracking get it disturbed in any way, shape. We'll double up the fracking and the jobs and everything else. She's totally against. But everything in his life he's done has been successful. He was tremendously successful in college. He was a really good athlete. He was a wrestler, but I think the Penn State guys probably could have taken him. What do you think, huh? What do you think? I think maybe, but you never know, right? You never really know. There could be an upset in the making. But he's been successful at everything. He went to Wall Street, became one of the most important people on Wall Street. And I just want to say that I hope you vote for him. He's going to be a great, great senator. The Commonwealth will be happy. You'll view it as a terrific vote. And think of it, it's going to be tomorrow. It's going to be tomorrow. We have another man who's a great senator from Tennessee. I love Tennessee. You know why I love him? For a lot of reasons, but we won by 31% last time. We didn't have to do this late night stuff with Pennsylvania, but I think Pennsylvania, I think we're going to have a big number in Pennsylvania too, but I want to thank you, Senator. Bill Haggerty, please. Thank you, Senator. Good-looking senator, too. There's something about that. And you have we have so many celebrities here, it's incredible. But, Bill, thank you very much. Good. Mike Pompeo, please stand up. Mike. You lost all that weight. He's so thin now. Looks good. Thank you, Mike. I appreciate it very much. And we have members of Congress that are warriors. These guys have been fighting with me, meaning fighting with me in the proper way, not the bad way. And they're incredible people. John Joyce, Mike Kelly, G.T. Thompson, Guy Reschenthaler. These are terrific people. And somebody told me that, Guy, you were a terrific wrestler. Is that true? I didn't hear that. So I'm never going to fight him. That's all. You know, when you hear that stuff, don't ever go against the odds, right? That's fantastic. I heard really good. Thank you very much, Guy. I appreciate it. Former Congresswoman and Democratic, and she was a good candidate too for President of the United States, Tulsi Gabbard, a woman of great common sense. A woman of great common sense. And she just switched over to the Republican Party, so that's good. She was a Democrat. Then she became an independent, and then she became, thank you very much. It's a great honor. She's a fantastic person. I always said, you know, I've watched her for a long time, and I'd say that's a woman of great common sense, because it's all about common sense. We could say conservative, it's common sense, and thank you very much. I appreciate it. A woman that we're very proud of. She started with us in the Oval Office in the White House. She became press secretary, and she then became the governor of Arkansas. Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Sarah, thank you. Beautiful, thank you. She's doing a good job, too. Oh, we have so many great people. So somebody that ran for president, and let me tell you, he was good, he was smart, he was so impressive to me, and he was, I watched the whole thing go on. They said, should you run? I said, listen, I got a 72-point lead over everybody. People want to hire a smart person, not a smart, to be president. When you're leading by 70 or 72 points, why should you go on a debate and have 12 people knock the hell out of you? Because eventually it's got to have a little impact. So I said, I'll sit out the debates, but I watched the debates, and I watched this man, and he was unbelievable, the governor of North Dakota. He's become one of the great oil experts. That state is doing unbelievable since he's been governor. And he was like me. He was a successful businessman. He made a lot of money, and he wanted to run, and he knew the state. He was in the state, and he ran for governor. He won. He's been one of the best governors in the country, very smart, and we got to bring him in because he's not going to be running again. I guess he's term limited or something, but he's not. And we're going to find a good place for this guy. We're not going to let him go. Governor Doug Burgum. Thank you. Thank you very much. And his wife, Catherine. Catherine is phenomenal. The son of one of the greatest baseball players of all time. You think I don't know about Roberto Clemente? Oh. So Roberto Clemente Jr., and I hear he's quite a player also, but I'll tell you, I remember his father in deep right field. I remember the throw. You know, I've seen a lot of baseball, and I've seen a lot of throws. And baseball doesn't seem to be quite what it was. We got to do something about that, you know? Too many stations, too many games, too late at night. They should hire me as commissioner, although I like their commissioner, I do. Some commissioners I don't like. But, you know, make baseball good. But I saw, come up here for a second, wherever you may be. Where is this guy? Because this guy was like, come up here, come on up here. Anybody with that gene, anybody with the blood in him of Roberto Clemente. Puerto Rico, I love Puerto Rico. Come on, come here. Tell them how great was your father. Thank you. That's beautiful. Please.
Hello, Pittsburgh. Well, one thing that I can say is that I'm very proud to be here. For the first time, I had to take a step forward. It is very important for me to support this man because I believe tomorrow is a change of time. And to answer your question, to be able to talk about my father, the name Clemente, what it means is goodwill and unity. I believe that your team is going to bring it all. home. I believe in everything that you stand for right now, being able to make the change for our families. My 3 kids that are very young, and we live here in Pennsylvania. And I told this man that I commit myself to helping RFK Jr. with our kids and making America healthy again.
Wow. Well, Bobby's going to like that. Bobby's great, by the way. He's going to work, and he's going to work with him, but now he's going to work with Roberto Jr., Bobby Kennedy. You know, he's a credible guy. It's not an easy step. You know, they've been Democrats a long time, the Kennedy family. I'm sure they were thrilled, but Bobby had to do the right thing, and he did, and he's going to be very much involved. You know, he's got a tremendous view on health and pesticides and all the stuff, and we're not really a healthy country. Look at some countries are much healthier than we are, and they don't use all of this stuff. And so Bobby's going to pretty much do what he wants. I want him to do something really important for our country, makes people healthier. We have obesity, we have every problem you can have, and Bobby feels very strongly about it. And he's going to be very much right. The only thing I told him, though, Bobby, you got to do one thing, do whatever you want. You just go ahead, work on the pesticides, work on making women's health. He's so into women's health. And, you know, he's really unbelievable. It's such a passion. But I said, Bobby, I want you to do it, but leave the liquid gold to me. Don't trample that. Don't trample on our liquid gold, because we have more than any other country in the world by far. Don't trample on that, Bobby. Let me just close your eyes. Let me just make our country rich as hell. So I got to keep him away from that. That could be a problem, but I got to keep him away from that. So that's so exciting with Megan and Joe. That's so exciting. I mean, we have so many great endorsements. It's just really amazing. By the way, Roberto Clemente, you know, we all see a lot of plays, and you forget about them. Even for those of us that have very good memories, you forget them. But I remember playing the Mets, the poor Mets. They were playing the Mets, and a ball was hit into the corner of right field. He played right field. And he went over, a rocket was hit there, and he went over and he was deep in the corner of right field, and the player started marching to the plate, pretty fast runner, and I've never seen, and I remember sort of everything. And Roberto Clemente, because he was a great hitter and all, you think of him as a hitter, but he was an incredible fielder, but he had the best arm, I think, in baseball. He threw from the deep corner of right field. It was not possible to do this. A ball that never was more than 10 feet off the ground, a strike, and the runner was out, and I said, well, there go my aspirations about being a professional baseball player. It was the greatest throw I've ever seen to this day, and so I wanted to, it's funny, he was one of the greatest hitters, but I remember him more for the throw than the hitting even. So it's an honor, and Bobby is going to be thrilled, and I've heard so many great things about you, Roberta. We're going to get you lined up, okay? I love that. Thank you very much. That's a great honor. Also, Mayor J.D. Longo is here, and Sean Parnell. Thank you, Sean. Thank you, Mayor. Good job you're doing. Good job you're doing. And a couple of friends of mine are here. Steve Witkoff, who's given so much money to North Carolina and any place that has trouble. This guy, I always bring him with me. You know why? Because if there's a trouble, he opens his way. He made a lot of money, and he loves giving it away to people in places that have trouble. He's an amazing guy, actually, and he opened his wallet to North Carolina, to Georgia, to a woman last night, Carmen, who lost her daughter to a migrant 5 days ago, and he felt very badly. He just helps people. He likes to help people. He's a great businessman, but he loves giving the money away. Thank you very much. Steve, stand up. Thanks. Steve Witkoff. And another man who's with us tonight, Howard Lutnick. He's working on transition with Linda McMahon, a phenomenal woman. and he rebuilt Cantor Fitzgerald. His whole firm was taken down in the World Trade Center catastrophe. The plane flew right into him practically. He had the top 3 floors. Cantor Fitzgerald, one of the most successful firms on Wall Street. And he was riding down the road at West Side Highway, and he actually saw this happen. He said, oh my God. He saw it happen. He saw the plane go in. And you know why he wasn't there? He was always there at 6 o'clock in this morning. But for 5 years, his wife was saying, will you please take our child to school? And he said, no, I can't do it. I got to be in the office at 6 o'clock in the morning. The one day he agreed to take his beautiful child to school, he was delayed for 2 hours getting down there because he's taken this kid who turned out to be great, because a long time ago, I said, when you look at that beautiful person that you produced, you thank that person. You thank that person every single day. But he wasn't in, probably the only day, might have been the only day in your life that you weren't in that building at 6 o'clock in the morning, right? But his brother was in the building and hundreds of other people that worked for him. And his firm, outside of a few people in Europe, his firm was wiped out in 1 instant, 1 second it was wiped out. They were actually making phone calls to their families saying, we're stuck, we can't get out. All the fire exits were wiped out and the stairs were wiped out. You couldn't get out. They called their wives, they called, his brother was calling him and the wife. I mean, the whole story is crazy. And they all died, every one of them, and he had to rebuild. He wanted to rebuild, and he rebuilt the firm bigger, better, and stronger than it ever was, and he gave a big chunk of the firm for an extended period of time to the relatives, wives, and family of the people that were killed. Howard Luckman. It's a great story, actually. That's a great story. He's a great guy, and just one other group is here because this is, we are all inclusive, and if you see what's going on up in a really incredible place, a part of the country that's very incredible, but it's under siege. It's under siege. It's happening in Detroit. It's happening in a lot of other places, but Michigan is really under siege because of what they're doing to the auto business. We're bringing it all back. You see that we're going to through a series of intelligent tariffs, no taxes, but intelligent tariffs. All those companies are going to be brought back, but we've gotten to know and really understand Muslims for Trump. How about that? Muslims for Trump. And it's become a big movement in Michigan, a beautiful movement. And you know what they want? They want peace. They really do. They don't want to be in wars. They're very smart. And it started off as a little thing, and it's grown and grown and grown, and now we have a much bigger vote than they do. Can you believe that? Because they said these people are stupid. All they want to do is, they didn't know what to do. Actually, they were in between, and she has no idea. She doesn't know where the hell she is. She can't. And they liked me, and I like them. And let me just tell you, they want peace. They don't want to fight. And they're not involved in the terror and all the things that are going on. They're great people, and it's an honor for them. I don't know where they are, but Muslims for Trump, if you want to stand up, because this was a really great, thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And I think there's tremendous cohesion, and I think they may very well be responsible for the kind of numbers we're showing up in Michigan. Michigan is really looking good, just like Pennsylvania's looking good, just like Georgia's looking good. Just like Wisconsin is looking good. North Carolina is looking really good. Arizona's looking great. Nevada's looking great. Where else is there? But even Virginia, we had a great meeting. Glenn Youngkin, we had a tremendous crowd. It's not a swing state, but we had a tremendous crowd in Virginia. I'm hearing New Hampshire, where, these are states that aren't really in play in theory, but they're in play now. No, I think we're going to have a big day, but you have to go. Forget about the others. It doesn't matter. You have to go and vote. We win this state, it's over. We win the Commonwealth. We're going to win the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. then it's going to be over. So get out and vote. That's all I ask. In conclusion, with your vote tomorrow, we are going to fire Kamala. We're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands and thousands of factories back to America and back to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We will build American, we will buy American, and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. Would have never happened if I was president. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East, and I will prevent World War III from... You're very close to World War III. You're very close, and we have people that are not the right people to handle it. They are grossly incompetent. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. They know what's going on. They know everything. They know the names of the people that are coming into our country. They know everything about them. All we have to do is let them do their job. We will strengthen and modernize our military. I rebuilt it, but now a lot was given away to Afghanistan. Can you believe? They had a parade last week where they paraded our beautiful equipment down the middle of their boulevard. I don't like watching that. And we should have never let them have Bagram, the big air base that's just literally an hour away from China. We will build a missile defense shield over our country, all made in the USA, and a lot of it made in Pennsylvania. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., making them safe, clean, and beautiful again. We will teach our children to love our country, to honor our history, and to always respect our great American flag. I will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms. Your Second Amendment, your Second Amendment. Your beautiful Second Amendment, which happens to be under siege, and for 4 years it was fine. After years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we are finally going to build up our country, defend our borders, and protect our citizens and our land. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and it will be soon. Everyone will prosper, every family will thrive, and every day will be filled with opportunity and hope and the American dream. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop her radical left agenda, which is a landslide that is too big to rig. We're going to have too big to rig. So you need to get out immediately. You have to get out tomorrow. You have to get out tomorrow and vote. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. They're the most sinister. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It belongs to you. It was hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it's hard-working patriots like you who are going to save our country. After all we have been through together, we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise, and we will bring back, we will take it back, we'll do whatever we have to do, the nation that we love. We love this nation. I mean, I'm doing this. I could be in the most beautiful beaches in the world getting whacked by saltwater waves, with sharks in it, by the way. I don't like that. I'd rather be here. I want to be right here in Pittsburgh. With those big, strong men back there. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down. And we will never, ever surrender. Together we will fight, 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 and win, win, win. November 5th, tomorrow, will be the most important day in the history of our country, and together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. Thank you, Pittsburgh. God bless you. God bless you all. Thank you.
Walk off the stage here at PPG Paints Arena in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. It's worth noting this is Allegheny County, the county that Joe Biden narrowly won back in 2020. And yet right now we're seeing a packed house here in Pittsburgh. Every single seat here in this bottom area looks to be filled or was during the start of this rally. The line had wrapped around the building, waiting to get in. A great list of speakers as well. We saw Megyn Kelly come up on the stage, immediately taking a hit at Mark Cuban, saying that she is a smart, intelligent woman that is yet again correcting Mark Cuban. The crowd erupted there. You also saw Roberto Clemente Jr. come up on stage. Roberto Clemente's son, talking to President Trump, of course, showing his support there. Another breaking news happened today. Joe Rogan endorsed President Trump. Joe Rogan, of course, the famous podcaster, and it's worth noting that he typically doesn't do presidential endorsements. He did come out and endorse President Trump within the past couple hours here, so big news for the Trump campaign. Now, this isn't President Trump's last stop. He's now headed over to Michigan, where our very own Steve Gruber is standing by, anxiously awaiting his arrival. President Trump homed in on a lot of major issues, including jobs vote Democrat as well. So it's something to keep in mind. The big message, though, Pennsylvania will decide the election. That's why he is urging everyone to get out and physically vote. That is something that President Trump has urged today. Get out and physically cast your ballot. This is not over. Tuesday is the big day, and as he had said, this needs to be too big to rig. Now, a big age group that people are depending on, as well as gender, is white males. Allison Telcio, in fact, said that if white males come out and vote for Trump tomorrow, on Tuesday, specifically in Pennsylvania, Trump wins it. That's it. And if you look at it as well, Trump needs Pennsylvania to win. It's critical. But if he can have Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, that's it. He's done. Now, of course, you look at it from the opposite side of things. Kamala Harris, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Pennsylvania, that's her easiest path to victory. Of course, we're going to continue to follow all of this. We're live in Bucks County tomorrow. We're going to be tracking all of the results here on Real America's Voice. We'll get you over to live from Studio 6B, a very special episode. This is Michelle Backus reporting live from Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania.
Night without knowing who the winner is. Yeah. And I'll tell you why. I look at Arizona, I look at Georgia, and I look at North Carolina, and I say to myself, if he wins all three of those, now North Carolina you could say is probably the one that's the closest. And again, this is assuming that the math and the early voting and the numbers and everything we've seen is somewhat correct.
Right.
She has to win all three of the blue states, the blue wall states, Wisconsin, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I don't think she can do it. I don't think she does it. I think Wisconsin is a possible loss, and I think Pennsylvania is a possible loss.
Definitely.
So if we know, now again, Arizona, and maybe we don't know.
From what I hear, they're ready to call Arizona right now. So,
I think Fox just called Iowa for Kamala Harris, by the way.
Yesterday.
Yeah. I don't know. Maybe I'm drinking my own Kool-Aid here, but I don't know. Something tells me, unless Ann Seltzer is right, and this will be the poll heard around the world, the shot heard around the world, and everything that we think is not going to turn out tomorrow night, I can't see how we go to bed and not know.
Yeah. Well, that's a good point. And I think people, if they don't know, you're referring to the outlier Iowa poll that says Kamala Harris is up 3. It's outlandish, it's stupid, and don't pay attention to it. It's a psyop. They're just playing with you.
So how about the Joe Rogan? We just learned, President Trump just learned on stage, Joe Rogan with the endorsement while he's speaking to Elon tonight.
Nice.
What do you think of that, Rick?
That is... I didn't see that one coming. It stemmed from the interview that Joe Rogan just did with Trump supporter Elon Musk. He writes here on X, the great and powerful Elon Musk, almost sounds like the great and powerful Oz. If it wasn't for him, we'd all be effed. He makes what I think is the most compelling case for Trump you'll hear, and I agree with him every step of the way. For the record, yes, that's an endorsement of Trump, Rogan wrote. And again, he just posted that on X just a little while ago.
Elon said, quote, if the Dems win, he looked in the camera on Rogan and said, if the Dems win this election, They will legalize enough illegals to turn the swing states and everywhere will be like California. There will be no escape. This is it. This is the last chance. Go out and vote. Vote like your life depends on it. Vote like your future depends on it, because it does. This is the last chance. Women are currently outpacing men in early voting by a substantial margin. Men need to get out tomorrow and vote. You should be picking up all your friends and getting them to the polls. If you've already voted, your job is not done. Get at least one other person to the polls. Make a plan. Do it. That's a pretty strong pitch.
Yeah, definitely.
That sure is.
That is a pretty strong pitch. So,
wow.
All right, this will be the shortest live from Studio 6B in history, but we're glad you joined us for a little bit. You got a little preview here, sneak preview of the America's First Warehouse. We're going to toss it out now to Charlie Kirk.
Final MAGA rally. We have quite a show in store for you tonight, and our promise to you is that we are going to collapse to the finish line. I'm losing my voice. Tyler's been sick for 6 weeks. Blake is perfectly healthy.
Trump's losing his voice.
I'm feeling great, yeah.
I know.
It's like you guys are all falling apart.
Although, to be fair, I think I got you sick.
No, you got my family sick, you got our team sick, you got everybody sick.
Post the Blake, but my kids got me sick, so blame my children.
I look like
Blake is the political relief pitcher. I've been keeping him in the bullpen, ready to go.
I'm the innings eater.
He is. Yeah, that's right.
Blake, like Honeywell for
Blake is a 6, 7, 8 eater. Not the closer. The closer is Bannon. We'll bring him in later. Everybody, it's an honor to be with you. We are streaming live on every imaginable platform right now, and I will be checking our work. We are on 2 X accounts. We are on Facebook. We are on Getter. We are on Rumble. We're on YouTube. And we'll soon be on Real America's Voice.
The amount of authentication codes that I had to deal with just to get the Twitter thing going on today. Daisy, what'd you do? It was like 7 or 8 Twitter authentications.
I'm checking our work right now.
Better be up after all that work.
Yeah, we are streaming live. Let's see. It's actually on X. It's a link. Why does it do that?
Why is it a link? We need to fix that.
See, that's why we're doing this, right? So we can embed it. Okay. So everybody. Needless to say, this has been quite a 9 years. And tonight, the political story comes to an end. Now, tomorrow really is the end, but it's an emotional evening for those of us that have been in the trenches, that have been working this. Throughout the night, you are going to hear some remarkable stories from Tyler. And Tyler here is the host. He is the maestro. He was the master of ceremonies. Tyler, do you have some pictures? Come on, you got to get some pictures from that.
Oh, nobody asked me for them, but yeah,
you got to go back.
We've got them.
We got plenty of time. Trump has not even hit the plane yet in Pittsburgh. Okay. By the way, we can't bury the lead. Oh, but look, 2018, Elon smokes marijuana and Joe Rogan interview. That's what MSNBC's leading on with Rachel Maddow.
No doubt.
By the way, can't bury the lead. Joe Rogan has just endorsed Donald Trump.
Unbelievable.
They're not happy about
face. That. I mean, Ryan, we got to clip some of this. Rachel Maddow.
She's having a great night.
Look at her face. It's dour. It looks sunken.
So I want to remind all of you that are watching on the stream right now, this is kind of our warm-up stream, if you will. Tomorrow is the big night. We will be streaming. I know a lot of other people will be streaming. We're going to outlast them, and honestly, our stream is better. Right, Blake?
Oh, it's going to be amazing.
It's objectively better. So I actually want the competition. I want a lot of the streams to be happening.
I want to see them dropping off, dropping out.
Oh, yeah.
We'll see you tomorrow morning, everyone.
Now, mind you, we do have West Coast advantage, so we got a couple hours on them. But everybody, make plans to watch us tomorrow. It's going to be quite great. Let's start. I want to get to... Of course, the final MAGA rally. Just look at it. Look how mad Rachel is. Woo, woo. She is an angry woman. She is angry. Okay. Sorry, we go picture in picture. She does not look happy here. Oh,
she looks rough.
She's doing. Oh, she is. Yeah. She is doing Proud Boys coverage. Okay. Tyler, we are 12 hours out from voting. How big of a deal is the Joe Rogan endorsement in these final hours? The last big news item.
Well. Charlie, you know I've been the one that's been pressing the buttons on the warning, the way you lose is you lose men. Warning, the way you lose is you lose men. And guess what? Joe Rogan has a massive male crowd that follows him. There's a massive amount of men who listen to Joe Rogan religiously. And we know that if you lined up all of the male influencers in America, It's almost certain.
He's number 1, 2, and 3.
He's 1, 2, and 3, and then there's an ocean between a Pacific
1, 2,
Ocean
3,
between
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
4, 5, and 6.
It's a league of its own. It really is.
It might be like I can't even think of like a sports figure.
No.
That even comes close. Maybe Tom Brady at peak.
He's the Jordan of podcasts.
Michael Jordan, yeah.
Well, hold on. This is a better equivalent. Imagine if Rush Limbaugh in the mid-1990s held back an endorsement before the evening of the election.
Yeah.
Meaning, like, because remember, he invented the podcast medium. Rush Limbaugh invented AM radio as we know it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's as big as it gets. And this will, I guarantee you, this will net votes. Whether it nets at 10,000 votes or 100,000 votes, this is huge.
Throw up 42. This is the tweet, by the way. Just I want to make sure people actually see it because he just tweeted
without the
it.
swearing. Yeah.
No. Well, yeah. Oh, you might have to.
I think it's. I think even Rush Limbaugh sells it short because was such a, by his nature,
Built-in,
political
yeah,
actor.
sure.
It's more
Rush
like
in a primary.
I'm almost even thinking like, what if like. I'm trying to think. It's like if one of the most famous people in America,
Like
just kind of
Elvis
came out.
Presley?
Elvis, or like, I mean, actually, it's kind of like Taylor Swift. It's like our version of
Fair
Taylor
enough,
Swift. A person, but even more than that, because Joe Rogan actually is more of an
independent thinker,
ideas guy. Like he'll engage more with ideas,
he has
political
earned
topics.
the trust of millions of people by being inquisitive, by being fair, by being Joe.
A comparison might be, honestly, like if Oprah, at the absolute peak of her popularity, if there was an election where Democrats were like, we're not getting women out to vote, we're having issues with this, and then the day before on her show, Oprah says like, oh, I'm going to actually endorse someone in this race.
Yeah. He's very Herculean in that way, where it's just like kind of mythical podcasting type of a figure, and I think that's what's made him so intriguing for so long.
We just got an email, by the way. We're dancing all over the place for good reason. Kelly says, Charlie, we're watching you right now. We just ballot chased in Gilbert tonight. We hit every house. Was a blast. I'm making chicken noodle soup for you.
Looks great.
Looks really good, actually. Thank you, Kelly. By the way, Tyler, again, we're just going to dance around tonight.
My hometown, by the way, Gilbert.
Can you just talk about the success of the Commit 100 and how many non-paid people have stepped up to chase ballots this cycle for Turning Point Action?
Yeah,
it's been amazing.
So we launched our Commit 100 program, which the idea was get as many people to commit to chase 100 ballots, just 100 ballots. And if you broke it down, our program trains people to try to chase 10 ballots per day. So it's basically in an election month, which we have in most states, it's basically spend your weekends chasing ballots or come out for like a week or 2 weeks and chase ballots, and you can probably knock out most of those people. And then you can work on them from home. We had, Charlie, thousands, and in large part thanks to the Charlie Kirk Show, in large part thanks to our Turning Point ecosystem that we built, is we have had thousands and thousands. We had over 10,000 people sign up. We had, just in Arizona alone, help 6,000 people.
That's unbelievable.
2,500 of them came physically in person. We had over 2,000 people, and I didn't realize this because I couldn't believe it. I knew we had a lot of states represented here, and I thought it was in the 30s. But when they pulled the numbers, they're like, oh, actually, we had people from 49 states,
except Vermont,
participate. And the only one that didn't participate was Vermont. And my friend from Vermont commented on Twitter. He said, well, they locked the two of us Republicans up here, so that's the reason why. But yeah, Vermont's tiny; it's smaller than probably Gilbert. So yeah, it's really successful. And what we've done is we've trained people. We've put them through a multi-hour class where we've taught them the basics to relational organizing and ballot chasing, and they've gone out and they've targeted a very specific universe of people here in Arizona. And Arizona is really a unique place, and I think this is part of what's made it successful here. However, Charlie, we've done this in Arizona, we've done this in Wisconsin, we've done this in Pennsylvania, we've done this in Nevada, we've done this in Georgia, we've done this in Michigan. So all the key target states we've done it in. But Arizona, I think it's been ultra successful because most people are from somewhere else here. So I think it's been really fun because we've had all these people come in from out of state. We've had people local too. I don't want to ignore those locals. We've had thousands of people sign up who have been helping locally and in the rural parts of Arizona, helping the more suburban areas of Arizona. And then we've had people stay in hotels, come in, and they've chased literally, we're not talking hundreds of votes, not thousands of votes. We're talking tens of thousands of votes, Charlie. Yeah. And an effort like this has never been done before.
So yeah, Andrew, can you comment on that, and then also the Joe Rogan news as it's breaking today?
Yeah, I mean, just being around all these people today has been extraordinarily encouraging. By the way, if you find yourself watching or listening to this tonight and you have never taken the leap to get involved at this level and to really get hands-on, get into it, like take a leap of faith, get out there, meet some people you didn't know before, sit through a training, meet some people at Turning Point Action, your life will be forever changed for the better. It's really like, if you feel down about the country, let me just be somebody to tell you, this is such an uplifting experience to witness with your own eyes.
One of the ladies that was in the kitchen with us today, she was on break between chasing ballots. I said, "How's it been? How's the door knocking been?" She's like, "How have people been treating you?" And she's like, "Tyler, let me tell you, the friends I've made through this experience has been bar none." And she was here all month.
Yeah,
she spent a full month with us, and so people say, "How did
the
you
Democrats
do this?"
have no equivalent of that? I mean, that's unbelievable.
Well, I mean, I'll tell you, I want to give a ton of credit to our Turning Point Action staff who are right now in the office putting together yard signs that say, "Don't leave the poll, stay in line," because we're expecting the worst in Arizona tomorrow. We're like hurt puppies. We're in that mode, but they're over working. We're making calls. They're doing text messages still all night, late into the night, but our team has been so awesome because we've made it easy. We've been doing the work that typically in the left 20 other organizations do, all in one organization. And one of the crazy things that we've done is we've coordinated this entire effort of locking down hotels and hotel rooms. I mean, we do this for events where it's like for 3 nights, all those hotel rooms. Imagine doing that for a month all across the state.
And by the way, I want to say something. A lot of our donors watching that possible. Very big difference.
Huge difference. I think we ended up with
we're on RAV
a dozen
now,
hotels,
and RAV's been the program through RAV has been amazing.
Huge. Yeah, by the way, thousands of donors.
Yeah, and so let me just share an anecdote from tonight. So Charlie did a super chase. The team organized it.
Yep.
Well, 2 of them. Yeah, but this last one, there was a couple reporters there, so I stayed late. Everybody left me. I had to figure out how to reconnect with everybody. But as I was sitting there, 2 of the ladies, recognized me from the show. They wanted to chat. It was really sweet. And I just asked them, "How has your experience been?" And they said, "You would not believe how amazing the Turning Point staff has been. It's like anything that we need, they help us with. Uber, vouchers, breakfast, making sure we have all our questions answered." They said it's been like a concierge service for volunteers. And I just want to compliment the team.
That's very rare in politics.
Yes.
Let me just say.
Let me just tell you, that is unbelievable. But that's the culture that we have built and that Tyler and Charlie have built.
It's true.
Here at Turning Point, where we super serve the volunteers that come and take part in this so that they can actually be useful and effective. Yeah. I've heard countless stories of other volunteer efforts throughout the years where it's basically they don't want to do them because the volunteers are too much hassle. And they're more trouble than they're worth, right? Mm-hmm. And this is an organization that has taken all of that energy, that volunteer energy, and really put it to great effect to the tune of tens of thousands of ballots in the box. And that's an amazing accomplishment.
I want to encourage all of you guys that are watching right now. We are doing a giveaway. Daisy, we need some hats. I'm signing hats right now to whoever becomes a member tonight, members.charliekirk.com. We are signing MAGA hats. When you guys become a member, members.charliekirk.com, you support the show. You can ask me questions once a week. And during the stream this week, which it's going to be a stream all week, guys. Let's just be honest. It's going to be a stream all week. As you guys are in the stream all week, you'll be able to communicate with us directly with voice memos and more. So if you become a member, members.charliekirk.com, I will sign hats right here. And Daisy will be bringing them in throughout the evening. Okay, that's members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com.
I'm going to give a shout out to Citizen Kane at Citizen Free Press. If you're watching, brother, thank you for putting us on the stack. The show is at the top of the stack for Citizen Free Press. So good man there. Kane, we appreciate it.
All right, so let's kind of make sure we've checked the box of all the breaking news here. Blake, let me go to you. Was there any polling, any data today that was interesting, or is it all just kind of muddied up the same?
It's basically
before we get into story time.
It's basically muddying things up. There haven't been any thunderbolts like that Iowa poll that we talked about a bunch last night. It's mostly a lot of stuff on the margins. I think it's funny that, Nate Silver, a lot of people invest in him, and basically his final update is that the race is 50-50, basically.
Yeah, I'm glad he gets paid big bucks for that.
Well, that's what it is. I don't feel that we feel it's massively different from 50-50 in the end. We've talked about the same thing, and if he's going to come out and say it's a coin toss race, then it's a coin toss race. I think, honestly, I think that gives him more credibility than someone who's like coming out here being like, it's 100% over. I know. I think
that's all BS.
A lot of those people
I
are
want to thank
clowns.
Jason, Charlene, Deborah, Mary, Monica Lynn, Tamra, Jeff, Joe, Mary, Sunshine, Peyton, Susan, Stephanie, Jennifer, Olivia, David, Lindsay, Peyton, Shalom, Cornell, and Macy. I'm signing hats for all of you, members.charliekirk.com, tonight on the night of the final MAGA rally. Can we get that picture-in-picture, by the way, guys, as Donald Trump is returning to close out his campaign again in Grand Rapids, Michigan. I can tell you, I was at that one in Grand Rapids, then we'll go to story time here, unless there was other major breaking news. And I remember I was with Erica 4 years ago tonight, and I turned to Erica, you know what I said? I said, this doesn't feel like the end. And she says, do you think he's going to lose? I said, this doesn't feel like how the story ends.
Mm-hmm.
And here we are.
Well, we don't think the story ends here either. Like,
no, but meaning that it just didn't have that, like, this is it. Tonight, I don't want to get too big into my predictions, but there is a finale type, right? Guy's been shot, indicted, like this. The melodrama seems to be peaking here.
Well, and then with Megyn Kelly,
Rogan,
Megyn Kelly gets up on stage and formally endorses because of the Mark Cuban, comment about strong, intelligent women.
It's finally the case that it's taken 9 years, but we've come full circle. Megyn Kelly finally understands Trump really did just mean only Rosie O'Donnell.
let me say
that's really emblematic.
So let me just tell the difference. So 4 years ago, I was there, and Donald Trump at the final MAGA rally in Grand Rapids brought up Lil Pump or Lil Pimp.
They call him Lil Pimp.
And no, it's a real thing, and he got the name wrong. That was his big endorsement. Lil Pump, whatever. He called him Little Pimp, though. And the guy was tripping over a gate. I'm not kidding. He was blazed out of his mind, super stoned. That was like his big night before endorsement. I'm not kidding you. Donald Trump gets the endorsement from Joe Rogan. I mean, just to compare and contrast, Lil Pump versus Joe Rogan.
Well, and Megyn Kelly and Danica Patrick and
Tulsi Gabbard, Bobby Kennedy. This ball game is completely different 4 years later. I mean, completely different. And yes, Ryan, thank you for being our rap aficionado.
Apparently, Patrick Mahomes' mom, apparently, I think.
Oh, yeah.
Randy. Yeah, it was intense.
Randy.
Did you see the video?
I did not.
Charlie tweeted it. It's like a million.
All right, Tyler's got. But Tyler wasn't at the Arizona Biltmore Ballroom, though.
No, that's part of the story.
Okay. Tyler's got Andrew. Load up all this stuff as I continue. By the way, can we get some B-roll from that Pittsburgh rally? Look at that, Andrew. We got to get some B-roll of that. The rally he just held in Pittsburgh. Blake, look at that. That's insane. It was 25,000 people.
Apparently, Caitlin Collins from CNN mentioned Charlie just a minute ago.
Oh, Dylan Mulvaney? It's great. What does she have to say?
We actually call her Scott Pressler.
No, that's uncanny.
Yeah, people. Scott Pressler posts all the time. Like, I am not Caitlin.
Yeah, he actually posts that.
Yeah. By the way, I'm signing a hat right now.
They have the same hair.
I'm signing a hat. Caitlin just became a member. I don't know. Did Caitlin go on to members.charliekirk.com?
More and more people are doing it.
I'll sign it just for you, Caitlin. Just for you. Everybody, you can also email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. If you are planning to vote tomorrow, I want to hear from you, freedom@charliekirk.com. I also only want to hear from you if you are bringing and dragging another human being to the polls tomorrow. Yes. I successfully chased 6 of my neighbors today, and I have the text messages to prove it. 6.
Dude, you're always sharing them with us, actually.
Oh, I love it though. It's
By the
like
way,
it fires you up.
My
right?
favorite thing to do when I come to Arizona is to chase the Uber
Isn't it
drivers.
great?
It's really fun. By the way, Uber has got to be like a 90-10 voting block for Trump in this state.
It's like 95-5.
I'm not kidding.
I have a whole theory on this.
50 Uber drivers. So let's just say 50.
I have a theory.
I've had 2 that were Kamala supporters.
If you drive Uber, own a pickup truck, own an off-terrain vehicle or a boat, it's 95-5 for Trump. Do you think that's right?
I don't. It's got to be a boat. With
like an ATV.
A boat with an outboard motor.
There's no way it could be that high.
Oh, a boat with an outboard motor for sure.
Yeah.
No, I mean, come on. Let's be honest. How many white
like a
dudes for
sailboat?
How many white dudes for no, white dudes for Harris is-
You're entering Jewish Orthodox numbers now that he's getting.
No, let's be honest. How many white dudes for Harris are
Orthodox
pulling up in a
Jews.
pickup truck, getting into a boat that they own with a motor on the outside, also with an ATV? Is that a Kamala demo?
You're underestimating the
Wait, you mean all 3 of
Scottsdale
those
white
things?
dudes for Harris.
No, any one of those things. I say there's something about that. By the way,
Have you heard the 30,000?
look at that rally. By the way, look at that. That's closing energy. By the way, that's what you want to see the night before
Did
an
you see
election.
Macon, Georgia, by the way, last night?
Unbelievable.
It was nice.
No,
Incredible.
by the way, I want to thank Robert, Christy, Tracy, Shelley, Sam, Stephen, Caitlin, Noah, Adrian, Janine, Mark, Kylie, Jackson, Ilana, Brandon, Jordan, Jeannie, Tracy, Bethany, Joey, Judy, Lori. We continue to sign hats all for you right now. Members.charliekirk.com. Here tonight on the night of the final rally, MAGA rally. Okay.
Bittersweet.
All right. So Tyler, do we have everything loaded up here for story time here?
Yeah, I mean, it can be a really long story or a really short story.
Well,
I'll tell the medium version.
Tell the
of it.
interesting version. Just subtract
it's all very interesting. There's so much.
I know, but you got to keep the audience here.
Yeah.
We got people got stuff to do.
So the very first Trump rally, how it came to be, I was sitting with Charlie in
Barrington, Illinois.
At
Francesca's.
I was like one of 3 Turning Point USA staff. And,
This is correct.
And we're eating lunch, and I get a phone call. It's Corey Lewandowski. And I don't know who Corey Lewandowski is. Nobody at that time.
You were the
knows who
Maricopa County Republican chair.
I was the chairman of Maricopa County Republicans. So I was a mid 20-something-year-old as the chair of the largest Republican-held county at the time. We had 4,000 precinct committeemen, and so it was a big deal. The chair of the state party at the time was a guy who had brokered all these deals with John McCain in the background. Everyone thought he was conservative, but he really wasn't. He was hanging out with John McCain all the time. And so the Trump campaign at the time had just entered. It was like a week and a half, like maybe a week after Trump announces he's in the race. And he's like polling like 16th or 17th in the polls, because remember, there's like 16 people in the race for president, and this is 2015. And again, this is June. And they call and they say, hey, the Republican Party of Arizona doesn't want to host Donald Trump because we wanted to do an anti-illegal immigration rally.
And mind you, he'd never done the quote MAGA rally thing before.
Nothing. They didn't exist.
He did like an event in Iowa, but it was kind of weird. It was not great. He had never gone to like that actual I'm going to give a 45-minute rally speech. That genre
happened.
was uninvented at the time.
It was not. We invented it. So, and this is how it happened. So they we want to do like a little get together. It was like that. How he framed it was, I want to do a little get together, and I said, oh my, yeah, of course. I was like, yeah, of course. We're in the game. We hosted Rand Paul a couple months before because we like Rand. And we were like, oh, yeah, of course. Donald Trump, oh, yeah, that'd be cool. That sounds like, and he's like, really? I'm like, yeah, we're big anti-illegal immigration people here in Maricopa County. Like, I could get into all the details, but yeah, that's going to be great. I think that's going to be awesome. And he's like, oh, okay. Well, do you think we should provide refreshments and stuff? Do you think you can get 100, 150 people in the room? I'm like,
dude, this is they were untested. They've never drawn a crowd before. Because when he announced in New York, it was paid people.
This is yeah. Oh, totally. This is on the phone. He's like, 150 people. Are you sure? I'm like, because I sound like a really young guy on the phone. I'm sure he was like, I don't know about this dude. I'm like, dude, yeah, I can get lots of people. I can get thousands of people there. I can get 1,000 plus people there. And he's like, no way. Okay, well, we'll see what you can do. We're going to host at the Arizona Biltmore. That's where a lot of presidents stay. We'll provide food, refreshments, donuts or something.
I have to interject. He didn't really know how serious his candidacy was at this time.
No, this was literally
still in the experimental phase.
This is days into this campaign, coming down the Golden Escalator.
Well, and people wonder why Corey Lewandowski has been brought back. They've been together for a long time
from the very beginning.
Yeah.
So they make this graphic So the graphic, I don't know if you guys saw it in the chat, if you throw it up.
I think we got it here.
It's the blue graphic. They make this graphic. It literally looks like it was made on like Microsoft
48.
Paint.
Yeah, 48.
They like literally like they took my logo from Maricopa County. I made this logo on at the time in 2015, 2014 when I made this was like on Photoshop. I was like, this is great skills. But that's like the outline of Maricopa County with the elephant in it. And they stuck it on here and it says free event, limited tickets, refreshment served.
Guys, you are looking at the promo poster for the first ever MAGA rally.
And it says,
this was the
please RSVP to standwithtrump.eventbrite.com. And we were running the Eventbrite. So Jake Hoffman, who's been with us, he's now the Freedom Caucus chair here in Arizona. I tapped him to be my unpaid comms director. And so he's managing all the comms for this. And we just start like kicking this thing out to media all over the place. Like Donald Trump, you know, like it becomes this thing everywhere. And we got literally like all the local media immediately, like, please let us in the room. And so we started working with Corey on this thing. And Jeff DeWitt, who at the time was the state treasurer, was on board right from the beginning. He was in the middle of all this stuff. I go, they're like, hey, can you get anyone to speak at this thing? And I'm like, well, obviously, like Senator Flake and John McCain are no-go. They're trying to block you at the state party. Because that's what they said. They went to the state party first, and the state party said, of course, no.
Now, I just want to interject here, though. Can you read the headline really quick, Blake?
Oh, this is just like once the thing happens, this is the New York Times 2015. Donald Trump defiantly rallies a new silent majority.
So this was it. This was the beginning of the MAGA movement started with Tyler Boyer.
So there's an even funnier part of this. Corey asks, who can speak at this thing? Nobody wants to speak. No one. No one. And at the time,
except Sheriff Joe.
Well, no, he didn't want to either. So I go down, so I get in my car and I go downtown. And I remember I'm on my way downtown to meet with Sheriff Joe when he was still the sheriff. He's still the sheriff of Maricopa County. And it's this massive complex. And I walk in, and I've met with Sheriff Joe many times because I was the county chair. And I walk in, and he's behind his desk. He has this big office and this big wall of everything that's about Sheriff Joe. And he walks through, and Sheriff Joe doesn't remember he doesn't forget anything. He remembers everything. He's like an iron trap. And I walk in, and he's like, well, what do you need? I'm like, well, I need you to speak at this, because he was running for re-election at the time. This is the first time before he lost that first one. And he's under indictment and everything else. They're trying to go after him at the time. And he's like, well, you know, Tyler, I'm a Rick Perry guy. And I'm like, but Sheriff, we really, like, this is like a county thing. The county party's hosting it. You're running for sheriff. Like, you got to do it. He's like, okay, I'll do it. And God bless Sheriff Joe. He's like, I'm a party guy, and I've always supported the party, and I'm going to do it for the party. I don't know about this just Donald Trump guy, but I'm gonna be a Rick Perry guy probably. But I don't know about
crazy.
And so he does it. So he agrees. So he's the only person.
By the way, he was a national figure. He
was loved. He was loved nationally
and hated. But yes,
yeah, but he was hated by the McCain Flake crowd.
Well, and Democrats, but yeah.
And Democrats for sure. But like that whole like pro.
Yeah, he was a big get. I remember
pro legal immigration crowd. And so he agrees to it. So the lineup is me, Joe Arpaio, and then Donald Trump.
So I gotta interject. This is it, right? So I'm gonna just a couple things. Number one, I want to put up can we put up the picture of Tyler on stage? Look at that. That's Erica sent that to me. Look at that.
Yeah.
So that's Tyler on stage, and my wife is right behind Tyler.
And there's my wife with our baby.
No way. Isn't that crazy?
There's
Erica
my father-in-law
right here.
No way.
And Tyler met her at that event, and now we're married and have 2 kids. And it all started at this MAGA rally.
I didn't even know that part of it.
See the guy with the black hair that's in the blue shirt? That's my grandpa. So that's my grandpa.
So half the audience were Boyers.
So that's my grandpa. That's my uncle. That's the guy, the bald guy in the middle. And that's my father-in-law. So that's Lauren's dad.
If you go straight up from Tyler's head,
Erica,
to the left, that's Erica. Right at the top.
The guy in the white shirt's my father-in-law. The girl behind her is Erica. Behind him is Erica.
So I want to dwell on that more, but let's kind of get some. This is Donald Trump at the Phoenix MAGA rally. I don't know if you know we had this tape. Listen to this. He was talking about the Biltmore in this tape.
Yeah.
Play cut 38.
It's all real.
So this began as 500 people in a ballroom in Phoenix. And the hotel called us up And they said, please don't do it here. We're going to be swamped. It's going to destroy the building. It's been amazing. And outside, sadly, we have thousands of people that can't get in. So you know real estate. You know real estate.
So that is the first remarks there. And Tyler, understand the genre of what we're celebrating tonight, the MAGA rally. Anyway, can someone, you should ask ChatGPT, let us know, how many MAGA rallies have there been?
A lot. A lot. You can go on Wikipedia and like.
How many are there though?
I mean, they have 3 separate pages because they have like a page for his 2016 run, for like the intermediary, like for his presidency in 2020, and then now, like 3 whole pages. I'd probably say like 200 at least.
Oh, maybe. More than that, Blake. Oh,
actually,
come on.
yeah, several more.
No. It's at least 1,500.
I don't know. 1,500
9 years?
is a lot.
No, hold think about it. 9 years. Hold on.
You want me to go count? I'll
hold on. Let me try to do some
Chat GPT.
365.
Grok it.
All right, no, I'm not.
Times 9.
To do that.
So that's 3,285 days. Donald Trump has easily done a rally 1 out of every 5 days the last 9 years. Easily, because he's done like 4 a day some days.
Well, in election years, obviously. But like he did rallies. Do we count the ones when he was president?
My guess is 821-ish. I think there's been over 800 MAGA rallies.
You know what? Like, you guys tell your thing, and I'm just going to count literally every single one that's listed on Wikipedia, and I'll get back
Trump
to you.
said today that they celebrated their 507th MAGA rally, which I think I'm counting like other one-off events as that, but I think like
that's a lot.
Oh wait, they celebrated the 507th rally years ago.
Yeah.
Okay, so they're way above that.
So the history.
That's crazy.
The history of this thing though was that it got on the first one, they had no staff. So this is the other thing. Trump had no staff. It was Corey flew in with him.
Hope Hicks.
Hope showed up and like kind of just sat there in a chair. I'm not even kidding. Jake Hoffman's running around managing all this, like all this stuff.
I'm sorry, I know all these characters. It just makes it funny.
The funnier part was there was all these people who showed up and were like, I wanted, after they saw the rally.
They all wanted to be part of the bandwagon.
They wanted to be a job. They wanted a job. And so all these people came to me like I was like running the Trump campaign. And I'm like, I have nothing to do with this. And so I would just email Corey. I'm like, don't hire this guy. Don't hire this guy. Don't hire this guy. Don't hire this person. He's crazy. No, because they were like looking for state directors because it was like they had more money than they knew what to do with at the time. They offered money to host this thing, and we didn't take it. By the way, the history of this is we didn't take it because we're just happy that they paid for the convention center and like did all that. But it was a beginning that was like mind-blowing, and it started right here in Phoenix, Arizona. And the people that were there, I can still remember. I know the guest list. Some of the best activists that we have in the state of Arizona were there. They showed up for me because I asked them to. They showed up because they wanted to see the excitement, and they showed up most importantly because Donald Trump was the first guy that had the intestinal fortitude to talk about how bad illegal immigration was.
And he started a movement, everybody, that has swept the country.
Well, I have another couple images I want to show.
Please,
too, by the way. If we can get these loaded up. So the first one, since we're talking about first and last, show 55. And Charlie, you're going to actually know the venue. This was in D.C., if I remember right. Right? This was the first time that Turning Point hosted. So this was not a MAGA rally.
See this front page of the Atlantic?
Whoa. I got to about just under 200 rallies just from the 2015 primaries.
Sorry, breaking news.
No, sorry. We're on the front page of the Atlantic right now.
What did we do?
The right's new kingmaker.
Whoa!
I did not want it. I disavow.
We didn't even know it was coming. They didn't tell us.
I don't see it.
Oh my gosh!
On the magazine.
I just sent it to you. Anyway, I don't want to get into that right now. Sorry.
Oh, I see it. Yeah.
I had 3 people send it to me at once. So.
Wow, they have like they have like. That's quite the photo they have of you there.
I wonder why. It's not me compassionately embracing somebody. You were talking, Andrew. I interrupted you. I'm sorry.
No. This is... had I known they were coming out with this would have been interesting.
They did this all in secret?
Thanks for letting us contribute to the story, Atlantic. Anyways, so this is the first one. What is this, 2018? Do you want to say this is 2018 or 2017?
This was 2018. No. It was 2019.
2019 was our first trial?
2019 was TSAS, yes. 2019.
Okay, so this is 2019.
I know that because Erica and I were together, and I met Erica on September 18th.
This is at a little ballroom in
like the Marriott or
the Marriott.
Yeah.
Now, go to 56. And this was our last Trump rally, producing our last one through Turning Point.
I mean, come on, how great is that? And that's back to back, by the way.
Back to back, because the night this was in Las Vegas,
Hard
Nevada.
place to do an event, by the way.
By the way, what people don't understand about this particular venue is people from Las Vegas show up real late, which is unlike the event we did the day before
in Georgia.
They were there
the day before,
where people were camping out all night, and there was like we had to turn away half the people in Georgia. Well, in Vegas, Thursday is like their Monday. So because of the way people work the casinos. So people were coming late, and I got into that venue, and I looked up at the upper bowl. People don't appreciate the upper bowl is just as big as the lower bowl. So it's a massive, massive venue. And the night before, yes, we had just done Duluth, Georgia, and it was a both of them were fantastic events, star-studded. I mean, you talk about the endorsements. It was like we had Jorge Masvidal, we had Marco Rubio was back there, Vivek, Tulsi. In Georgia, we had Jason Aldean, Danica Patrick, all these people coming out. So it was a massive, massive success. So that was our last Trump rally. That was our last MAGA rally, and so it's wild to see how far the organization has come from the first time we hosted Trump in 2019 at a ballroom
Praise
in D.C.
God, honestly. It's just been a great journey. I just want to say credit to President Trump. For those that don't know him personally, he's been so generous with his time to this organization and has really allowed us to blossom into what we are today, win or lose tomorrow, right? And, I mean, I just want to say, Tyler, you look like you're trying to chime in.
Well, I was just going to say the first one was kind of fun.
The first MAGA rally we ever did? The first
Trump event that we did was kind of fun.
No, let's just believe it.
We're not doing that. No. We'll do that next. We'll do that next week. We're not doing that tonight. I do want to let's get to some hats here. I want to thank Brad, Tanya, CJ, Bob, Christy, Paul, Janine. By the way, we're building Mount MAGA. Can we zoom out here? And just a reminder, everybody, make a plan when you are watching election coverage tomorrow, starting around 5:30 Eastern for at least, 10 hours, 12 hours, right, Blake? Maybe more?
Maybe more.
We will be streaming all night.
Honestly, what we're hoping for is probably a really short one. What if we just blow them out?
I think we're going to stream anyway.
Trump speak before midnight.
I don't know.
And then,
I think it's going to be close. You guys better turn out. By the way, email me, freedom@charliekirk.com, when you are voting, how you are voting, and who you are bringing to the polls. freedom@charliekirk.com. And just a reminder, if you become a member, members.charliekirk.com, I will sign a hat for you right here. So, Tyler, you host the first ever MAGA rally. Let's go back. I just want our audience to continue. By the way, the audience is loving this. We're getting tons of emails of people just loving story time. Hold on one second. I want to play more here. This is Donald Trump here from the first ever MAGA rally, because it's the first one and the last one tonight. So I want people to...
Full circle moment.
Play cut 41.
You know, it's a term I haven't heard for years, but I was thinking about it today.
Ray Boyer right there.
Thank you. It's a term that I haven't heard for years, but I really think it applies now more than maybe ever before. And that's the term, the silent majority. Have you all heard that? You don't hear it anymore. You don't hear it. When people start cutting up their credit cards at Macy's and won't go to Macy's anymore, when all of these things, and that's a big story, but nobody wants to write it, that's fine, I don't care about me. But when you see the kind of power that the silent majority has, and the silent majority is a problem. They want to go out, they want to lead a good life, they want to work hard, they want to have their family, they don't want to be involved in coming here and waiting on a line for hours and hours and coming in and listening to Trump.
Little did he know that he's going to be 800.
But the silent majority is back, and we're going to take the country back.
We were loving it back then.
And we are going to make America great again. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
That's all time.
I want the audience to understand, everybody, like that 9 years caps tonight. That it'll be bracketed in history.
Seeing that, it's almost like easy to forget like how unbelievable this was.
No,
at
it's
the
truly
time.
unbelievable.
I didn't think he had a snowball's chance.
Even in this article, I'm reading the New York Times right up at the time.
Read some of
like Donald Trump, the real estate mogul who has taken center stage in the race for the Republican presidential nomination, delivered a rambling monologue on Saturday, dismissing a long list of critics, including Jeb Bush, Hillary Rodham Clinton, and Macy's, while rallying what he termed a new silent majority of voters. For more than an hour, Trump ticked through a list of businesses and candidates who have tried to censure him since his long-shot campaign began 3 weeks ago, and he made light of their practices and intelligence. "How can I be tied with this guy?" Trump said of Mr. Bush, whom many consider the Republican frontrunner. "He's terrible. He's weak on immigration." The speech had a distinctly celebratory air, as Mr. Trump lauded the massive, they put it in quotes, crowds he is drawing, and the attention that he has brought to immigration and other issues that he says weak politicians were afraid to address. It also demonstrated what his party fears most about him, that he is an orator without regard for decorum who is willing to mock other Republicans.
I mean, what I love about that is we all laugh. Frontrunner Jeb Bush. That was the Republican Party, everybody, before that man went down the escalator.
They were going to run Jeb!
Jeb was the standard bearer that we were supposed to get excited. And Donald Trump smashed that Republican Party and has built something new.
You know what? Remember that? Will anybody ever forget the dumb wars comment?
Oh, it was one of the greatest moments. By the way, we should get the Trump greatest hits tonight.
Ryan, fine.
Well, and that I just dropped in the chat. That was so the WAPO piece that came out that week was a piece that was centered around Senator Flake, and the title of it was Senator Flake: local GOP should not host Trump's Arizona event.
Oh man, he was already on that. Jeez.
I don't know if you can pull that up, but it's this piece. If you pull it up, has Senator Jeff Flake literally going after us specifically around the immigration issue. I put a quote in there that Jake actually crafted and sent over to them, but that we said, hey, Senator Flake should be probably more concerned about Obama letting in all these illegals over the border and less concerned about Donald Trump, who's a candidate for president. But Jeff Flake called me, and my wife was in the car with me, called me, threatened me personally, said, hey, I would hate to see what you go down in flames so quickly. You're a new GOP chair. You're probably not going to have much of a career if you decide to host this event.
This is in Washington Post.
And I said, Senator Flake, with all due respect, I don't really care what you think. And if you want to host it, if you want to host somebody that's running for president, be my guest here. But I really don't care what you think.
You know what's
hung up the phone. That was the last time I ever spoke to him.
I was going to say, you know what's weird? He was right. He knew that as soon as that populist energy came in, maybe he didn't really know, but he had this sneaking suspicion that it was actually the canary in the coal mine for his political career.
Well, what I realized was how many people did they threaten like that over the years, and who stood down? And I remember in the moment, I remember I was in the car, and I was like, I'm not going to stand down to this guy. I don't even really like this guy. I'm not going to stand down to this guy.
It can be really intimidating when you're Young County Chair. Really quick, I need to say some of these names, guys. I want to thank Rick, Frankie, Lisa, Thomas, Sandra, Michelle, Sharon, Melody, Teresa, Kevin, Barbara, Sarah, Ashley, Nadine, Stephen, Drew, Janet, Alan, Lewis, Carrie, Michael, Diana, Dee, Patrick, David, Christopher, Carrie, Wendy, Coach, maybe Coach Wendy, Shelby, AJ, Michael, Kelsey, Kip, Leola, Adam, Patricia, Julie, Dawn, Paul, Nicole, Jordan, Don, Bonita, John, Veronica, George, Sandra, Jax, Dee Dee, Bobby, Stephanie, Tyler, Lucas, Kyle, Deanna, Kelly, Alexander, Martin, Sherry, members.charliekirk.com. I'm signing hats for all of you. Sorry, I had to get through that. Members.charliekirk.com.
What we were talking about with the first MAGA rally and then the MAGA hat, Benny had a great video where he went into Fulton County, urban core in Georgia, and he's handing out these hats, the Turning Point ones, branded ones. And he gives us a shout out at the end. It's nice. But And then I throw up 59. So I have like this conundrum. Like I study Charlie's Twitter like all the time. 59. This is a family photo of Charlie, Erica, and the little one, wearing MAGA hats and voting. And the caption simply says, 2 more votes for Trump in Arizona. Comment below if you have voted for Trump and name the state. We need massive turnout. This thing has been seen, Charlie, by 26.3 million people on Twitter. And at first, remember, I was like, is it getting trolled? Is like, did Elon Musk retweet it? Which, like, you'll sometimes see big engagements if that happens. But you take it from the first MAGA rally, right, where there was no brand around a MAGA rally. Nobody knew what a MAGA rally was because it didn't exist yet. To this hat becoming so iconic, you guys posting this picture on X, and now everybody's posting their pictures. It turns out it wasn't trolled. It wasn't Elon Musk. It's literally just organic people.
26 million people
posting their family pictures of voting all throughout the comments, and it's become like this mega tweet. And so if you see it, if you're on X, put your picture in there. Tell us where you voted and from what state. And I mean, there's every state is in there, but there's a ton of swing states in there. And I think part of what made this so successful, Charlie, is that people love you and Erica, absolutely. But the MAGA hat, the iconicness of it, and people feeling like this is our final countdown with Trump as a candidate.
You guys can email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. I also want to just kind of cut in and out of the last MAGA rally as speakers go up. You can let me know who's up there just to make sure we get a vibe of what is happening. I think we also have a reporter live. Steve Gruber is live from there, so let's try to cut to him and get some coverage there as we continue story time here of the last MAGA rally. I also want to encourage you guys, how many people are you bringing to the polls tomorrow? Freedom@charliekirk.com. Email me, freedom@charliekirk.com. Also, Steve Bannon's going to be piping in. I think Cliff Maloney wants to pipe in, so you could text Cliff. Tyler, or Blake. I'll go to Blake. Blake, if we have historic turnout tomorrow, what does that probably mean?
If we have high turnout tomorrow, it means we probably get President Trump, and we probably get it decisively, because what we've seen is we've been very strong in the early vote. We've often been ahead in the early vote, and what Democrats are counting on is that we've cannibalized our likely vote, that they're going to be able to smash the day of vote with young people, with students, with young women, and that they'll basically eke it out because they're going to have the more passionate people. They're really fired up about abortion or whatever. And if this is instead just an across-the-board high turnout election, I think that's where they're sweating, because that's where you get the people who have soured on Kamala are now actually turning out in our favor rather than sitting it out. If you have a high turnout election, that means both men and women are voting rather than just women. And that's the situation. You're for the first time ever, we're seeing Democrats thinking like, oh man, I hope this is kind of a lower turnout election.
Literally, I've spoken to a ton of reporters, Charlie. I know you have too. They are literally rethinking all of their tactics. They're like, did we make a giant mistake pushing for just mass expanding of voting month and all this voting access and trying to make it easier to like cast a ballot than it is to, jaywalk? It's wild. Like they're rethinking everything because the early vote numbers have been so surprising for them.
Email us, freedom@charliekirk.com. Again, breaking news, Joe Rogan has endorsed Donald Trump. Donald Trump is sending out mass emails about finding your polling place. This could end up being so big, this could win the election, everybody, if it's on the margins. Again, Joe Rogan has a loyal audience of millions and millions and millions of open-minded, free-minded, independent swing voters. Don't take my word for it. He's valuable enough that Spotify's willing to give him a $100 million signing bonus, right?
Well, wasn't the whole contract like $250?
Oh, he's invented the entire medium. I want to email. I'll just read some of the emails here. Charlie voted for Trump. I'm bringing 5 friends to the polls tomorrow. Tyler, a lot of people saying they're voting tomorrow in Arizona. A lot. And so they have to stay in line, right?
They have to stay in line. We're gonna have signs. We're gonna have buses. We're gonna have staff at each of these deep Republican polling places in Maricopa County, and the numbers look good. So, Charlie, as a reminder, we talked about this last few days. It's changed a little bit today, but we have basically 200,000 plus high propensity voters that are still available in Arizona.
200,000 plus high props.
High props.
So we need a big turnout.
But hold on. But how many do the Democrats have?
Lower. It's like 100. It's 100. It's 150-ish. So they like.
Well, we don't know the exact numbers right now. That's the problem.
No, we do. I mean,
because they haven't the Maricopa is so slow.
Right, but still. But the point is that on last election day, we only had about 600 and some odd thousand people show up. The numbers are certainly going to be lower because turnout's lower this year. The numbers are certainly going to be a little bit lower because we had a little bit more Republicans show up earlier here, but there's still hundreds of thousands high props that are out there to be tabulated. That is a fantastic number that gives us a lot of really great hope, but we have to do the work. We have to turn out people. We have to get people to the polls. We cannot sit back on our haunches. Everyone has to vote like they're crawling through broken glass to make sure that Donald Trump gets elected.
Donald, so let's also kind of segue to what Donald Trump is closing tonight. In 2016, I was there, front row seat. Donald Trump closed his campaign with a midnight rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan.
Yep.
He was in New Hampshire and then flew to Grand Rapids and closed out the entire campaign. Donald Trump did the same thing in 2020. I was there for that one. And I will not be there tonight. We are here as Donald Trump finishes his historic rally blitz. Just to recap, guys, Donald Trump started this morning in Raleigh, North Carolina, went to Reading, Pennsylvania, and I think it's Reading, but it's pronounced Reading, right? Yeah, I believe so. Yeah, and then went to Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, and then to Grand Rapids, Michigan. Just a rally blitz, the likes of which we have never seen. And I mean, he is going as hard as he possibly can. And guys, I want to read some of these emails here. Charlie, I got 9 people I'm bringing to the voting booth tomorrow. We are all working people. Charlie, listen to your podcast now. Early to rise for the polls tomorrow. I got 40 people coming. Want to let you know that 300 people at our church prayed tonight for the election. By the way, you guys should remain in prayer all night for this election. Charlie, I don't know you, but I love you. All 7 of us are going to vote in Arizona tomorrow. We'll wait in line for as long as it takes. A lot of Arizona Day of voters, Tyler, like a lot in this audience, which is very good. Charlie, huge Trump fan, voting tomorrow for Trump in Pennsylvania. Big fan of your program. Would love a signed hat. Members.charliekirk.com. Right now, Charlie, I went to my supermarket. I started asking the cashier if they're going to vote. I asked last night, and the cashier didn't know where to go. Found out she's in the same district as me. Told her to go to work with me after. That's that. I'm getting 1 new voter to the polls. Janet, that's so important, guys. People don't know how to vote, right, Tyler? Just you guys educating your neighbors where to vote, how to vote. Voter education is a massive impediment. And I'm not talking about the education of their knowledge. Like, how do you actually go and vote? By the way, we have Steve Bannon on the phone right now. Yep. I want to go to him. Steve, we are here at the night of the final MAGA rally of this election cycle, but really is the birth of the populist nationalist movement. Steve, you've had a front row seat of this the last 9 years. Reflect on that for our audience here tonight.
Well, look, it's been a journey that's been 9 or 10 years, and tonight, very symbolically, President Trump is going to the place that we had the final rally in Grand Rapids, Michigan, in 16. You know, at 1 o'clock in the morning, the day of. We arrived so late. It was the day of the election, and President Trump decided to go back tonight. It's historic. It'll be the last rally he ever had as an active candidate, and I think you're going to see some real fireworks here as he wraps up this just amazing run he's had at the end.
So yeah, do you have a question, Andrew?
No.
Oh, I thought you were motioning towards me. So, Steve, we need massive turnout. The Joe Rogan endorsement is huge. Feels like we have the momentum. We are surging and peaking at the right time. Harris campaign is on cable TV trying to justify, saying they have multiple past the 270, trying to explain to themselves what's happening. This is a turnout race, Steve. We and I keep talking about on each other's shows. Do you feel the surge here, and what are the marching orders? We have hundreds of thousands of people watching this broadcast right now. We need people in the trenches to do the work.
I think the marching orders is what you've just been reading from these emails. You know, I've been doing Zoom calls all night with county party groups that are made up of the precinct strategy guys in throughout the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, and I can tell you that they're as pumped up. But I think those emails you're just reading. I've got one guy at work I'm taking. The person working the checkout. I'm taking 40 people in the morning before we go to work. That's how this is going to be put together. People just got to kind of ride to the sound of the guns. They're gonna self-organize, and so I think it's very powerful. I do agree with you. I think that Joe Rogan, who had endorsed Bobby Kennedy, For him to step forward with Elon Musk to be on the show and then endorse President Trump announces on the stage, it's very powerful. I agree. I think we're peaking at the right time. I think we've changed the electorate with all the grassroots groups that do all this registration, the Scott Preslers of the world. Turning Point's been at the forefront of that in building a cadre. And, tomorrow is game day. We just got to get it on. And I feel really good about it. At night talking to these groups, people are focused. People know what their work has to be. Everybody's kind of bought in. There's no questions about what we have to do tomorrow. It's pretty straightforward. And I agree with you. A lot of people don't know even the rudimentaries of getting to the local school to vote. I think we're going to have a lot of people out there tomorrow to do it.
Yeah. So, and Steve, I just want to reiterate this for our audience. What Trump did is he rejected the premise. You see, the Jeb Bush way of doing things is you accept the electorate as is. Donald Trump remade the electorate. So we have different raw material, a different ingredient profile of what we are dealing with on the eve of 2024. Can you speak to that, Steve, that Donald Trump rejected the premise and decided to change the raw material of which the election is made of? And the Democrats don't really know what to do with it because we're bringing low prop voters in, muscular class. We leaned into the populist nationalism where we now outnumber them in the key states. And in fact, we have a voter registration advantage like which we've never seen before. Can you talk about the brilliance of shaping the electorate and what that means going into tomorrow?
Well, and I think this is what populism is all about. If you remember, Charlie, back and you were at the forefront of this Turning Point action, the people started doing the precinct strategy. They then started doing voter registration. What is about this? These are labor intensive, but they're relatively inexpensive. A lot of donors don't put money into this. This is all kind of grassroots, bootstrapped operation, the Scott Preslers of it all. And you saw victory begets victory. Once people stepped into the precinct strategy, they got involved, they became committeemen, they said, hey, guess what? This is fun. I'm meeting new people. I'm learning about the world. I'm taking action. I'm using my agency. I'm accomplishing something. Next thing you know, they're out changing the electorate. If you don't like the electorate you have, get out there and register people to vote. And that was massive over the last 4 years. It was done under the radar. No, it's not glamorous. People don't pay attention. But if the people that did that did it every weekend, they did it in parking lots of, grocery store and shopping center parking lots. They walk door to door. Scott Presley has that great video. He's in Gettysburg and the town square. He's knocking on people's windows in their cars and saying that you registered to vote. He was like Johnny Appleseed. That's what's changed this thing, and that is a victory for the people. This MAGA movement, and particularly the cadre that's at the tip of the spear, basically let President Trump know in the darkest days of February, March, and April of 2021, after the big steal, when he went back to Mar-a-Lago and the entire political class abandoned him and all the lobbyists abandoned him, that they had his back. And this movement was rebuilt, and we're on the cusp. You had told us 4 years ago, Charlie, that the night before the election, we would be here, and the Democrats had no firewalls in any state, in Nevada, in North Carolina, in particularly in Pennsylvania, and in Arizona. They don't have a firewall. That we would have beaten them at their own game, changed the electorate, beaten them at their own game, and be prepared tomorrow, which should be our strength of getting people out on game day to vote and actually sticking through, whether it's an hour or two, you have to wait in line, people have the tenacity to do it. This is the fight we would have asked for. So that's why tomorrow, this is ours to lose. If we just do our job tomorrow, we can close this out, hold the House, take the White House, pick up a couple of seats in the Senate, and and then we got to close the deal, make sure Markelize doesn't steal it, make sure the media doesn't steal it, and then get on with the hard work ahead of us.
So Steve, just in closing, I want to be respectful of your time here and kind of how we are proceeding. And I know you got a big show and a big agenda here, but we missed you, Steve, for a couple months, and we did our best to kind of hold everything up. I speak for everyone here on the panel and everyone in the audience. We did our best to try to keep that momentum going. And Steve, I don't know if you spoke about this publicly, but you've just kind of been like a Tomahawk missile once you got out of prison and that unjust imprisonment. I don't know if that added any more detail, any more conviction, not that you needed it, Steve, but I'm sure you had a lot of time to think and a lot of time to reflect. If you don't mind me asking, are there any takeaways there on the eve of the election?
Yeah,
because you had a fair amount of time. Go, please.
I told the guys on the show, I said, look, the show's not entertainment. all our hosts, and I was able to stay very close to the show, my producers, and looking at a lot of polling data, just support the cadre at the tip of the spear. That our show is not an entertainment show. It is kind of a war room. It's an acquired taste for those people that are going to be the most active, the activists. And I said, look, what they've done is done this voter registration and also to get out the vote. That is and also training people to be in the election integrity project. Those three things are what's going to be needed to lead up to really the big push that will take place in the last 2 or 3 weeks. And I'll be after the last week. And the people that, from my producers to the host to the co-hosts, everybody that came, all the contributors, they delivered. I said, I don't care if the podcast numbers drop. It's not important. The people that are driving the action and using their agency will be there for the show, and that's what we need. And I came out of prison, and everything had been accomplished. I mean, I stepped in. It's very easy for me to go back to fire breather mode because the hard work had been done, and that is because of my production team and obviously working with Turning Point and your great team and Real America's Voice and Jack Posobiec. It's like I never, quite frankly, on the work that was accomplished, like I never left, right? A little more of the fireworks were there, but that's not important. That's all kind of ephemeral. We're here today on the eve of this. And with, the Charlie Kirk Show and Jack Posobiec and the War Room and these other kind of podcasts and shows that are really shows for people that are in the fight. And we are perfectly positioned to win this tomorrow. It's on us now.
It's on us.
I'd like on our side of the football, Charlie.
I like it too. It's a turnout race. It's a sprint to the finish. Steve, you're welcome to call back in later tonight. I want to be respectful of your time. Thank you for calling in. We have your back, and great to have you back, Steve.
Charlie, love it. You guys keep running. I hope the rally in Prescott turns out great, and then the one in Grand Rapids. See you.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. We have Steve Gruber, but let's wait for a second before we do that, right? I just want to name some of the members that have become members. It's a lot. Samuel, Jeffrey, Gordon, Devin, Margaret, Linda, Christine, Zachary, Paula, Kristen, Ruth, Stephen, Kenneth, Chris, Mark, Eldridge, Lisa Marie, Paris, Brian, Derek, Alejandro, Paula, Marianne, Joseph, Austin, Ryan, Zachary, David, Beth, Jessica, Birdie, Christopher, Rochella, Andrew, Scotty, members.charliekirk.com signing for you. Also, Susan, Jose, Stephen, Deacon, Michaela, Cynthia, Monica, Sarah, Timothy, Allison, Madison, Julie, Heather, members.charliekirk.com. If you are planning to vote tomorrow, email me. Tell me about the new people you're bringing out to the polls. Let's have a competition, everybody. I will give away some hats if you guys tell me about the great stories. I'm just going to pick a couple of the best stories of how you are bringing new voters to the polls tomorrow. If you've already voted, great. You want a cookie? If you want your country, bring 5 people. Bring 10 people. Bring 15 people. Load up the entire truck. Friends, family, nieces, nephews, cousins.
Go on the Turning Point Action application. Text every single one of your neighbors that pops up on those flags. Download it and go straight to the map. Call, text, go knock on their door on your street, get them to the polls.
Yeah, and look, this is the time to surge. This is the time to. It only happens every 4 years. I remember exactly how I felt 4 years ago. And 4 years ago in the presidential cycle during COVID, I was like, could we have done more? It was so hard to do stuff. Remember, Tyler? Mm-hmm. It was hard to get people to do stuff and knock on doors. It was just a goofy cycle. There's no excuses, everybody, okay? This is straight to the finish like a beeline. The electorate favors us. The people are in our advantage. It is pure grit and hustle. Yep. And look, we'll know early tomorrow morning if MAGA decided to take the day off. We'll know, right, Andrew?
Yeah, we're gonna know. We're gonna know really soon.
By the way, we're gonna know by like 9 a.m.
Here, can I tell you one really encouraging stat that I think is critical?
Please.
And actually, you play a big role in this. So last week we were looking at the male to female early vote numbers, and we rightly observed that men were about 8 points behind women, 6 to 8 depending on the state.
It's narrowing.
You tweeted out. You said it is. Men are lagging, and if men lag, we're going to lose this election. The tweet goes nuclear. I mean, and by the way, the left loved it. They're like, see, look at women power. I'm here to tell you today that within the sound of my voice, men are outpacing their levels of voting at early voting in 2024. They're doing better in 2024 than they did in 2020. So let me say that again. We're ahead of pace compared to 2020. So men have stepped it up. And Tyler, you would probably agree with this, that election day is when we have a disproportionate share of male vote. We still have women, obviously, but that gap
almost
narrows.
It's almost 60-40.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's an important thing to focus on. This is why we focused on it. We've not only, said it, but more importantly, we've shared it in the background with really a lot of influential people as well, and said, hey, we need to make sure that men show up. Because there's been a trend over the last decade or so, last 12 years, really since third wave feminism really took hold in this country, which is that men have shown up less and less for elections, and women are showing up still at higher levels. And so it's really important that we don't just do the whole, and I think this was a mistake that we made in 2020, where everyone was so focused on just, all the females in the country, which is really important, really critical. We want to win over females, but you want to win over males too. And when you're losing males, that can be a horrible, horrible outcome in some of these key critical districts that are, win or lose by a couple thousand votes.
Look, email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com. We do want to throw, Parker's asking if we want to throw just for a second for Rick Grinnell in Michigan here. Just kind of get a little bit of vibe, a little bit of the taste. We have 91,000 on X right now, 28,000 on Rumble, 10,000 on YouTube. This is just a preview of tomorrow. Also, can we get Cliff Maloney in?
Yep, let's do it.
As well. So we're just going to do a little bit of a taste right now, get a little bit of a vibe check of Ambassador Grinnell in Michigan. He's been spending a lot of time there. Become a member, members.charliekirk.com. And again, this is the final MAGA rally. So let's just listen in and become a member in the meantime, members.charliekirk.com. Do we have the capacity to throw to Rick, guys, in the studio? Before I preemptively, yes, okay. Let's just do that for a couple minutes, and then we're going to throw to Cliff Maloney as we fix Mr. Gruber's tech. So let's go to Rick for a couple minutes.
Vet people. We welcome immigrants who are legal, who do it the right way. Don't cut the line. Don't cut the line. We're not going to apologize for wanting to have rules. And by the way, we conservatives and Republicans and independents and common sense people, you can't tell us that somehow wanting to have rules and a closed border makes us racist. We think when you came up with this idea of sanctuary cities, it sounds like a spa day. Sanctuary city. Who would be against sanctuary cities? It sounds so nice. But let me tell you what sanctuary cities are. It's an evil concept. It's an evil concept where you get to break federal law and get protection. That is unacceptable. We hear from our friends on the left constantly talking about undermining democracy. Nothing undermines democracy when you attack the rule of law with a sanctuary city. Millions of Americans are demanding peace, and Donald Trump has delivered peace. We have seen Kamala Harris for the last year struggle on the world stage. She doesn't know where the Middle East is. She doesn't know how to negotiate. She hasn't been over there. Matter of fact, Kamala Harris hasn't even gone to Dearborn, Michigan. Why is that? Why is it that Kamala Harris can't go to Dearborn? Well, I got one thing to say. Hillary Clinton didn't go to Wisconsin, and Kamala Harris didn't go to Dearborn. That spells disaster. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to win Michigan. We're going to put Mike Rogers in the Senate. But let me tell you how we have to do it. Gone is the day that you get to come into the Van Andel Arena, come down here with a whole bunch of people who believe the same way, listen to some speeches, get riled up, and go home and cross your fingers and hope that we win tomorrow night while you sit on your couch and watch TV. Gone is that day. I wish that we lived in the America where you could just watch. But I'm here to tell you, if you watch, you're going to lose your country. We are not promised to be the greatest country in the history of the world forever. You have to work for it. When you leave this arena, you've got work to do tomorrow. Every single person has to call everybody they know and say, I'm voting for Donald Trump and Mike Rogers, and here's why. You have to do this. Listen, we spend a lot of money on TV commercials and pamphlets, and your mailboxes are being flooded, but there is no better way to get someone to vote for Donald Trump than for you to say to them, I need you to vote for Donald Trump. I'll drive you. I'll take you to the polls. Bug people tomorrow. You have a job to do. And let me just finish with this. I know President Trump, what he's been through is un-American. We should not have a system that tries to ruin this man, bankrupt him. It is un-American what they're doing to him. But he's taught us one thing, and we must do that. Ladies and gentlemen, tomorrow, when you wake up, you have to work to save your country. And what that means is you must fight, fight, fight. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome to the stage Governor of North Dakota, Doug Burgum.
Okay, let's get back. Okay, everybody, that was Ambassador Rick Grinnell. We'll continue with coverage from Michigan. The team is getting some needed refreshments. That's why we have 2 empty seats here. Do we have Cliff Maloney? Do we have Cliff here? I want to thank those of you that Great. I want to thank those of you that are becoming members, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Let's just read some of these names here. Allison, Madison, Julie, Heather, and many more. Daisy will send me the list. Cliff is from PHAce, phchase.com. Cliff, what are the latest numbers out of Pennsylvania? What do we need to see tomorrow to bring home the Keystone State? What is going on here? Cliff in the great state. Walk us through the numbers so we have a too big to rig turnout in Pennsylvania. Cliff Maloney.
Yeah, well, Charlie, I appreciate you guys as always. I will tell you, when we continue to look at these numbers, when you and me first chatted about this, remember, Biden had a 1.4 mail-in vote advantage over Donald Trump in 2020. It's 11 o'clock here. We just got done to an event with Scott Perry. I'm looking at the numbers. Let me read them to you for most updated count. I mean, the Democrats, there were 2 releases today, which has confused a couple people. So I want to be clear about that. But we're talking about a 400,000 advantage. That's it. Between Republican returns and Democrat returns. Democrats are up 400,000. The numbers I'm pulling right now, Democrats have cracked 1 million in terms of returns with these mail-in votes. And Republicans are over 600,000. We cracked 600,000. And so, look, there's a lot of ways to look at this, but I'd much rather be Republicans than Democrats. And I want to say this, Charlie, one more time, so everybody on your show understands this. In 2020, Biden won mail-in votes by 1.4 million. He had 2 million to Trump's 600,000. A 1.4 million advantage. And right now the numbers we're looking at, 600,000 for us to 1 million for them. Of 400,000. This firewall is a farce. It's a complete farce. And the only way we lose tomorrow is if Republicans stay home. If our voters show up, we will have a concrete, decisive victory in Pennsylvania.
Andrew, anyone has a question for Cliff can chime in. Andrew, do you want to repeat those numbers here?
Yeah.
Or Tyler, I think this is very important because I just want to make sure we are narrowing in here. Please, somebody, Tyler, please.
So this is where it stands right now. This is what the chatter is in Pennsylvania, and I want to ask this to Cliff because this is a good conversation to have. Basically, what this comes down to is the roadmap here looks really bad for the Democrats. And that's what, and I love being able to talk about Pennsylvania because it's not, we don't have to, we can more freely talk about Pennsylvania than Arizona because we don't want to overpromise and underdeliver Arizona. So this is great for me, Cliff, by the way.
All the pressure's on you, Cliff.
Yeah, I've been like not able to talk about all the good things happening in Arizona because we want to wait till tomorrow. But everything looks awesome. As what Cliff's saying is in comparison to 2020, where the differential that exists looks so much better for Republicans because Democrats just can't turn out people as well on election day. Hence the reason why they've created election season. The one thing that's holding everybody up that everybody's saying, well, I don't know, is also the synonymous decline in turnout for Republicans as well. What are you feeling like, Cliff? Give us some of the numbers and some of your introspection here on why you believe that we're going to still be able to outperform Democrats at the number that we need to tomorrow, and that shouldn't be a concern. Or what do you think? Or maybe that is a concern. I don't know. But give us kind of your thoughts.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think if I look at it like this, okay, if you talk about, and I'm looking at numbers, so I apologize, I'm looking off screen here. But if you look at the difference between if we looked 4 years ago compared to today, Republicans versus Democrats, I mean, Republicans are 100,000 better than we were at this time 4 years ago. Right. And Democrats are down. I mean, we're talking hundreds of thousands of ballots that they're down. And I want to be clear with everybody. We only lost Pennsylvania by 80,000 votes, right? So I shouldn't say this out loud because you're right, Tyler. We're getting to that point where, obviously I'm trying to make sure everyone turns out because we still could lose. If they have a record number of turnout, they could win. But do you know what I was expecting today without ever saying it publicly? I was expecting these last 72 hours to be when we finally see Democrats hold to the numbers that we're used to them having, right? We finally see Democrats be in a position where they're actually gaining in these final hours, so they had a real firewall. But it's not there. And so two things have to happen for Democrats to win tomorrow in Pennsylvania. Okay, number one, Republicans have to have abysmal turnout. I'm talking like the worst turnout we've had since they've changed the rules, and even probably in the last 20 years. That has to happen, number one. Number two, Democrats have to set the record for the best turnout they've had since 2019. Their whole infrastructure. Charlie, you know this. You said this to me day one, talking about low propensity and how they've changed everything. The whole infrastructure for Democrats is their plan is to run up the score with mail-in votes. They have failed. But once again, we have to turn out tomorrow, and they have to hope we don't, and then have record turnout. So I'm not trying to be sensationalist to say this, but based on these current numbers, forget about counting on the Democrats to have an okay day. I don't care about that. I want to win because Republicans actually seal the deal. We have fought mail-in votes to actually be competitive, and now we have the opportunity to dominate Election Day again and deliver the White House to President Trump. That's how I see things as they stand right now.
So Tyler wanted to chime in here. By the way, I just want to say thank you to some of our members, members.charliekirk.com. Thank you, Sharon, Cheryl, James, Dallas, Keitha, Stephanie, Brian, Jeffrey, Devin, David, William, Mallory, Don, Zarek, Mark, Adam, Andrew, Donald, John, Paul, and where'd my screen go? Gavin and Jayla. So just, I want to be clear though, Cliff, what areas do we need to be looking for early in the day? Do we really need to focus our attention on? Give us the hot spots. Bucks County being one of them, which is now a Republican County, Erie, Luzerne, the center part of the state. And Cliff, am I on like hopium thinking that we're going to do better in Center County?
No, Center County, I got to give Charlie credit. I mean, I really mean this, Charlie. The numbers we are seeing there from your event at Penn State, I mean, we got to get you to do an event in every county. I mean, we might flip some of these horrible counties.
Hey, so Arizona. No, I've done an event in almost every county in Arizona, right, Tyler? Almost all of them.
Yeah, I don't think I'm not as difficult in Arizona.
Yeah, but no. let me work on this one, and then we'll.
Wait, every Arizona county?
No, I haven't done every.
Oh, okay.
No. There's Apache.
Nobody
Navajo,
goes to
Greenlee. I haven't done Gila. I haven't done Yuma. I think I've done Mojave. I haven't done. I've done Pima, obviously.
Oh wait,
Santa Cruz.
we had a tornado warning in Gila.
It's
right?
all.
We haven't done Santa Cruz would be fun.
Santa Cruz is super lib.
All right, hold on.
Super southern, super lib. Anyway,
we've got
no, Cliff. We interrupted you. Let's go.
So I actually have a substantive.
Yeah, let me say this. Okay,
substantive question.
The first county. So let's say 8 o'clock hits tomorrow, right? Let's put everybody in that perspective. 8 o'clock Eastern hits, and I truly believe we'll see mail-in votes that have been counted. Roughly 30, 40, maybe 50% will be counted. Democrats could be facing defeat by 8:30 if we see the number come in for Philadelphia County. Forget Allegheny. Forget all the swing counties, okay? If you're asking me, Charlie, what is something specific to look for? Look at Philadelphia County. If they are down at the numbers that we expect them to be down, this race could be over immediately. Because you have to understand, they're down roughly 100,000 in terms of the votes that they thought from some of these super urban areas. And I just think if I'm like, okay, at 8:30, could we call the White House? Well, Georgia, if Georgia goes the right way, if North Carolina goes the right way, and I'm not trying to steal your thunder out west, but we could be in a position that if Philadelphia County
please steal our thunder, okay? We are here. We are here as a pivot point if Pennsylvania falls to get a Wisconsin combo, okay? Let's just understand our role in this
We're
equation,
the backup plan, okay?
Yeah,
we will absolutely play bit players.
We're, not to be too sensitive on what we showed the video last night, but we're Plan B.
Yes, but Cliff, please continue.
Yeah, so if Philadelphia comes in where all the numbers are showing us right now they come in, this thing could be quick. And obviously I'm rooting for that. I'm not banking on it, right? We need to compete. Please don't anybody get cocky. Don't get excited. Don't think, oh, I don't have to show up. The numbers look that good. But if you look at 2020, the way they won Pennsylvania was very simple. They ran up the mail-in ballots at record levels in Philadelphia County. Forget Allegheny. Forget these other counties. That's how they won in 2020 by 80,000 votes. If they come in and they're down 100 or maybe even 200,000, maybe even 250 from where they were in 2020 in Philadelphia, they don't have the votes in the rest of the states. And then let me just give you guys a quick timeline. So that's between 8 and 8:30. We'll see the first hit. And believe me, we're going to be down. It won't be 2020 level where we're down by 80 or we're down by 60 points, 80 to 20. It won't be that bad, because we've worked the mail-in vote program. But I warn people, we will be down. The trick is, how far down are we? And if you're seeing numbers across some of these counties.
Yeah, but hold on. Don't Election Day get counted before mail in Pennsylvania?
No, so they're going to start counting in the morning, right? First thing in the morning, they will start counting mail-in votes. And by the way, this is supposed to be the rule. This was a problem in 2020 when they changed the rules. Yeah, they didn't do that in 20. Certain counties are doing it right. Certain counties are in a certain way. So they're supposed to count the mail-ins, and then they're supposed to report that. And then from there, you're going to see mail-ins get dumped. Then you're going to see Election Day start to trickle in from these different counties, and then they'll finish mail-in voting. And so, look, this thing could be called at 9 o'clock. It could be called at 5 in the morning. But I'm telling people, Philadelphia County is the county to keep your eye on.
You know what, though, Cliff? They're not going to call. I just you remember that it was that clip with Brett Baer. Maybe we could find it again, where they were talking about in 2020 how they called Arizona so quickly, and then they go over to Ohio, and it was like Chris Stirewalt goes, well, you know, it's only 9 points separating, Trump and Joe Biden there. We don't want to get too froggy with Ohio. We don't want to get premature. That's exactly what they're going to do with Arizona, Pennsylvania. Around, like, yeah, exactly. So there, and Brett Baer, to his credit, said, "Hey, what are you doing? You got froggy with Arizona." But I have a feeling because of the historical nature that being such a tough state for Republicans to really pull off a win there, I think they're gonna play out the drama as long as they can. I just have a feeling. But Cliff, I have a substantive question. Not that Charlie's wasn't. What happened to these vote by mail in Philly? Where the heck did they go? I mean, I'm seeing some numbers that say they're down over 200,000 VBM in Philly alone. What on earth explains this?
I want to hear Cliff's answer, but we have some inside intel on this.
Guys, stop interrupting.
Yeah. So when you look at the requests, right? This was something that was interesting. We checked from when they changed the rules in 2020, right? We've had 4 elections. And so Democrats always have hundreds of people on the ground getting these requests, and then obviously they're chasing the ballots. If you look at the tracker of when these requests come in and when they have their spikes, Democrats, all 4 years, I'm even talking 21 and 23, all 4 years, they have a huge spike in the second half of August and the first half of September with the requests. Because remember, not everybody gets a ballot. You have to request a ballot each year, and they're out there working it. They missed their spike, right? I kept expecting it. I kept waiting for it. When are they going to hit that point where instead of getting 10 or 20,000, they've got 100,000 requests that come in a 7-day period? They missed it. Now, you might ask why. Nobody can tell you the real answer, but I can take a guess. There's no enthusiasm for Harris. What they had in the whole Biden kind of scam of him being this alternative and this Scranton Joe, that's out the window. And I just think black men in Philadelphia, I have been screaming about this. This is not 2016, guys. This is not 2020. When we go to the door of black men in Philadelphia County and the Collar counties around Philadelphia, they do not like Kamala Harris. They hate her, quite frankly. They are pissed off. They don't like her when it comes to her policies, and they've had time to compare a Trump administration to a Harris-Biden administration. And so the enthusiasm's there, but it's not just enthusiasm for Trump. It's enthusiasm against Harris. So my rationale is that a lot of the black men are the reason these numbers are getting pulled down so much, specifically in Philly County. And once again, Harris can't win PA if she doesn't dominate Philadelphia. And she's lagging tremendously.
So yeah, I mean, it's interesting too. You think about black community, black urban core from Chicago to Philly to Atlanta. I mean, the immigration, I think, is an underappreciated element here. I mean, black Americans definitely feel like they've been put second to the illegal immigrant surge, and then inflation. I mean, it's just straight up black Americans respect Donald Trump, the businessman, and what he can do for them economically. I think that's completely true. I have one follow-up question, but Tyler, you've got an explanation on this.
Well, and we're seeing this in Philly, we're seeing this in Detroit, we're seeing this in Nevada, and it's the same thing. And the one of the conversations that will probably happen with a solid Trump win coming out of these 3 states is that the union bosses need time to prepare their base to get out the vote.
Interesting.
It is a year in, year out infrastructure that they built. A lot of people don't know this, and so we'll share this on here, but we'll be talking a lot about this over the next 2 years, next 4 years, is that the spouses of union leaders typically run C4 operations that exist in these cities. And so what happened this election cycle that's really unique was that they had years to prepare for Biden in 2020. They had years to get everywhere ready. COVID happened, and it was like a dream scenario for union members. Why? Because it was easy to go out and harvest those votes. It was easy to go out and collect everybody together, get everybody on board, because everyone was just sitting there, and they make extra money that way. This election cycle, everybody was ticked off at Joe Biden because they did all that work in 2020. They hated the guy, and then nobody knew who was going to be the candidate. And this was like a background brokering deal over Kamala, and no one was really bought in that much. And so guess what they don't have this time? They don't have the long-term multi-year infrastructure of the union chiefs that are putting everything together. And by the way, you have polling that suggests that the union members
not
like Trump more,
but not only that, Sean O'Brien, Teamsters didn't endorse
because the union members
spoke at the RNC.
Because the union members are 65-35. Well, in reality, it's probably more like 70-30 or 75-25 even, probably, because the polls that we're seeing are probably lies.
Right.
And in favor of Trump. So they could not slap together fast enough a save Kamala Harris in the union-esque environment.
Right.
And that is the reason why they're not turning out early ballots.
Well, and
part of the reason.
Cliff, back to your point as well, you said you see that spike in the summer. Well, Joe Biden drops out in July 2020 or July 21, right? Almost to August, right? They tried to manufacture a hype around Kamala. I think for all of us, it felt astroturfed. I don't know if it was effective or not, but basically, I mean, maybe that just switching horses in the middle of the race really affected them. Here's my follow-up here's my follow-up. And actually, this is from Kane. He just sent me this. He said, what are the data points to watch tomorrow morning to know if we are turning out? So
that's a good question.
Yeah, you mentioned this briefly. What are the first indicators that you're going to be looking for and that our audience should, Cliff?
Yeah, well, let me just, Charlie, you had texted me about something. I'll get back to that question. I think that's great. So I'm pulling the numbers right now. My team is on this day 4 years ago. What was the change? Because we were expecting this huge boom. And Charlie, I just want to confirm on your show, Democrats had a net gain today of 2,000 mail-in returns. I just, like, Rich Barris is right to react the way he did, which is like, that's got to be a typo. And I want to see the number from last time, because I think when we show that, you're going to be like, there's, what is the change? Because 4 years ago, I'm sure it was a massive surge in the final 24 hours. But that number is confirmed. They had a 2,000 net gain, even though in previous years we're talking about thousands and thousands of ballots. So that is confirmed.
Well, you're talking about Obama. You're talking about Obama visiting, yeah, right? Because they've deployed Obama's entire delegation, including Obama, to go try and hype up PA, correct? And that's all they got.
Well, and to that point, it's crazy because they can't even turn out after these Obama visits the equivalent amount of people who are allegedly showing up to these rallies.
Yeah, they can't even. Yeah, exactly.
It's mind-numbing.
Yeah, we'll call that the Michelle Obama bump. But now, listen, I think things to look for immediately are going to be,
no one's ever seen it.
what are we looking like in a lot of these strong red counties and a lot of these bellwether counties, right? Luzerne County is going to be crucial. Erie County is going to be crucial. Bucks, Berks. I mean, all of these. Charlie, I'm going to keep pointing to Center County. If we start to see some trends in some of these counties that are not supposed to go our way or not supposed to go our way significantly when it comes to mail-in, or when it comes to election day voters, well, then I'm going to feel very confident. If Philadelphia is through the roof, we got a problem, right? And so I think we're going to have to monitor each of these, see where the Democrat strongholds are, see where the Republican strongholds are, and I think that's going to dictate it. But look, I don't want to Arizona my Pennsylvania. No offense to you guys, but they need to be prepared the same way they did this to you guys in 2022 with the super long lines, the ballots being misprinted. I mean, this is the fear, and this is what I worry about when we do focus so heavily on election day, right, as you run into those problems. And so my push and my demand and my challenge to every single patriot that's going to be voting tomorrow morning is to make sure you don't just show up at 6 o'clock, because these lines are going to be crazy. Tomorrow is election day. Whatever it takes for you to take off work, actually dedicate time. I'm expecting 3 to 5 hour lines at some of these places. I think we're going to set records for turnout.
That's scary, though, Cliff. I don't like that. I don't like that.
Line.
I don't like that. That's scary.
Stay in line, though.
That's again, this is what we've tried to do at Arizona. We've tried to narrow down the lines, and we have 80% of our votes in, right, Tyler? 80% of our voters have voted.
Historically, that's what happens. Yep.
We don't know because Maricopa's out to lunch right now.
We have buses that are literally going to be going from one polling center. If it gets too long and gets too out of control, busing them to a smaller line elsewhere, which is
I know, but Cliff, what portion of your electorate has voted? 40%?
Less.
You don't really know.
I'd have to pull the numbers. I think it's closer to 30. I mean, I have to pull it to
that's
see.
Insane. So just to be clear,
actually, let me.
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me do the math on the spot. You figure there's 1 million Democrats have returned, roughly 600,000 Republicans. That's 1.6. And in 2024, you figure we had 6.7 million people vote. I mean, so do the math. 1.6 out of, I think it's going to be higher. So let's say somewhere between 6.8 and 7 million. I'm a former math teacher. I should be able to do that on the spot. But I mean, there are plenty of votes that are expected to come in on election day. And remember, Trump won election day in 2020 by 1.3 million. We couldn't beat Biden's 1.4 million advantage, but that is a cultural problem that, yes, we're working to fix. I wish we were at the point that you guys are, where the cultural, it's almost like Florida level, where Republicans are becoming comfortable. We've definitely cut into their margins, but we need a massive turnout tomorrow from every Trump supporter in PA.
Yep.
Does anyone have a thought there to follow up?
I mean, that's the same thing. I was just telling you in our office before, the way you lose this election tomorrow if you're Trump is if you have a significant decline in our own turnout. So this is the same thing that we've been saying over and over and over again. We have to have everyone turn out. You cannot have anyone get comfortable. It doesn't matter how bad you think this is. And this is what's scary a little bit for us is, just because Pennsylvania goes our way early too, that can't be an indicator to the rest of the westward states to stay at home. We have this consistent conversation every
calling eastern states, right?
Calling the eastern states. North Carolina and Pennsylvania go Trump's way. It's still not over till the fat lady sings here. Yep. So we've still got everybody within the sound of this podcast, within the sound of this live stream where we have now a lot of people that are listening to this. You have to turn out. You have to get 2 or 3 extra people out.
That's right.
Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Arizona, Georgia. That's the race right now. That is the race where we're at.
Kamala Harris is set to speak soon. We will not be throwing to that. It's a waste of time.
Speaking at the Trump rally?
Well, she's speaking in Philly. Isn't that where
That's where Hillary
ended?
That's right.
Wow.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't know if she got the
tempting
independent. I
fate.
don't think she got the Independence Hall permit though. This looks like in some convention center here.
Is that not outside?
Might be. I can't quite tell. I'm squinting. Oh no, that's in front of the Rocky thing. That's in front of the what is that?
Philadelphia Museum of Art?
Yeah, there you go.
Well, we should ask the Philly expert on our panel right now.
Yes,
Who's
the Art
wearing the
Museum,
Eagles hat?
the Rocky Stairs.
Actually, can I tell everyone a funny, since we're telling stories? We did this event in Pittsburgh at the Steelers game, and it was with some former great NFL greats that played for the Steelers. And we asked for a headshot from Cliff, and he sends over the headshot of him wearing the Eagles hat. And we put it on.
Listen.
We put it and I'll grab it out. It'll still read it.
When I get but I get and Philadelphia is, we need Paige, but that's my roots.
And Cliff, speaking of which, though, Pittsburgh, how is Pittsburgh, for the unaffiliated, how is Pittsburgh, from a voting standpoint, different than Philly? Are we looking for different trends? Does it fall in line as Philly goes, so does Pittsburgh? Explain.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the population is much smaller just in general, right? And the Pittsburgh suburbs, I'm not going to say they're going the opposite direction, depending on how far out you look, but they're very different from Philly's collar counties. Now, obviously, we're making tremendous gains since 2020, but the mass chunk of votes that comes from Philadelphia, Bucks, Chester, Delco, Montco, there's just such a population there that Democrats have really honed in on that as, hey, if we're going to win, we have to run up the score. Now, in the past, they've been able to count on Allegheny County. They're going to win it, but we've been cutting into that because of the Trump effect. I mean, seriously, first it was Obama. A lot of the blue-collar workers that weren't really, they were Democrats, but they were pro-life, pro-traditional marriage, pro-gun. Right? I went to school out in Johnson. I met a lot of these people that had no correlation with Obama or the National Party, but they were lifelong union families, right? Obama started to chip away, but Trump really started to turn and move the momentum. And so Democrats, they didn't abandon Allegheny County at all. It's their second most important county. But they realized that the Philadelphia County and the Philadelphia collar counties, there's just so many more votes there. And so when you look at their staff, when you look at where they're spending money, when you look at where they're doing events, yes, it's Pittsburgh and Philly, but it's really hitting those counties. I mean, Montco, they've been in Bucks, they've been in Chester. That's where they know they have bodies. They have actual ballots they can target. And so if I'm them, which, by the way, this doesn't mean they've been successful, but they've been trying to run up the score there, and they're just not seeing the returns they did in 2020.
Cliff, we are awaiting the final rally here. Just final marching orders here for someone that has extra time on their hands in Pennsylvania. Where can they be most helpful tomorrow? And can people bring ballots to voting centers? How does that work in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, so number one, if you have not voted yet, make sure you vote tomorrow. You cannot request a mail-in ballot at this point. The 29th was a deadline. If you have a mail-in ballot, take it to your county. Okay, take it to your county office, the same place you could have turned it in before. But really, Charlie, the big push now.
Hold on one second, I interrupt. But not your voting center. You can't bring it to a voting center. Is that a separate? They won't accept mail-in.
The reason. the reason I don't push that is because then you're dealing with local precinct folks who might not know the rules. There are certain rules in certain areas where you can forfeit it.
Because in Arizona, we're equipped for that. Right, Tyler?
Yeah.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but yeah.
Well, and this is a good point that we're bringing up too. So in some states too, we're having people who already send in their mail, and they got back that they need to cure it. So that means that they had problems. So they got a letter back, and in some places, particularly in the Midwest, Wisconsin's this way, a few other states are this way. You have to go physically in to cure it, but they have to let you vote when you go in person. So kind of what Cliff's saying here too is that just show up in person, get your vote in, don't mess around with like jumping through hoops and things like that. They have to let you vote at least provisionally when you go in, and that is way more important than trying to mess around with figuring anything else out.
Sorry, continue, Cliff.
Yeah, and one other thing to kind of piggyback off that, 19 of our 67 counties here in PA do allow for legal curing. And so we're working that, we're tracking that, we're trying to get those people to correct their ballot. But I agree with Tyler. If you have a mail-in ballot and you go to your precinct and there's any issue with them accepting it or having them, you forfeit it to them to then vote in person, make sure you stay in line and you demand the right to cast a provisional ballot. And look, guys, I don't even mean this stuff is nefarious. You just have a lot of people that, they're volunteering their time or getting paid minimum wage to do this. And so you have to go in equipped, and every vote is going to count. So my final barking or marching orders, if you will, is either get your ballot back, or number two, make sure you have a plan to vote that involves understanding this isn't a lunch break. Okay, do not expect to go in for 15 minutes. If it ends up being a 5-minute session, that's great. But for most people, we are going to have thousands of people at these polling locations. So be prepared. And my final wish is this. If every Trump supporter in Pennsylvania votes tomorrow, we will have a resounding victory, and it will be because of the efforts of Turning Point Action, Early Vote Action, groups like us at PA Chase, all these partners. We're finally competing with the Democrats and using their tactics to win.
Just final question, Cliff. How many voting places are there statewide? Is it one per precinct? You don't think is it adequate enough? What is the situation?
Yeah, so there's 67 counties. I mean, some of them it's there's literally only a handful, but it's in the thousands. I believe it's over 2,000 locations across the state. So look, some of them are staffed with one person. Others, like in Philly and Allegheny, are going to have hundreds of people working them. And so that's why you're right, Charlie. It's a different experience for everybody based on where you are. But I just want people to be prepared, right? This is not, by the way, the reason I'm so much thinking this is going to be huge turnout is I'm not rooting for the Democrats. But think about this. We only have 1.6 returns right now. Last time around, we had nearly 3 million returns. Mm-hmm. So there's all those people that now have the opportunity to vote. And for those worried about election integrity, there are much fewer votes to count via mail-in. So this should take a lot quicker to count. So if Josh Shapiro comes out there and starts barking about how, it's going to take us another 3 days, well, that's BS, right? But be prepared. This is going to take time. And anybody that thinks your vote's not going to matter, you're the reason we may not deliver the White House for Trump, and I'd encourage you to double down.
Wow, 3 days. That sounds nice, Cliff. I wish we had that kind of tight timeline here in Arizona.
Jackie Heinrich, who's a Fox News reporter, says this. An observation, the Harris campaign has not been talking very much about early voting data. When they have figures they feel good about, they share them very quickly with the media, like high female turnout. The past few days, we received hard numbers on young, black, and Latino early turnout. Instead, they've been sharing numbers for doors knocked and calls made. This is important, right, Tyler? That's activity, not results. Mm-hmm. They've been leaking activity, not results.
We focus on results here.
Yeah, exactly. They've shared some anecdotes.
Bless you.
Thank you. Like high young voter turnout in college towns where you'd expect it, and states of enthusiasm, but they're not giving out the kind of details the Trump campaign is touting, like the Republican share of early vote amongst new or infrequent battleground states, etc. The Harris campaign maintains they still have multiple pathways to 270, but publicly they're projecting less confidence than in previous cycles. Anime swath the Another trend polls not accurately potential impact of Dobbs or elections, so we'll see. Cliff, we don't want to take you too late. This is the last MAGA rally. Cliff, you've done great work this cycle. Yeah. You deserve a lot of credit, Cliff. You've been great. Thank you.
Hey, I appreciate that, guys. Y'all take care. Let's win this thing.
Cliff, we might have you call back to the show tomorrow. Give us
absolutely.
Give us an update on the ground tomorrow.
Just I want everyone to so it is 9:15 local here. It will be 24 hours from now, guys. We're going to know a lot.
It's crazy to think.
In 24 hours, we're going to
every 15 minutes is another 1% of the weight.
I know, right? It's like we're going to know Georgia has to have all their votes basically counted by this time.
By the way, you know what's crazy, and I think we all share this sentiment, but I so vividly remember right after 2020, the election, and how that election day dragged on for weeks and weeks and weeks. I don't feel like we've stopped. Like I genuinely don't feel like anything has stopped. It's just been 4 years of constant. Hopefully you listening at home don't feel that exact same way, because I don't think it's healthy for the country, but it's been a grind, and 24 hours to go.
Great point, Tyler. I think that's really smart. We need to talk about the House Representatives and the Senate, but first, Daisy, can you send me more names, please? I want to sign some more hats. I want to thank Mary, Harold, Bernard, Missy, Kaylin, Holly, Celine, Heidi. Do you notice they're almost all women members? I thought we're losing women. I thought women aren't supporting us. We have a lot of women.
Well,
I already voted.
I will tell you.
I know. The MAGA women are the best, by the way.
I will tell you, it's always dependent on platform.
Oh, like and TikTok, the Buccaneers are in overtime, by the way.
The TikTok and YouTube are just like male forums.
I mean, look, I'm just going to be honest.
Instagram's a little more female.
No one's going to believe me, but more women than men stop me for selfies. It's just a fact. Okay, anyway, Jocelyn, Michael, Angie, Lori, Angie, Becca, you guys can leave on the members website. You could drop down and leave a voicemail that we'll use this week, members.charliekirk.com. Who is on the stage, or is it just music, guys, at the rally? Is it just music? Okay, then we're going to keep anchoring this. Members.charliekirk.com. Let's go fast. Tyler, what's going on with the United States Senate? It's almost, I would be shocked if we don't take the U.S. Senate. We did a lot of work in Montana this cycle, very quietly under the radar. We did a couple events there. Tyler, what can we expect out of the great state of Montana? Because that alone will determine the future of the U.S. Senate.
So let's give everybody just a quick recap of what to look for tomorrow, because this will be a conversation outside of the presidential race. Is you've got Montana expected to flip, West Virginia for sure is gone.
Well, that's signed, sealed, and delivered.
So that thing is done, right? So now the races to watch that exist out there, you have Ohio, which we're pulling for our boy Bernie.
Yeah, he's looking good.
Bernie Moreno, who is a great dude, wonderful, great friend to Turning Point, great friend of the program, as one would say. You've got Wisconsin, which I think is the next most likely flip. So you've got our good friend Eric Hovde, who also loves Turning Point. We spent a ton of time, obviously, we've been talking so much, so we're blue in the face, because Turning Point is one of the only organizations that has a huge headquarters in Waukesha.
Wisconsin, guys. Wisconsin could shock the world tomorrow.
Wisconsin is known to shock the world. In fact,
it's the hardest state to pull in the country.
It is the hardest state to pull because they do not have partisan voter registration.
Totally.
And people are very to themselves.
And it's a collection of 300 small towns. It's 300 mid-major towns. It's 320,000 person towns and 2 lib cities.
And just like
that's Wisconsin.
You have a severe undervote in early votes happening in Milwaukee right now.
And just as interject, it also percentage-wise has the most white working class men of any battleground state.
Yep.
Just as a percentage.
I think people have impression of it because I think Madison is like, it's insane how blue it is for a major city. Yeah, it's like Berkeley level lib. It's a big, and so one thing I think catches people off guard is they probably might think it's like, it's maybe like Massachusetts, like a very highly educated white state. It actually has one of the lower college degree completion rates in the country. So you have a lot of less educated, I don't use that as a pejorative.
No, I love
literally
it.
Less educated.
You have a lot of wise
voters.
people.
We have a lot of muscular.
You have a lot of muscular class, a lot of
farmers.
Yeah, a lot of blue collar workers, a lot of hunters, a lot of that.
And so that is the next race to keep your eye on, because I think as the state goes for president, I think that's what's going to happen with the Senate race. That's my prediction, is that it's going to be that tight, that close, and that little space in between the two races.
I got to interrupt. I don't know who's running Kamala's operation. It is now 11:20 Eastern. Why have they not heard take the stage yet? I mean, I don't understand
So
this.
we're gonna concede our guy hasn't taken the stage yet?
What?
Our guy hasn't
No,
taken
but he
the
did a
stage
rally
yet?
before this.
Oh, true.
Trump hit the primetime window, and then he hits the late night window. So that's not the same thing. This is Kamala's big event.
She's sobering up.
It's
I don't
like also
understand.
just like some white guy playing
No,
a
Bon
guitar,
Jovi or something.
I guess.
I don't know who's been running her campaign logistics, but from someone who studies this stuff, not great. It hasn't been. She's missed a lot of primetime windows, unless you don't want people to see your candidate on TV.
I think that's what it is.
I mean, honestly, if you like some of the clips from MSNBC that are coming through are very. I don't know if you want to play any of those, Charlie, but
Who's on
I mean,
piano? Is
things
that Lady Gaga?
things are not going well for MSNBC tonight. Following the Joe Rogan endorsement.
By the way, the Rogan thing is like a surge of energy.
Imagine being on the other
internet
side
is
of it.
shaking. Right
Yeah,
now.
I mean, seriously. And by the way, you compare that to the Taylor Swift endorsement, which was muted.
Oh, who? What?
Stanton's running TV ads now.
I wonder why.
Well, so you compare that to the Taylor Swift endorsement,
keep going.
which was muted, right? It was, and by the way, very highly choreographed.
Yeah.
She has the debate performance. Everybody's talking about the debate. Taylor Swift comes in with a cat picture,
literally a cat picture.
and kind of quietly, for her standards, just kind of like drafts off the news cycle.
No, I mean, look, Taylor Swift could have done a concert tonight and said you got Lady Gaga. Who wants to see that? All right, I'm sure there's a demo there.
So I want to finish on the Senate real quick.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
The space between Hovde and Trump, I think, is going to be small, and then you've got three other races that you could look at here that could be severely influenced by turnout that happen tomorrow. And again, we don't want to get ahead of our skis here, but you have Pennsylvania, right? So we've got the race in Pennsylvania.
With Dave McCormick and Casey. Yeah, Trump will outperform McCormick, almost guaranteed.
But Charlie was one of the early supporters of Dave.
If we had Dave across the finish line, we were like early OG Dave McCormick guys.
Same with Bernie Moreno, by the way.
Bernie, same thing.
Bernie and Dave, we were on board early.
And Carrie Lake, too.
And JD Vance.
Well, and Carrie, yeah. So, but Carrie's a good friend. So then we'll talk about Arizona. So if things are happening right now, and the internet is a chatter right now, because the polling for Carrie has been unfairly terrible, and looking at this, and now all of a sudden all the pundits are going, wait, the polls are a lot tighter than we think. She's within 2 or 3 points. Yep. And guess what? The Republicans lead right now in Arizona, as we've talked about, so we're blue in the face, by almost 9 points, and that's almost certainly going to go up tomorrow. So with that being the case, Kerry has a very good projected shot if the polling holds that way. And then Nevada is the place where people are least bullish
Sam Brown.
with Sam Brown. However, same scenario, if polling is miscapturing the turnout ratio that's going to happen tomorrow, and if the Democrats get ratioed in turnout in Nevada, you could have a very similar outcome. There are people on the internet right now on Twitter saying, very smart people who are watching turnout models, saying if things get wonky for Democrats in some of these places, because remember, the thing I just warned about with Pennsylvania could happen to Democrats as well in Arizona and Nevada, where it lessens turnout if they get blasted early on the East Coast. That could influence the Senate race by 1 or 2 points.
That's a great insight. So if they're just getting slammed by the time it gets out west, people might stay home, because that's the point.
I think because remember, Michigan is on Eastern time. So Michigan is not going to get called because they still count ballots for 3 weeks, but whatever. And I'm being a little facetious, but it's not that facetious. But if there's something that goes crazy, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, now North Carolina is the hope for Kamala Harris. Virginia, New Hampshire, the New Hampshire Libertarian Party just endorsed Trump tonight. Totally unexpected.
Yeah, it's huge.
Because Elon Musk was like, I'd like Ron Paul to help reform the government with me. That's pretty cool. I think that's probably aided that decision. That could influence, probably not Wisconsin, but certainly could influence New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada. Eyes to watch. You got to keep eyes on this.
And by the way, Carrie Lake can win if we have a big turnout. If you're in Arizona, I want to hear from you. freedom@charliekirk.com. Email
Carrie
us.
Lake needs your vote.
Carrie Lake needs your vote and your activism, your energy, your spirit, all of that. Okay, the woman beater is up on stage right now, Doug Emhoff. And we have the MAGA rally. By the way, the Trump jet has landed in Grand Rapids, just so we are clear. The Trump jet has landed in Grand Rapids.
I want to memorialize a prediction a friend of mine made. You guys don't need to put it on screen. I don't need to publish his name, but it's just a friend of mine. I remember him because he was the first person to tell me how Donald Trump could win all the way back in 2015. We would see the polls, and it was like, I think he was responding to a poll that showed Trump only beating Hillary by 5 points in Mississippi or something. And he told me, Blake, this poll is actually incredibly good for Trump, because if you look at national polls, he's still only losing to Hillary by like 4 or 5 points. And if he's only beating her by 5 points in Mississippi, he's making that up somewhere. I think he'll be really strong in every swing state. And he was like, that's how he's going to win, Blake. And then he told me he thought Trump could do it right before election night. And he was the first person to message me. Like, he was telling me, Blake, the turnout in New Hampshire is insane. Like, all these hunters are coming out from like the mountains and they're casting ballots and they haven't voted in the last 12 years. And it's crazy. He's like, I don't know if we're going to win this state, but this election, and he told me all this. So I've always asked him, like, what's his read on it? And one, he says he thinks we win tomorrow. Close. He says it's like 0.5% in Pennsylvania is what he's estimating. But
Has
the
he
other
made a prediction about Arizona?
He thinks we win Arizona, actually, like pretty handily. He thinks the signs are like black turnout's way down and that could be hard to pull. But I wanted to memorialize this one because it's amazing.
All right.
And if it happens,
I know these type of guys, yeah.
He says, my most insane theory is there's a non-zero chance of Michigan being a massive, shocking poll miss because the Nation of Islam is extremely anti-Kamala, massively so,
Oh my
and
God.
they are unpollable.
This is
I hear this
crazy.
from
Okay,
people, man.
so when
I'm
we went
telling
to
you.
Georgia State,
The Muslims.
when we went to
Not
Georgia
even
State,
Muslims, like the Nation of Islam. That's like the
Andrew, please. This is
wacky
really
ones.
interesting.
No, so we were at Georgia State, and Charlie's, arguing with college kids. I'm off on the side having sidebar conversation, and all these kids want MAGA hats, and I kind of didn't believe them at first. I was like, "Are you voting for Trump?" And they were like, "Yeah," and I was like, "Cool." So let's get a big picture. We got this great picture with Charlie at the end with all these like Muslim guys, and I was like, "Well, what about your family, your congregations?" And they straight up said it's 50-50, and I go, "50-50 what?" And they said 50% are supporting Trump, and then 50% are convinced that we need to get Jill Stein over 5% so that she gets on the debate stage next time.
So it's like 0%
So
Kamala.
it's 0% Kamala. So when you take Dearborn, Michigan, where Trump all of a sudden is like making it as one of his campaign stops this last week, and he's getting endorsements from the Muslim community. It really is like one of those things that could shock the world. But by the way, if this is going all the way over to, you got Rashida Tlaib, who, by the way, did not endorse Kamala, right? So she did not endorse Kamala. And then I'm just saying, Minnesota, this could affect some House races maybe or something, right? I don't know. I don't think any of us are probably Minnesota experts at this point, but who knows the ramifications of something like this?
Well, there's so many unknown pockets of voters, I think. And that's what's like the funny thing about this. The last minute, again, everything's going to be hindsight 2020 after we come out of this election tomorrow and this next week, I should say, like after next Sunday, probably the week after that in Michigan. But you have a bunch of pockets of voters that we know so little about how they feel in regards to Kamala Harris because of the timetable that the Democrats set for themselves. And that is a really unique element to this election that I think has been unpolled, underpolled, underappreciated in this whole thing. Mm-hmm. And I think what's going to be the ultimate outcome if Kamala gets blasted or even loses by a little bit, I think what they're going to say is, we really, the last minute nature of X, Y, and Z. And I can't help but think about how many people are going to immediately abandon ship on this whole thing for they're trying to remake the entire Democrat Party because they're in a tailspin of talent.
Well, let's have that conversation once we win, right? We're not there yet.
Well, and it's not just about winning, but even if they win,
she's going to be arch hero.
It will be. The country will be remade from a completely political standpoint. Because the amount of
I agree with that.
The amount of animosity that exists between the sides and what they'll have to do to normal, sane, middle of the road conservatives, even center right people, is it's either they're on board or they're going to gangplank you out of this country. And that's a scary part because we've already seen that. We've seen how they've gone about that work. It's going to get significantly worse if Kamala Harris becomes president. I just have a lot more faith that I think the electorate, our side, understands that. And they're going to show up in big numbers tomorrow because that's what we need. We need people to understand what we're up against, which is this is the most Marxist ticket that's ever been assembled, ever in the history of the United States. It's not even close. Kamala Harris was the most liberal senator. She outranked Bernie Sanders. You have a guy in Tim Walz who literally thinks that AOC is the coolest person in Congress.
Do you think it's the first ticket to not have 3-digit IQ
By the way,
points?
speaking of Oprah, by the way, speaking of trying to rally white suburban Philadelphia women, Oprah is speaking.
Like I said, it's like Oprah did.
We'll do it. By the way, I would take Rogan over Oprah. Yeah. I think she's lost some cachet with that whole group.
Well, she hasn't hosted a show in what, a
so
decade?
can we talk about? But
they're
she
pulling out all
interviewed
the
Kamala. Yeah,
True. I mean, she is like legacy, but she's not.
Can we talk about Ralston, John Ralston?
Yeah, sure.
So John Ralston is essentially the number one kind of data guy out of Nevada. And he's
also really annoying. We should log this. Twitter is so irritating.
He's incredibly partisan.
He's a total partisan. He's rooting for Team Blue all the way. But he tends to do pretty honest data analysis. Everybody looks at him as the authority. He came out and made a call today, very narrow call, mind you, that Nevada's going to go 0.3% for Kamala Harris. Now, another guy that does a lot of work, we've actually had him on the show. He works for the Las Vegas
Review
Journal, Victor Jocks. And so he's, doesn't really, he's not a bomb thrower or anything like that. He may be conservative, and I'm not sure, but he basically, and I want to throw these images up. Let's go ahead and throw up 74 here. So he says some perspective on the Nevada early voting numbers. At this point in 2020, 447,000 Ds had voted. 400,000 Rs had voted. So it was D plus 46 and change. Today, only 362,000 Ds have voted. So, and 405,000. So we're up slightly over our 2020 numbers. They're down almost 100,000. That's a net 90K swing to ours, okay? Now, he's basically reacting to the Ralston prediction. So go to the next image. He basically says that for Ralston's numbers to be correct, he's like, there's got to be like 200,000 more mail ballots flocking from Clark. Unlikely. So he's basically saying at this point in 2020, Clark County had already submitted 87% of its ballots. So if you extrapolate that out and say right now there's 87% of Clark County's mail-in ballots in, that would mean they're only getting up to 405,000 or a 53K ballot increase. They're down by like 43,000 just in partisan reg in Nevada. So they're only going to get another 53,000 ballot increase, plus we're going to beat them day of statewide. So I'm not exactly sure where Ralston extrapolated the numbers, Blake.
Some sketchy stuff.
Well, exactly. So this has got to be
Nevada does
dumb possibility that the same friend who points out the wacky Nation of Islam hypothesis says, what if Republican turnout numbers are slightly inflated because there were Democrats who switched to Republican to vote for Nikki Haley in the primaries?
But the issue that exists,
maybe, I don't think it's that many though.
The issue that exists in Nevada, and the reason why I would be less bullish on
Nevada.
you
mean in Nevada?
Nevada had an part primary. So
Arizona that would.
They didn't have like a real primary. Yeah. But Nevada, part of the reason why Nevada is so sketchy is because it's smaller. And it's easier to manipulate. Mm-hmm. And with the unions who are very well organized, and because they're all centrally located as well in Clark County,
right,
it just becomes it's not as great of a feat for them to turn out the numbers that they need to turn out in order to win the state per capita.
They had the state Supreme Court allowed them to keep counting ballots for like 4 days afterwards, right?
So you have the same issue as Michigan.
Right. So, but and Tyler, you would know this. And we're active in CD3 in Nevada, which is sort of the southern tip of the state, up through western Vegas and Summerlin, up a little bit north of town. all the way to the border with California, right? So
it's the most winnable with the most Republican votes that we need to chase their low propensity.
Yeah, so we actually have our ballot chase program in Nevada 3.
Yep. And they're doing great, by the way. They're hitting crazy goals every
Yeah,
time.
well, it was fantastic. I've seen some of that. But so the question, though, is with no tax on tips, with we got a Republican governor, Joe Lombardo, over the finish line in 2022, and you've got this union fatigue with the Democrats, right, nationwide, where unions are starting to break a little bit. You've got guys like Steve Wynn, you've got the Carano family, you've got the Fertitta family. Like, there is some big time Vegas casino muscle that's backing the conservative side. By the way, and Clark County is not that D heavy.
No, it's not.
It can't be. It's like 70% of the state.
no. What I'm saying is, it's like what is it? Registration event D6.
Yeah, but it's changed in recent. The non-party affiliate has spiked.
Right. So
like
and that's exactly where I was getting to. So it's like we're seeing trends across the board that the indie votes are getting more red. Maybe just slightly. Maybe that won't hold out on election day. But on election day, I got to believe it's going to be even more red. So as we get closer. So I'm just saying, I think Ralston is, maybe somebody's told him that the jig is up and the fix is in Nevada. And he's sort of just going with that because he knows he's going to be right. And the numbers don't. But everybody's pointing out that there's not a real defense of his numbers unless you get this deluge of 200,000 more vote by mail to really make up the deficit, and those just aren't there in the numbers.
So do you on the ground vibe? You think Nevada's going to go for Trump?
I mean, I will say the rurals have roared, and that's been big because I always thought we could squeeze another like 5 to 10% of turnout out of the rurals, and that seems to be the case this year. And I would say that it's a working class. It's the perfect makeup of a state that would love Trump. It really is. Like not a huge college educated population, a lot of muscular class, a lot of working class. And I mean, it's always been the Reid machine with the union that has kept that state blue in recent decades. But I will tell you that from a vibe standpoint on the ground, that state is super pro Trump. But Vegas, they call Vegas Los Angeles East now. You know what I mean? So it's definitely a changing. I
will tell you this again. I'll go back to what we were just talking about just a few minutes ago. I think if you have a North Carolina solid win, you have by Trump. If you have a Pennsylvania, it looks like Trump is doing really well. I think that's going to have some influence, and it's going to get some excitement going in Nevada. We are good friends with a lot of the folks that are in Nevada. We had just a great event that was there. There was a ton of energy that we had in that room that was with us. The people on the ground in Clark County are saying that they want this really bad. They have been working. They've been turning out. They've been doing some of the program. And I want to point to Mojave County real quickly for you, because this is really interesting.
Bullhead City, Laughlin, adjacent.
So Mojave County, which is in the outskirts of Las Vegas, it's in Arizona, we have had a huge influx of low propensity voters that have turned out. Now, again, Arizona has way more of a history and a culture of early voting by mail. You don't have that same thing in Nevada. However, you have the same type of people that exist in the outskirts of Las Vegas as you have in Mojave County. Mojave County is on pace to have a record turnout for a presidential. They had a very low turnout, which is typical in rurals across the United States, but you have a lower turnout per capita. It's harder to get people in. They usually vote in person, things like that. If that type of similar sentiment holds, where we've seen such great early by mail voting happening because there's more excitement happening in the rurals of Las Vegas, you have to assume that you're looking at Mesquite, you're looking at some of these other places that have Elko, and really, I mean, the outskirts of Las Vegas, more of southern Nevada, where there's actually a lot of people on CD3, right? That's that whole stretch. That's a lot of rural Nevada. That people are going to be very excited, and that we could see some of that reflected turnout tomorrow, which would really help Trump.
I want to thank our members, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. Just to remember, yard signs do not win elections. Some people say, Charlie, there's so many Harris Wall signs in Salt Lake City. Is she going to win Utah? She will not win Utah. Right, Tyler? She will not win Utah.
She will not. Even Governor Cox isn't endorsing her. And so that's your sign.
She will not win Utah.
When Spencer Cox doesn't endorse Kamala Harris after Mitt Romney
if Kamala wins Utah, I will eat my shoe. All right. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com. I want to thank you guys. Daisy is sending us. By the way, we're waiting for the last MAGA rally. Donald Trump has landed. Somebody emailed us. They said, Charlie, I want to see Oprah at the MAGA rally. No. I had to be more clear. Oprah is at the Kamala rally. Okay? Oprah is not at the MAGA rally. Yeah. I know you might be confused because Trump and Oprah used to be friends. But no. And just a reminder, everybody, this is what our night tomorrow is going to be like. God willing, we'll be celebrating at this time tomorrow night, but don't get your hopes up. But maybe we will.
It's going to take some time.
Maybe. I think it's going to take.
I think it's going to take some.
It's either going to be a very late night. Or
I think it's going to be some shovel work
or some early morning.
Or if
it goes long, I am ready to go till 10 a.m. tomorrow, and then I'll pass out and like tag team.
You mean the next?
You mean Wednesday?
Wednesday.
Yeah, whatever.
It's like flying home from Tokyo. It's like you lose what day it is.
Yeah,
it's been 4 years. What's another?
I want to thank Jim, Suzanne, David, Jaslyn, Margaret, Walter. You guys get a signed hat. Members.charliekirk.com. Can we have the picture-in-picture of even just the room feed if we can, guys? And by the way, Jack is landing soon. Donald Trump has landed in Grand Rapids, Michigan. He is on the ground in Grand Rapids, Michigan. Donald Trump is. This is the final rally, guys. This is it. The final MAGA rally happening live on Real America's Voice. Yes?
It's the last MAGA rally because after this, America will be great. It'll be
Keep America Great.
CAGA rallies.
I mean, if there is an actual, and I know I'm not trying to put any cart before the horse here. I really am not. Do not get complacent. But if there is a distinct, definitive win, what do you think? I mean, that could mean for the country. I mean, do you think people will rally behind it? Will there be a moment of peace? Or do you think they still riot and screech like banshees?
I will say thank you, God, and we'll enjoy what happens.
I'm going to tell you this: if fans riot in their own streets when their team wins the World Series. Dodgers fans.
Whoops.
I think it's to be expected that when their candidate that was not of their choice wins, they're probably same types of personalities are probably going to riot.
Well, I think they will. I think you're right.
I think they're ready to.
But you remember that Molly Ball article where there was that one very telling piece, which I always thought should have been an absolute indictment of the American left.
People literally should have been indicted.
No, they should have. But what happened was, because it was close, the sort of gatekeepers, the puppeteers, called all their foot soldiers and said, "Don't riot. Be peaceful." And there was this moment of calm after the election in 2020 where we were expecting something crazy to happen. And guess why it didn't? It's not because the Republicans or the conservatives told their people not to riot. No, because that wasn't even a thing. It was because the Democrats told their foot soldiers not to riot. And I always thought that was the most damning admission from that Molly Ball article in 2020, how they did it. The cabal.
That's right. We are getting so many emails, by the way, of first-time voters that didn't vote in 2020, and they're old. They're not like newly registered 18-year-old voters. I'm talking about thousands and thousands of first-time voters. The electorate has changed to favor us, guys. A lot of people sat out 2020 and saw the destruction and have come back into the ranks. A lot of people.
There are a lot of people who expose themselves. What I like about this election that we haven't talked enough about, and I hope we'll talk about it a lot, the people who were frauds in 2020, who pretended like they just kind of sat back, they didn't really do anything, and they were secretly helping Joe Biden in the background, they were forced to come out in public this time. And this is a really interesting piece to this election versus 2020. COVID and the hidden politic that was happening in the background in America was not exposed. It forced so many people to come out of the dark spaces, and people who claimed that they were Republican or people who claimed that they were like either or now came out as pro Kamala people, and most people that are common sense went, wait, what? Really? That guy? This? What? No. And that has forced a lot of the people who were not sure or they didn't really like Trump or whatever, I think, to actually come back and say, you know what? I was so focused and so hung up on personality. I didn't realize the personality of all these people who were talking was bad. And it's really leveled the playing field quite a bit, because you now have people who are claiming to be Republicans now exposed as Democrats. You now have people who thought they were Democrats or moderate or independents going, I'm more Republican. And tomorrow will be the judgment day where we determine who wins. Is it the elitists who are trying to control you, that were pretending to be something that they were not? Or is it going to be the American individual that this country, this republic, was founded upon? They're going to speak up, and they're going to elect a president by the good graces of the Electoral College. That's going to be that means we're dependent on these few states. That's going to usher in a people's president. And I think that that's what Trump really is the people's president.
I'll never forget during the Bobby Kennedy endorsement rally, which we produced.
Game changer.
It was a huge game changer.
That'll go down, man.
It was
one of the coolest things.
Yeah, very, very cool to be a part of that. And to see it so up close. But Charlie, you went up there and you said, this is a question about whether or not we are going to fulfill the founders' vision for this country. And you said, because in America, it's a simple deal. What the people want, the people get.
Yes.
And if that ceases to be the case, then we're in real trouble. And I do think that is really on the ballot. And I think, you go to this Joe Rogan endorsement of Donald Trump tonight. I genuinely think one of the main things for Joe Rogan and so many other Americans, including Bobby Kennedy, this is something he's brought up time and time again, is this idea of censorship and how they want to control us, kind of to what you're talking about, Tyler. The master, the elites controlling what the people think, whether it be by color revolution, domestic color revolution, whether it be censorship, industrial complex, whether it just be by advertisers boycotting conservatives. We've been up against so much, and what could happen tomorrow if we're successful, if we show up, could be a reversal of so many of these trends, so many of these headwinds that we've been fighting for the last 9 years. And I certainly hope our movement shows up. I certainly think we're poised for a successful day if we show up, because, I think the numbers are there, the raw materials there, and we certainly can get this over the top.
Okay, members.charliekirk.com, members.charliekirk.com. That is the last MAGA rally right there at Van Andel Arena. It is happening. Trump has landed. He is on his way. I don't know if they're doing a pre-program before. Donald Trump wanted it to be known as the Midnight Rally, and he's getting his wish, by the way. Donald Trump in the last MAGA rally here.
12 minutes away from midnight at that location. So
yeah, and by the way, we're only 2 hours behind the East Coast instead of the usual 3 hours here as we are in Phoenix, Arizona. Daisy has sent me more names. I want to thank Trey, Gigi, Michelle, Joseph, Jim, Susan, and Walter. Members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com.
Got to give them instruction, Charlie, for leaving. Why
don't you do that?
Yeah. So, Daisy, correct me if I'm wrong, but so what we're going to be doing for our election night coverage, because it's going to be going on, during the entire night. If you want to leave a message that will get played on the air, you can, and you're a member. So if you're signing up tonight at members.charliekirk.com, go to the site, sign in, and there's an option where you can actually leave a voicemail, and we will use it during the show. So we have a team that's going to be listening to them all. If they're good, no swear words, because we don't really have a lot of extra bandwidth, unless it's like really good and we want to mute out a swear word, but don't risk it. But if it's a good message, we're going to play it live on air. Get the touch, the pulse of you, the grassroots across the country. But you got to be a member in order to participate in that. We're going to be playing them throughout the show tomorrow night and throughout the stream. So be a part of that at members.charliekirk.com. You can join right now. Charlie's going to send you a hat. He's got Mount MAGA here as we're waiting for the Trump rally. It keeps growing and building. And yes, Charlie does really sign them. And by the way, one of the things you don't do a good enough job mentioning, look at that.
I know, it's a beautiful hat.
This is a one of a kind hat right here, because it's got the turning point, swoosh.
That swoosh, by the way, it's a great story. Can I tell you about? Now that we're doing story time, we're waiting for the rally here. Tyler knows who made the swoosh.
our good friend
Paul
Romanowski,
he killed himself, unfortunately.
Passed,
But I remember when he first did. So we were sitting with Bill Montgomery, also may he rest in peace, in the Lamont office. And he was like, okay, what do you want? I said, well, because he was super creative, right? He was an actual artist. Tyler loved him.
Oh yeah.
Tyler saw his talent way more than I did.
He wanted to move out to Arizona.
He was. Oh man, he would have been so good.
And it pains me every day.
He should still be alive.
That we didn't bring him out here faster.
It's an awful story. However, his legacy, and this is literally what he told me, because he wasn't just a graphic designer. He would capture your vision, and he's an artist. He was an actual artist. And I was like, I don't know, man. I want it to be like we're in one direction. We want to take a right turn, and we want to go from like blue to red. He's like, okay. And so he comes up with this. And I think it's fair to say this is one of the most recognized political symbols in the country, is it not?
Now it is, yeah.
And he told me, like, before he killed himself, like months beforehand, he was like, man, it's one of the coolest things I've ever done in my life. I hope it gets seen by, like, all of humanity.
And it has.
Isn't that the cool? And, like, that so just want to say, Paul, and if anyone knows who Paul is or his family, he was super loved and appreciated. That we think of him every day.
So
all the time.
So in honor of Paul, if you become a member, you get the exclusive Turning Point MAGA hat, which I think is super cool, actually. And I wish we had like the Benny videos, because it was great seeing everybody
we posted it today.
Yeah, it was great seeing everybody wear that in downtown Atlanta. It's like the MAGA hat with the Turning Point swoosh. Can we call it a swoosh?
It's the Nike swoosh. By the way, you know what's so funny is I got a tip from somebody that they're changing the Nike swoosh.
Yeah.
Really? It hasn't been reported publicly yet.
No way. That's insane.
That would be an insane
That'd
thing
be
to do.
lunacy. Whoever does that should be.
I mean, but here's the thing, like,
wasn't
Apple
the lady that came up with it like she was paid like $15 for it?
We'll see if my sources are any good.
I mean, Apple changed it.
The way, another thing that's going to happen at midnight to watch for if Trump doesn't is Dixville Notch will vote at midnight.
So I'm told there actually will be a Trump voter at Dixville Notch.
I've seen there is one Trump voter.
Explain to the audience Dixville Notch. By the way, Trump should be taking the stage any minute.
I need to go to New Hampshire again. I haven't been there in a while. So Dixville Notch is a very tiny hamlet in northern New Hampshire. I think it's in there's like a ski lodge there, and a few people just live next to it. And by tradition in Dixville Notch, that's a great town name, by the way, is they've cultivated this tradition that the handful of residents in the village meet at midnight on election day and immediately cast their ballots so that they can be the first place in the nation to vote. And they do it for both the primary and the general election. So some context, in 2016, there were 8 voters there, and they voted 4 for Hillary, 2 for Trump, 1 for Gary Johnson, and 1 for Willard Mitt Romney. In 2020, there were only 5 voters. There were 5 votes for Joe Biden.
How'd it go in 2016?
In 2016, it was Hillary for 4,
okay,
Trump 2, Johnson, yeah. And then Romney still got 1. And Obama and Mitt split 5-5 in the general in 2012. 2020, though, they went 5 for Biden, 0 for Trump. So, if we have at least one Trump voter,
he's going to do a press conference. This is such a narcissist thing. This guy's going to do like a whole. He's going to take questions.
They had 6 people vote in the GOP primary. All of them voted for Nikki Haley.
It gives you a little idea of the demographic at Dixville Notch. Is it Dixville, right?
Dixville Notch.
Yeah. It means absolutely nothing, for the record.
Quiet. It means everything if we win this.
Watch Trump win every single one.
What's really interesting is they had 20 people there in 1984. Now they're down to like 4 or there's some.
It's sad. It's
the
decline. In 1992, they had 15 people vote for George H.W., 8 for Ross Perot, 5 for Andre Maru, a person I have never heard of, and only 2 for Bill Clinton. Man, old time New Hampshire was the greatest.
Comeback kid.
Wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I misread that. In 1984, they had 29 people and 1 that voted for Reagan and 1 for Mondale. They had 30 people. That town was
29.
bumping.
Yeah, well, 29 for Reagan and 1 for Mondale
was off the hook.
That actually just reflects the actual national voting numbers.
I know, but they had 30 people. Now they have 6.
What's going on there? They're just people consolidating properties or something?
They're eating each other. It's a
cannibalization. They're cannibalizing their election day vote.
That's why Trump is speaking out so frequently about
cannibalization,
cannibal elector.
Okay, so we have eyes on the last MAGA rally here. Email us as always, freedom@charliekirk.com, and subscribe to our podcast. Open up your podcast application and type in Charlie Kirk Show. We have a great program for you guys all day tomorrow. We are going to be doing our 3-hour show, a couple-hour break, and then boom, around like 5-ish, 5:30 Eastern. Hey, Blake, why don't you break down when do polls close tomorrow? Just remind people.
All right.
You've done all this research, right?
Yeah, of course. I'll bring up the map too. But so there's a few states that close really early. The first ones you'll see places in Indiana and places in Kentucky.
Like
a lot
6
of the
Eastern or
polls
7
will show.
Eastern?
Like 5 Eastern.
What?
I know. It's really. I'm just going to bring up the map so I don't screw any of them
It's not 5 Eastern.
No,
We just
there are
went through
definitely
this the
5
other day.
Eastern. No, we talked about it. There's places like 6 Eastern. Sorry, sorry.
We did this
You're
whole
just so judgy on me, Charlie.
We did this whole because I hold you to a higher standard. Okay, Blake.
Okay. 6 Eastern.
You know
you're gonna
every
have closures,
Roman emperor. Okay, you
but
should
I
know
guess,
when polls close.
Yeah. So they'll have some closures in Indiana. They'll have and some closures in Eastern Kentucky, and so. That's where you'll see the first places, and you'll see the press will come on, and they'll call Indiana and Kentucky for Trump immediately, and it'll be great.
And
then,
New York closes the same time Arizona does.
Yeah, exactly. It's bizarre.
It's
and
so
then
stupid.
The first real important closures, 7 p.m. Eastern, Florida, Georgia, Virginia.
Okay, so let's go through Georgia. Hold on one second. How is Georgia counting their votes this year differently than other years? They say they have the Floridification. They said they fortified their elections.
I don't know.
They're using
full
fingers.
details on
Meaning
this,
that they have to count their. Are they pre-canvassing early votes? What they're doing, Tyler?
I believe so. I unfortunately do not have the inside track, but we will tomorrow be happy to bring in our election pros from Georgia.
Yeah, Josh McCoon.
Our staff, and Josh McCoon, who we're hoping has a great day tomorrow.
Josh is optimistic. Josh is texting me some great figures. He likes what he's seeing. He is definitely optimistic.
Okay, I've got it. So in 2021, that Georgia law that they lost the All-Star game for because it ended democracy and turned them into a totalitarian police state.
Went to Denver.
Yeah, and so all of that, the police state law that they passed, the police state law that they passed, so they're allowed, they made the law explicit that they can begin processing their mail ballots 2 weeks before Election Day.
Yeah.
And I think they were allowed to do it by emergency in 2020, but a lot of places didn't. So it's more actually developed now.
It's codified.
And then I believe, are they also allowed to count through the night more consistently?
Yeah,
now?
so Georgia did. So Georgia did pass the similar law to Arizona, which is that they must keep counting. So Georgia and Arizona, because they both had Republican-held legislatures, unlike some other places in the country where we saw this,
Michigan,
the
Wisconsin,
counting stopped. So remember, I don't want to give everyone PTSD that's listening right now, but we remember that the counting stopped. They did pass laws in Georgia and Arizona, both saying that you must keep counting. You cannot stop.
I'm looking here. Michigan has the most changes of the swing states in terms of
not for the good.
So jurisdictions with more than 5,000 people can now begin processing their mail ballots up to 8 days before Election Day. So that would possibly speed it up. Let's see. Looking through this, they have expanded in-person early voting, which might have turned out to help us, hopefully. And I guess they made it so their early ballots could go directly into a scanner rather than having to be stored. So we might get results faster from Michigan, if nothing else, even if other changes are stuff we don't care for.
So, one sec. Yeah, let's just do it. Members.charliekirk.com. That is members.charliekirk.com. So it's fair to say, by the way, we're waiting for the Trump to take the stage. It's fair to say that we will get the final verdict in Georgia by 10 Eastern. Will be pretty close. And then Pennsylvania, I didn't understand what Cliff was saying very much, and I was dealing with some other issues. They don't pre-canvass. They do pre-canvass.
They don't.
They do. They don't.
They canvass.
Well, canvass is a different word. Canvass has a different meaning.
Count. Do they pre-count?
They pre-count. Yeah. They count. They start counting during the day tomorrow.
Yes. Okay, that's different than pre-canvassing, though, where...
In Arizona, it's a full canvass.
Whoa. No. Canvass means that's the final stamp on.
But in Arizona, they're pre-counting, meaning that
pre-counting,
so that it's all like right now. Stephen Richard knows who's winning in the early vote.
That's correct. You just can't release.
But it releases like as soon as polls close, right?
That's correct.
So like at 8:15, he just uploads the data to the Secretary of State's website, and it populates all the websites.
That's correct.
So I voted on Friday. He has my vote in his system.
Yeah, and again, just for everybody's. Canvas means that's like the official tally.
Yeah. So, but in Pennsylvania, they don't start opening envelopes till tomorrow.
That's what Cliff said.
Okay, which means what is the order of operations then for counting in Pennsylvania tomorrow?
So they should have a more similar type of a situation where at least because remember Pennsylvania is in better shape because they have far greater counties. So part of the reason why Arizona is a mess is because we have far fewer counties, and Maricopa County is huge. Part of the reason why Nevada is a mess, Clark County is huge. Part of the reason why, so you have in Pennsylvania much greater spread, same with Wisconsin, where it's easier for the counties to process all those ballots in a timely fashion.
Okay.
And so that is happening where the counting is starting tomorrow early, which just in a few hours really probably they're starting that process, so that hopefully by the time that the polls close, they will have an initial tally of how many votes have been cast. However, I am sure, and I don't know this, Cliff could probably tell us, and we'll find out tomorrow, I'm sure there will be some counties that are not done processing votes by the time that polls close.
So just to be clear,
that would be my guess.
I remember this story when it came out because the Washington Post tried to blame Pennsylvania, and we had Sean Parnell.
I do remember this.
Yeah, come on. So here's how it works. This is according to the Washington Post. The count officially begins at 7 a.m. on Election Day.
Yep.
So this is like if they've sent in their ballots week before and drop boxes and mailboxes. Pennsylvania allows early voting by mail, so thousands of ballots sealed in double envelopes arrive days or weeks ahead of time. In Philadelphia, for example, they store them in a 230,000 square foot brick building on the northeast edge of the city. Workers send the envelopes through a sorting machine, which separates them by precincts, stamps the date, time, and scans for signature. It says in most states, workers would then continue to process those mail ballots that arrive early, open the envelopes, unfold the ballots, and in some places, scan the votes without reporting the results. Pennsylvania, however, is one of 7 states that does not allow mail ballots to be processed before Election Day. The other battleground is Wisconsin.
Yep.
Okay, so in Arizona, like at 8:30 local, we'll have all the early votes that happened from Monday previous.
Yeah.
In every county, is that right?
Yeah.
So Fontes has collected every county at this point.
It gets reported, yeah. So
Okay.
Fontes at 8 p.m. By 8 p.m., we should have that.
Okay, and then election day votes
will begin to trickle in.
But that comes at different frequencies.
Yeah.
So, but the counties don't aggregate those. They just send them in as they have them on election day.
Yeah, they give a report basically hourly.
And then drops come after that.
And then
what do you mean by drops?
That's people that showed up to a polling place and put their ballot in a box, because those have to be driven down to the central county place,
right?
Not counted in the precinct or the
this,
voting center.
That's different than like
if you actually go and vote in person, because they're actually counting your votes on an SD card.
Right. Well, so that's if you fill your ballot out at home and you go to a polling center and drop it off.
That gets counted later.
Yeah, and not only that, but late mail too.
Right.
So you
and there's a lot of illegality with late mail.
Well, the late meaning when I say late mail, I mean mail that was received before 7 p.m. on Election Day, but that was delivered over the weekend that they still haven't processed.
Right. So there will be late Pima mail. There will be late Maricopa mail. There'll be late Pinal mail. The late Pima mail, the late Pima and a late Apache mail is what Carrie's got to look out for. Where they just lie on postmark stuff.
Yeah.
I'm just being honest. Like that's.
Well, yeah, we'll get into it. We'll save some of the fun surprises.
But anyway, so then in North Carolina, what is the reporting procedure in North Carolina? Does anybody know?
We can find out. So what we do know is that they close. They're one of the 3 states that close at 7:30.
7:30 Eastern.
So they close at a half hour. So West Virginia, Ohio, and North Carolina all will be closing at 7:30 p.m. Eastern.
Yep, 7:30. By law, polls close at 7:30.
So they're on the half hour. So you have the East.
Dixville Notch is voting, these narcissists.
Yeah, it's kind of fake because like
It's
you basically
so fake.
like it's like people realize that
This
and there's,
guy's
like,
doing
none
a
of them-
press conference.
You can just like buy their
You're just like a
crap.
random guy near Canada. Like you're not that important. I'm sorry. It's like nothing is predictive or determinative, right, Andrew?
You know what? I think they should pass a law in New Hampshire to force Dixville Notch to, vote by mail. Like that's not the first freaking.
No, that is true.
You know,
That's
not
actually
the
so
first
smart.
Ballot.
I know. Someone voted yesterday in New
First
Hampshire.
ballots cast in Dixville Notch, New Hampshire. Like,
Which,
get
by the way,
a life.
we should recognize it is now on the East Coast. It is election day.
By the way,
we have been waiting 4 flipping years for today.
Hold on. I just want to make one point.
Well,
in
technically,
North
because
Carolina.
it took them 3 months to count the election last time, it's really been like
Dixville Notch
3
is going to
years and
take
9
it.
months.
It's going to take them 4 days after the election to count all their ballots.
all
What a
6
third world country.
These
we've got.
narcissists. Oh, I really think Trump's a threat to my. Shut up. There's like 6 of you. Like who cares?
You guys are a threat to
I know,
like
exactly.
geriatrics.
Okay.
All right. So
go ahead.
just really quick, we just said this, so I just want to make it very clear. If you're listening in North Carolina, if you are in line at 7:30, by law they have to let you vote. Okay? So if you get in line by 7:30,
That's correct.
You are allowed to vote.
There's a lot of funny business on what it means to get in line.
Well, and
there's been a lot of lawsuits on this.
This is more funny business because the state board there has the authority to extend voting hours beyond 7:30. Now this is where we see a lot of shenanigans late too, right? If it's close, different counties are holding back their vote. All of a sudden, they'll extend. They're going to you can count on this. Take it to the bank.
Yeah.
They're going to extend voting hours in Fulton County or DeKalb, right?
Yeah. Well,
in Georgia.
also
They're gonna sue
also
too.
we should sue in Maricopa to have extra hours in Maricopa and Pinal if there's any funny business.
Well, I'm happy to tell you, I believe that if there is any funny business,
there's a lawsuit drafted somewhere.
there is a lawsuit ready to go.
Good. So we don't have to fiddle around all
We
day
don't
long
have
for that?
people. We're not going to be
Good for Josh.
It took us 12 hours to get a lawsuit.
not
Good
gonna
for
Arizona.
Arizona.
Oh, Arizona.
If the machines
Well,
and
I'm
the
sure
printers don't work, we have a lawsuit ready to go.
We have a tremendous lawyer who
Good.
is in constant
Let's
communication.
not bury the lead there.
But,
Let's
yeah,
not spoil anything.
We'll save it for tomorrow.
Yeah.
There's a lot. We got to keep everyone on the edge of their seats. We have so much fun
people
stuff.
are asking, Charlie, or why are you not? Can we please have the rally in the upper right hand corner, guys? The RAV logo is over it. There are no speakers right now at the rally. People say, Charlie, why are you not showing the rally? There's just been, if you want to listen to Fan of the Opera, we'll put that on. Okay, that's what's going on right now.
Where's Bobby McNeely?
This is not.
Oh, that's right.
No, that's the different channel.
All right. How about this?
All right,
North
members.charliekirk.com. I want to keep on signing hats for you guys. Andrew has them right here. Andrew, give them to me. What's going on in North Carolina tomorrow? What can we expect?
Well, so basically, I'm looking up the rules here. It says ballots that will be counted and reported by the end of election night include ballots cast by voters during the early voting period.
Mm-hmm.
This does not include provisional ballots, which must be researched during the canvass period to determine voter eligibility. So in 2020, 65% of North Carolina voters cast their ballot during early voting. All absentee ballots received by the County Board of Election before the start of Election Day. Third bucket. All ballots cast on Election Day from the state's 2,600 plus precincts. This does not include provisional ballots. So what ballots will not be counted on Election Day? They basically say 98% of North Carolina is going to be counted, and every tally that night will be technically unofficial, but we should have an idea who's going to win it. Absentee ballots received on Election Day will not be counted. Military and overseas citizen absentee ballots that arrive by mail at County Board of Election offices from Election Day through 5 p.m. on November 14th.
We're going to have, and this is
November 14th.
The Uokava votes could end up being very determinative.
This is a very important thing for those listening at home that we're going to be discussing a lot over the next coming
Don't even
days,
get into it now, but just a little bit.
Is Uokava votes, which are our uniformed officer.
Tyler has been obsessed over.
You were flagging this like 8 months ago.
I was pulling the alarm, right? And our Rumble,
very few
the
people
green
listen.
alarm, and begging the RNC to take it seriously. And this is something that we're going to be talking a lot about. So get used to hearing that term, Uokava vote.
Uokava.
Uokava.
Thankfully, the requests are really down this year. Though. They're way down from
Uokava.
COVID, though. They are down. They're down by like 70% versus COVID. But if you guys want to talk about how we could win states in the future, we could ballot chase in Israel. We could ballot chase in Germany and find a bunch of conservatives that live there. That's a separate issue.
Well, here's something that's more newsy.
Well, and I'll just say this to pin this. UOCAVA stands for Uniformed and Overseas Citizen Absentee Voting Act, because Foster Freeze would shoot us if
that's
we
that's right. You have to explain every acronym.
Uniformed and Overseas ballots. So that's what it stands for. Sorry, go ahead.
No, it's good. For 2024 only, certain absentee ballots dropped off by voters from the 25 counties affected by Hurricane Helene. I always forget.
Yeah. By the way,
at election offices.
Still impacting Western North Carolina turnout.
Exactly. That's why I bring it up.
It's a problem.
Or early voting sites outside the voters' home counties as permitted by NC Session Law 2024-51. Must have just been passed. All provisional ballots will not be counted. So basically, we're looking at a timeline of 8:30 p.m. to 1 a.m. Counties report election day precinct results, the election results dashboard. By 9:30 p.m. Eastern, precinct poll workers hand-deliver Election Day results to County Board of Election offices. Between 8:30 p.m. and 1 a.m. Eastern, counties report Election Day precinct results. So, in theory, we should have 98% of the vote counted in North Carolina with an unofficial tally by no later than 1 a.m. Eastern, which would be 11 o'clock Mountain Time, Arizona.
Basically now. I mean, look, we're going to know a lot very quickly. Wisconsin, Tyler, what is the order of operations for Wisconsin?
So Wisconsin has, just as was mentioned before, they have a similar process to Pennsylvania, which again, and it's actually really interesting because Wisconsin and Pennsylvania share something very similar, not only from a Midwestern standpoint, but also from the fact that it's a large population spread, not concentrated in one place. And Charlie brought this up. Pennsylvania is the same. We have they have far fewer absentee ballots that have been turned in than like a state like Arizona, and certainly Pennsylvania, that's just much larger. So there's just, you're dealing with hundreds of thousands of votes that have already been turned in, not millions of votes, which is a good thing because that means those can get processed. They start processing them tomorrow, early in the morning in the individual counties. The counties are much smaller, so it's much more manageable. And then they have a huge day of historical voting culture. So most people vote in person. They know the place. It's been the same place in their town. You know, every little town in Wisconsin has all the same stuff. You have a school, you have a pub, you have a post office, and everyone goes to the same place for voting every time. A church, your churches, that is it. So that's small town Wisconsin culture. And there's some rural places in Wisconsin that are extremely blue. There's some rural places in Wisconsin now that are extremely red. And then there's some really purple areas that are all dependent on turnout. And, you know, southern Wisconsin right now, or we have all eyes on what's going to happen in the southern part of Wisconsin, that corridor that comes from Chicago up to Milwaukee. Racine is right in there, right in the mix that we have all eyes on. You have, can the Republicans turn out just a little bit more, or Democrats turn out a little bit less around Madison and Dane County? And then what's going to happen in what we call the Milwaukee WOW counties, which stands for Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington County, which all surround Milwaukee. So you have Milwaukee County, Waukesha, Ozaukee, and Washington. I have spent literally half my life there. I have missed, again, in another year, so many of my kids' games and
milestones.
And
Honestly,
milestones. Like,
God bless you.
All right, Trump is walking out. This is the final MAGA rally. Become a member guy. Members.charliekirk.com. Members.charliekirk.com.
Before we go, 3-3 Dixville Notch.
Whoa!
These people are geniuses.
Dixville Notch calling the election.
Enjoy the last MAGA rally.
Breaking.
Whoa.
That was unexpected.
Where there's pride in every American heart, and it's time we stand and say that I'm proud to be an American, where at least I know I'm free, and I won't forget the men who died, who gave that right to me, and I gladly stand up next to you and defend her still today.
Thank you very much. This is unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Think of it. This is it. This is the last one that we're going to have to do. And doing 4 of these in one day is a little difficult, but not really, because the love in every one of them has been incredible, just like this. So it makes it a lot easier. And I want to say a very special hello to Grand Rapids. It's been a special place. Remember 2016, we were given a 3% chance. You remember we came to Grand Rapids, they said, how the hell are we going to lose? It was just like this. And I said, how are we going to lose? We're not going to lose. And it was a 3% chance. And then we won a little place called Florida, and it went to about a 7% chance. And then it went to an 11%. And then it went to 17%, you remember? And went that way. And then it went to about a 62% chance. And they had somebody in there going totally crazy. The woman, she became a fan. She was going crazy. Not on our side, on the other side, she was going crazy. But we're in very good shape. I have to tell you, we're way up in terms of the vote. You know, the Republicans are never up like that. And I don't want to talk too much about it, because I really want you to just assume that it's sort of even, and you're going to turn out tomorrow, and we're going to blow this thing away, because, you know, we're leading going in by hundreds of thousands of votes, but just pretend we're tied or losing by a little bit, because we want to put on a display tomorrow of unity and everything. The progress that this party has made is incredible. It's very inclusive. It's inclusive of everybody, including our great mayor right back there. That is our great mayor, and he came through for us. But I want to thank everybody, and a very special hello to Michigan. We're going to do some great things from Michigan. We're going to do great things from Michigan. We're going to bring the car business blazing back. You're not going to remember what was like. We're going to make Detroit. We're going to make Detroit greater than it ever was. You know, I've been hearing about Detroit for a long time. They've been talking about that miracle in Detroit. Well, I mean, look, we got to be honest. It hasn't happened, but it's going to happen now. It's going to happen at levels that you never dreamt possible. So for you, for the auto workers who have been so incredible, you've been so incredible. You're going to be very happy with the things we're doing. We killed the plant, as you know, in Mexico. The biggest plant in the world was going to be built in Mexico, and I absolutely killed it. But I'd like to begin by asking a question. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? Because over the past 4 years, Americans have suffered one catastrophic failure, betrayal, and humiliation after another. Kamala has delivered soaring prices and true economic anguish at home, war and chaos abroad, and a nation-destroying invasion on our southern border, invasion of some of the greatest criminals in the world that are pouring into our country. And we're not going to take that. We're going to end that, like, immediately. And I happen to think it's bigger than the economy. And I think, you know, every poll shows the economy and inflation, and then the border and the horrible things that are going on. And I don't agree with it. I think we have to focus on all of it. We do it all one time. But to me, when you allow thousands of murderers into our country, to me, when you allowed the drug kingpins of the world into our, and terrorists into our country at levels that we've never seen before, to me, that's the bigger problem. We're going to solve it all, but that's the bigger problem. and we're going to have it taken care of very quickly. But my message to you and to all Americans tonight is very simple. We do not have to live this way. We don't have to live this way. We're not living good. 4 years, what did they do that was good? Can you name one thing? I said to a group of people, what have they done? Everything's a disaster, including nobody even knows how to. Supposing President Xi of China wanted to call to ask a little question about war or Taiwan or anything, who the hell does he call? We got a little problem in America. There's nobody to call. You know, they'll probably end up calling me. Maybe they'll call me. But, no. But who do you call? And remember, they ripped that presidency away from Joe Biden. Say what you want. We're not fans of Joe Biden. You know, I spent $150 million on him. We went through the convention. We never mentioned Kamala. Nobody knew who the hell she was. And all of a sudden, they picked Kamala, even though she was in last place. She came in number 13. They had 12 plus Kamala. She was considered the 13th. But then they wanted to be politically correct, so they picked Kamala. And they called her Harris, and nobody knew who Harris was. Like, call Harris. Who's Harris? Weird. You know, it's a very nice name, but it's a strange name because nobody knows who she is as Harris, so we have to call her Kamala. But she was the least popular. She got no votes. She lost in the primaries to Joe Biden and everybody else. She was the first one out. She quit the first one, 22 people. She left. She never made it to the great state of Iowa, never made it. And now we're running against her. But she's been exposed, you know, she's been exposed. She's a radical left lunatic who destroyed San Francisco. But we don't have to settle for weakness and incompetence and decline and decay. That's a nice word, decay. That's what's happened. That's a nice word, decay. Can you imagine? And nobody will question it because it's true. With your vote tomorrow, we can fix every single problem our country faces and lead America, indeed the world, to new heights of glory. But indeed, think of that statement, how beautiful that is. New heights of glory, that's what's going to happen. When we win the election and we're really well, look, the ball's in our hand. All we have to do is get out the vote tomorrow. You get out the vote, they can't do anything about it, we win. One of their top people just got on television. I was coming in and they said, these are not looking good, these numbers for them. This is very troubling. At least he was honest. No, all we have to do, if we get out our people, it's over. There's nothing they can do about it. It's nice when you have that, right? You know? In other words, to make you feel a little guilty, we would only have you to blame. But we put ourselves in an unusual position. Never happened where we're leading by hundreds of thousands of votes in the early stage vote. That's never happened before. We've always been losing by sometimes millions of votes, and you know, you keep catching them on Tuesday, but Tuesday comes along and you make it, or you don't quite make it, you're a little short, and then they cheat, and it makes it a little tougher. Because when you have open borders, transgender everything, high taxes, very high taxes. They're campaigning on the fact that they're going to raise everybody's taxes. And you have men playing in women's sports. You have to cheat. Who the hell is going to approve that stuff? Who's going to approve open borders with criminals pouring into our country by the millions? No, they have to cheat. They have to cheat, and they do it very well, actually. But I think we're in very good shape. We just have to show up, and you're going to have the biggest victory. You know what? This will be the single greatest victory, politically speaking, in the history of our country. And when we win the election, only one day from now, do you know how that sounds? I started off saying Win the election 4 years from now. That was terrible. That was so depressing when we win the election 4 years from now. Then I said 3 years and 2 years and 1 year. Then I said 6 months and I said, ooh, that's starting to get a little close. And then I said 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 month. And then about 3 weeks ago, when we win the election in 21 days, it just seemed very far away. And now I say when we win the election tomorrow. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Wow. And what we've done, and this is a sad occasion in certain ways, because I think we did like 930 rallies from the very beginning. That's a lot of rallies, and you know, and remember, if you make one slip up, and you know, I'm a person, as you probably noticed, I have this beautiful speech. I haven't really even gotten to it yet. One of these moments, I'll start giving you some beautiful things to listen to, and honestly, some terrible things to listen to. Terrible. What's happened, what they've done to our country is horrible. Horrible. And by the way, don't you like a president that doesn't need to use a teleprompter? Isn't there something refreshing? But I think I heard somebody say it's like 900, maybe a little more than 900 rallies. And, you know, rarely do they ever catch me making even a little mistake. I go through rally after rally, 10, 20, 30, and then I say the wrong. They say, he's cognitively impaired. No, we're not. I'll let you know when that time happens. It could happen, but hopefully it's not going to be for a long time. He pronounced the word, he slurred the word, and I hate to go back, you know. A lot of guys, they'll be talking and they'll make a mistake. Excuse me, let me go back. When you do that, it's over for a good speech. You can't do that. You just have to blaze through it and hope that they didn't hear the mistake. You know, when Winston Churchill, who was a great speaker, he was actually a stutterer, a tremendous stutterer, and he became one of the greatest orators. But when Winston Churchill made a mistake, he didn't go, excuse me, and go back. He just blazed through it. But if I do it, they say, he's cognitively impaired. There's something wrong with him. These people are sick. Those people, look at them. Ooh, that's a lot of people. That's a lot of people. But this has been an incredible journey. And it's very sad in a way because, you know, we've done all these. And this is the last one. But here's the good news. All we were doing is putting ourselves in a position to win, which we can do tomorrow very easily if we show up. Just so you know, if we show up, they can't win. They can't. They mathematically can't win because they're so far behind. If you don't show up, I guess. But here's the one thing I will say. Show up anyway, but they have no enthusiasm. She had a rally today. She couldn't have had more than 100 people there. And I had all 4 stadiums were full, but she had a rally, and she was screaming, we're going to win, we're going to win. And they wouldn't follow her. They wouldn't say it. Did you see that clip? I'd like to put it up. The problem is I don't put up too many clips. I have the most beautiful clips. The problem is the press won't follow them. I had a friend a couple of weeks ago. We made these gorgeous clips, and actually gorgeous in one way, but horrible in another, showing the death of children and all the damage that they've caused with the open border. And all they have to do is take those cameras, look at all those cameras, and all they have to do is move them like an inch over and an inch up. I have oftentimes, well, not too many. I have oftentimes screens right behind me. All they have to do is just move it up 2 inches like this. And they don't do it because they're fake news. They don't want to show what's on the screen. So I'm having a modestly good hair day. Look at that. Look. Modestly good. Not the best. I'm not thrilled, but it is what it is. No, it's great. But what I do see behind me are beautiful people, great workers, people that are proud and they love our country. That's what I really see. Nice, beautiful. So it puts us, assuming we can win tomorrow, which I think we should be able to do pretty easily. It's in our hands, right? It's in our hands. It's totally in our hands. Oh, it's today. Oh, it's today. Oh. Thank you. That's today. Wow. Can you imagine a crowd like this at like 1 o'clock or some ridiculous time in the morning? On a Monday/Tuesday, right? Think of that. What a compliment. And it is true. She had nobody at these rallies. That's a poll. Look, Mr. Wall. Look at Mr. Wall over there. This guy. It was always my ambition to buy a suit like that and wear it one time. Well, I came in a sanitation uniform last week, and that worked out pretty good. Because Joe Biden, in one of his crazy moments, said that we were all garbage. But they've shut him down. They took the election away. They walked in and they said, you're not running anymore. You're out. Can you believe? They stole the election from a president. They stole the. Can you imagine that? They said you're not. They use the word coup. I think it's worse than a coup in a sense, because a coup there's a little back and forth. They said, Joe, you're out. That crazy, horrible human being, Nancy Pelosi, who cheats like hell. She sold. You know what she said last night? She said, and there's another guy, the guy, how do you explain that guy? They say, well, we'll get ready to start impeaching him. Now, how bad are people like that? They're just trouble for our country. They're bad, sick people. They took 2 impeachments and they wasted all that time and money and energy when we should be focusing on making America great again. They're horrible people. I mean, Nancy Pelosi started with nothing. She's worth $200 million. She had a big position in Visa, and she sold it. And the day after she sold it, the Justice Department announced that they were under this massive investigation. You're a stock guy, right? They're under a massive investigation. So I don't know what happened, but I don't imagine the stock went up. History would tell you the stock went down. Did it go down a lot? It went down a lot. So they have this big position. She sells her stock. Hours after she sells her stock, they announce that Visa's under massive investigation. The stock goes tumbling down. She's a crooked person. She's a bad person. Evil. She's an evil, sick, crazy, bad. Oh, no. It starts with a B, but I won't say it. I want to say it. I want to say it, but Franklin Graham said, sir, I love your speaking ability and I love your storytelling, but honestly, it would be even better if you wouldn't use foul language. And I don't use much, every once in a while. And it's never a real bad word. It's, it's like never bad. And so I try to adhere, but he's wrong about one thing. It is a little better when you use the foul language because there's more emphasis. No, but these are bad people. These are bad. Adam Shifty Schiff. I call him pencil neck. He's got the smallest neck I've ever seen. He's got about a 4. And he's got the biggest head. So I don't know how the neck can hold the head. He's an unattractive guy, both inside and out. And this guy could end up being a senator, but don't worry, we've been beating him for 8 years. We've been beating these people. We've been beating them. They impeach me, we win. They send me down the Records Act, and we won in Florida. We win. But you know, we have to take a lot of time, a lot of money, which is what they want. A lot of time, a lot of money. This way we can stop. The one guy we don't want to fight is Trump. We can stop him from getting the Republican nomination. And I got the Republican nomination in record time. Record time. And let's keep going, and maybe we can stop him from winning the presidency. But that's looking pretty good tomorrow, I'll tell you. They give us probably a 95. What do you think, a 95% or something like that? But don't believe it. Don't believe it. Go out and vote. Remember the story of Hillary. Just remember, this is why I tell you the story. She was in bad shape when she called me up that night. And by the way, she called up and conceded, and then spent 7 years on saying how she was a good sport. Oh, she's a lovely person, Crooked Hillary. But you know what? She's smart, but she wasn't like, she lied a lot. I mean, a lot, but nobody lies like this Kamala. Kamala, he will not ever frack in Pennsylvania. My whole case is fracking, and he will open the borders immediately. No, I'm going to close the borders. However, if people want to come in, they can come in legally. They have to come in through a process. We need people. But Kamala is, I mean, this is known. She's a very low IQ person. And we don't need a low IQ individual. We've had that for 4 years. And our country's going down the drain. We're going to turn our country around. I will end inflation very quickly. You know how we're going to end it? By drilling and drilling and drill. Energy is going to bring everything down. Energy is going to bring it down. And I will stop the invasion of criminals coming across our border. I will strengthen our military. I will restore peace in the world. And I will rescue the American dream. We're going to have the American dream back soon. Together, we will begin the 4 greatest years in the history of our country, and we will launch the most extraordinary economic boom the world has ever seen. If you vote for Lion Kamala, you will have 4 more years of misery, failure, and disaster our country may never recover from. I don't believe that our country can take any more of this without just gone. I don't believe it can take any more. It's going to be, can't take this. This is abnormal abuse, And I heard somebody said the wall. I built 571 miles of wall, which is much more than I said I was going to build. And you know, it really worked. Walls work. 2 things work. What are the 2 things? Walls and wheel. They're the only 2 things that never get obsolete, right? Walls and wheels. A wall and a wheel. It's always going to be around. Other things, they have the beautiful computers. You know, you buy a computer. Oh, this is the greatest. 2 weeks later, it's obsolete. That goes on. I don't know how people do it. We have the king of computers. We have the king of everything endorsed me, Elon Musk. And he brought that rocket ship down 2 weeks ago. 22 stories, it's like monster. You don't know, is it big or small? It's a monster, 22 stories. And you know that story, I've told it a couple of times. I love the story because I really, the best part is I'm talking to one of the most important guys in the world, and I say, wait a minute, could I just watch something? I see something on I have the television muted, right? I'm looking at this crazy rocket, and I saw it leaving a little while before, and it was all beautiful white. Now it's absolutely burned to a crisp. You know, it goes 10,000 miles an hour. The heat is at levels that nobody can experience. So it's a little, you know, rough. It's a little rough on the paint job. And it's coming in, and I'm watching, and I'm holding this very important person, one of the most important people. But you know, when you were the president, and now it's very possible, like maybe 95%, that you're going to be the president again, they hold. No, they hold. So I say, do you mind holding for a minute? I have to see this. And I put the phone down. That guy was holding like for an hour and a half. He never got off the phone. I wish he would have hung up. I would have felt better. Because I picked up the phone later. I said, oh, wow. Hello? Hello? He goes, hello. Anyway, but it was so exciting. So I'm watching it. And this monstrous thing is going down, right? And it's coming down. It's, first of all, it's doing all sorts of flips up in the air. I would not want to be on that sucker. I don't care how good Elon is. I said, Elon, you wouldn't get me in that ship under any circumstances. But it's coming down. It's a little rough. And now all of a sudden it starts to slow down as it gets to the ground. Then it starts to move over. Then it gets a little bit out of control, it looks like. And the left part of the bottom is going to just rip that big gantry. That's this, you know, whatever the hell it is that holds it. And it's coming in. Oh, and I didn't know it was Elon's. I just assumed, you know, he loves this stuff. He's in a class. But it's coming in and it's going to rip the gantry. I say, oh, this is bad. This is going to be bad. I close my eyes. All of a sudden, wow, you have this massive flame coming out of the left-hand side of the bottom. It was these big jet engine. It pushes it away, and it's coming down, and then it settles into a plate, and then those arms grab it like you grab your baby, just like you grab your little baby. And it hugged it and just put it down, and there it was. There it was. And I called Elon. I said, was that you? He said, yes. And he said, and by the way, he said this, and by the way, this is something I'd never said because I didn't even think of it before when I told this story. He said, and by the way, I'm heading up to Pennsylvania to campaign for you. That was 2 weeks ago. He's still there. Can you believe it? Because he considers the election more important than rockets, more important than anything. He helped us out a lot in North Carolina and parts of Georgia where they desperately needed the Starlink. I had no idea what Starlink. They called me up. They called me up in Georgia. Elon's incredible. He has Starlink. He's got everything has to do with stars and stuff. Very complex stuff. No, he's amazing. But, sir, I know that you know Elon Musk because I read your endorsement. You know, he says the most important endorsement he'll ever make. It was such a nice thing, and he said he wants to help. And I didn't know he was going to help to this extent. He went up. He won the big case today, too. He won the case. Huh? Because I don't know, he did something that I don't know what he was doing, but he did something with lotteries. And, you know, he's in a different... He's amazing. He's going to do lotteries and this and that and make your life fun, and he's having a good time. You know, he usually is in a lab, and he's happy there. All of a sudden, he's escaped the lab, and now he's out, and the public adores him. He's a great guy. The public absolutely adores him. But the man from North Carolina, great guy. You know, North Carolina was hit so hard with the water. The hurricane was essentially a massive pile of water. It was a big water hurricane, the biggest we've ever had. And they were so flooded. Areas that had never virtually seen water were turned out to be lakes. They ripped houses, trees, everything was ripped down by the power of the tides that were going back and forth. It was terrible. And this man said, if you could ask him for help with Starlink, we cannot get it. It's very hard to get. And I called Elon, and he got it immediately for them. He got it so much that he had it there immediately, so much that you know, they couldn't even believe it. He said, this has saved a lot of lives. They had no communication in North Carolina, which, by the way, we're leading. In fact, somebody said they picked up stakes. There's no more ads. There's no more ads. That's usually a good sign. That's usually a sign that they're not going to win. But one of the reasons they're not going to win is because FEMA did such a bad job. So FEMA, you know, we had a great FEMA, we did good, but they spent most of their money, as you know, on illegal migrants coming in. They spent They spent so much money that they didn't have the money to take care of the people from North Carolina. But we will be there on January 20th, because on January 20th, that's when you assume it. But they pulled up stakes. Historically, when you pull up stakes and stop advertising and leave, historically you're in pretty good shape in this state. Is that correct politically? Because I haven't done this as long as some of the, as well and as long as, well, I think I've done it better, actually, because I ended up being president, so I probably, but some of our great politicians have done this for a lot longer than me. So let me ask you, all of these senators, and when you pull up stakes and leave, historically, Doug Burgum was so incredible. He really is, isn't he? Is he a class act? His wife is much better. She blows him away, right? Catherine is much better. But, Doug, when you pull up stakes and you stop advertising, doesn't that generally mean that it's over, right? It's over. Doug is cautious. He doesn't want to, he thinks it's a trick question. No, it means it's over. And I think it's over in a lot of places. I think we're going to see some incredible stuff tomorrow. But it won't matter. It won't matter as long as you go out and vote. Nothing's going to matter, because it's in our, you know the expression, the ball is in their hands, the ball is in our hands. They can't do a thing about it. And now you're going to go out there later today. And you're going to show us something, and vote for me, and I will deliver rising wages, soaring incomes, and a colossal surge of jobs. We're going to use things. What's the most beautiful word in the dictionary? We're going to create wealth, opportunity for Americans of every race, religion, color, and creed. But I have to tell you one quick story, because I'm so proud. They're going to build this great big plant. They're building it. They're going to build it. China's going to build a plant, and it's going to destroy Michigan, destroy it, destroy Detroit. Everyone's going to move out. And I heard about it through a friend of mine that builds plants. That's what he does. He builds plants. He builds them better than anybody. John, let's just call him John. And he was sitting there, and I was at the Economic Club of Detroit a couple of weeks ago. But I told John a year ago, I want to see a plant. And he said, well, I'll have to take you to Mexico. I said, I don't want to see a plant. I want to see a plant here. I want a big one. He said, we don't really do too many big ones in the United States anymore. I said, what is that all about, Mexico? He said, well, China's building some of the biggest plants anywhere in the world. They're building them in Mexico. And I said, well, I'm not happy about that. I don't want to see the damn plant in Mexico. It wouldn't look right if I'm in Mexico looking at plants. Do we agree, sir? It wouldn't look right. And so he said, all right, look, I say, forget it. Then I thought about it, and I was making the speech in Detroit, and I said, a couple of weeks before, I said, if they want to build a plant in Mexico owned by China so that they can save all of the costs associated with bringing their cars and all of the things, I'm going to put 100% tariff on every single car coming out of that plant. And if that's not enough, I'll make it 200, 300, 500, 800. I don't give a damn what it is. And they're not going to have one car made in that plant that ever crosses that border, which is right next to them. Anyway, so I see John in the audience, and I gave them that notice a little before, and it was public. And I see him, and I send my people. I say, after I speak, make sure he comes to the back. I want to see him backstage. So I see John. I say, John, how's that big monster plant that's going to rip apart our country, but it's going to hurt South Carolina, Tennessee, and all the other places that do a lot of cars. It's going to hurt everybody. It's going to hurt the country. How is that plant doing? He said, sir, they've given it up because they think you're going to win, and they think you're going to tariff them, and they think they're going to lose their share. And sir, they've given up that plant. It's not going to be built anymore. So I saved Michigan and I saved Detroit, and we're going to let them build that plant. But you know where we want them to build it? Right here we want them to build it. And then they won't have any tariffs to pay. They won't have any tariffs, and they're going to use you to operate that big sucker, and they can build as big as they want with no tariffs. I said, let them know we'd love to have their investment. They're going to build it right here in Detroit, or at a minimum, they're going to build it someplace in the United States, and they won't have any problems. So so I saved Detroit and Michigan a lot. That alone, and I did that without even being president. How about that? They said he's going to win. They told John, we think Trump is going to win, and he's not going to let us make anything, and he's going to do things that we don't know. This guy is crazy. Because, I charged China hundreds of billions of dollars in taxes and tariffs. They paid us, not one other president. And we're going to get along great with China. We're going to get along good. I want to get along with them. President Xi was great until COVID came. Then I wasn't so thrilled with him. But we did a great job in that. We went back. Nobody knew what the hell it was. We did a great job. We get credit on our military. No wars. We did no wars. I had no wars. Remember when crooked Hillary Clinton? Remember when crooked Hillary was screaming during a debate, he's going to charge wars, he's going to have wars, he's going to prosecute wars all over the place. Look at him, he's a very volatile person. I'm actually not. I'm a very calm person. She's the one that's volatile. But he's a very volatile person. No, I stopped the wars with my being volatile. Nobody had a war. We didn't have any wars, except that we finished a war that we had. We beat ISIS. 100% of the ISIS caliphate was taken down. And it was done in a matter of weeks. When our stupid generals, our terrible generals, the guys up top like Milley, like Kelly, real losers. Kelly was dumb as a rock. I'll never do that again. I say, give me a letter of resignation. Yes, sir, I'd like to say. They said, just give me. Biden never fired anybody. That's why he never had a bad book written about him. No, and also, number two, nobody cared. When I fire somebody, every major publisher in the world, will you say something bad? I had one person who was so complimentary, sir, you're the greatest president that ever lived, blah, blah, blah. Then she gets a show, but they only want to hire her if I have all these letters, there's never been a better president. She goes in the show, I didn't like him, he was terrible. What a terrible human being. These people are sick, but you know what? All we can do is keep winning. That's all. Win, win, win. But a vote for Trump means your groceries, such a word I hear all the time, because I do like to mix it up with people, more so than my consultants. I think the people are much smarter than my consultants. My consultants are good, but I get much better. Like people say, groceries, right? I haven't used that. Such a sort of an old term. They say my groceries are so much more. I haven't, the term is just like an old term. And it's a beautiful, but they say about my groceries were so expensive, they'll be cheaper. Your paychecks will be higher. Your streets will be safer and cleaner. Your communities will be richer. And your future as an American will be much better than it ever has been when I get in. Because this will be the golden age of America. And that's what I'm calling it. I'm telling the press. I hope you put it in. Isn't that a beautiful phrase? The golden age. I like to brand things, like I brand Pocahontas, and I do a lot of branding. I'm one of the greatest branders in the world. A lot of them were Republicans, but they're all now friends of mine, so I can't talk. Some of my greatest branding was on the Republicans during the primaries, but they're all friends of mine. Most of them. Some of them. Yeah, most of them are. Most of them are, but I don't talk about that. Once the battle is over, I take those words, I put them away permanently in some cases. On occasion, I'll bring them back out. But just a few months ago, in a beautiful field in Pennsylvania, an assassin tried to stop our great movement, greatest movement in history. But that brush with death did not stop us by any means. It only made us more determined to finish the job that we had only just started. That was not a pleasant day, I will tell you. That was not a pleasant day. But many people say that God saved me in order to save America. Many people, I've seen it so many times. And with your help, we will fulfill that extraordinary mission together. We're going to fill it together. We are going to fulfill it together. It's a beautiful expression, and, you know, I think it might be true. I have sons that are here right now, Don and Eric, and they're great people. But they're really great shooters. They're like top-of-the-line shooters. They know so much about it. They say it was almost impossible for somebody, yeah, a miracle. It was a miracle. That's the miracle right up there, right? But I didn't realize that. But from the distance that they were, they say it was a miracle. Well, if I didn't turn to the right to look at that beautiful graph that we had up having to do with illegal immigration. So illegal immigration saved me, can you imagine? And speaking of that graph, let me see that graph. I love it so much. I love it. I love it. I hug it and kiss it every night. I take it to bed with me. My wife thinks I'm crazy. I bring it to bed with me. Look, if I don't put that up, and it's never there, it's always there or there, but usually it's on the left. So if I look to the left, I'm gone. If I looked over there, but it's like, something happened. Something happened. Something up there happened. No, but think of it. So I said, just like I did right now, the shooter's right there, right exactly 90 degrees. That crazy guy, right there. And I said, let me see the graph. I said, what the hell was that? But if I didn't turn, it goes a little, it's not good. You don't want to see that. So it was a miracle or a gift from God, maybe. Amazing. And when Don and Eric, who are really great shooters, they heard that, and then they heard the gun, they know exactly the gun, the AR-15. It's supposed to be very accurate and all that stuff. And this guy wasn't, you know, he was at the range all the time shooting. He was supposed to be a good shooter. They said a bad shooter would hit it almost every time, a bad shooter. Don said it's the equivalent of sinking a 1-foot putt. That he put it in golf terms. I said, that's not good. Because for those that don't play golf, it's almost impossible to miss a 1-foot putt. And so it's amazing. So they were shaken up. They couldn't believe it. They actually said God did that because they didn't believe that they could. Now, it wasn't a miss. I mean, it wasn't, it ripped the hell out of it, but I consider that a miss. It ripped it up pretty good, and it was a very bloody mess. And the doctor, who was great in Butler, he said, sir, I want you to go with me to buy a lottery ticket because I've seen this. I've been doing this for 35 years, sir, and I've never seen anything like it. I've never seen anyone come out of it with that gun from that range. I said, he said, I want to buy a lottery ticket with you tonight. And I said, well, doctor, you know, let's not do that. Let's see if we can get this sucker stop bleeding. But he told me the ear is the bloodiest part. You get hit in the ear, something to do with cartilage. It's so they thought I was hit all over. I said I wasn't hit all over because I was down, and I wasn't hit all over. I said I was hit in the ear. Now get me up, get me up. They said, sir, and they were touching all over because it was so bloody. They said, sir, you've been hitting other. I said, I'm telling you. You know, it's funny, when I was, the word surreal, right? When I got to the White House, I was standing right outside and then inside the Lincoln bedroom, the bedroom of Abraham Lincoln, his wife, his son, Tad, who died actually as a very young boy, very young. It was a very rough time for them. They were suffering tremendous melancholia. You know, they called it, they were melancholy. Melancholia, they called it, not depression. It's the same thing, but in those days they call it melancholia. But I was in the Lincoln bedroom, so famous, all the furniture just the way it is. And he was very tall. He was 6'6". That's like the equivalent of a Baron Trump today. You know? Who's a lot taller than 6'6". He's a good-looking guy, but he is tall. And but he was 6'6". In those days, very unusual, but he was tall. And then you put his hat on, which was another foot, right? So he was a pretty tall guy. But the bed was very long. You could see it was elongated. But I was there, and it was like a really surreal. I was with the First Lady, who was very popular, who got the #1 book in the country. Can you believe it? Call Melania. Go buy it. Go buy that book. Go buy that book. It's great. I was a little nervous when I started reading it. I said, this could be very bad for me. Releasing a book before the election could be very dangerous for me. But no, it's a great book, and she's a great writer, actually. She wrote a note at the convention. Remember the note she wrote? It was so well crafted that these guys right here wanted to put it as part of the platform. It was unbelievable. The book is unbelievable. So go get it for Christmas or something. But it was just, when I was in the Lincoln bedroom, it was a surreal experience. It was like an outer body, they call it, experience. And it just was like, it was something unbelievable. I said, can you believe this is where we are? And I was not a Washington person. I was only there 17 times, according to the fake news. But I think it's right. I was only there 17 times in my entire life. I wasn't, and I was a New York guy, which, you know, now I'm very much a Washington guy. I know the good ones, the bad ones, people. I know the dumb ones, the smart ones. I know a lot about the people. I didn't know anything about the people. I had to rely, and we did great. We had mostly great, the trade people, the war people. We had a lot of great people. But when I was on the ground, there was no surreal experience. I knew I was shot in the ear. And I was telling Secret Service, and let me tell you, they were damn brave. I went down fast because, I looked, there was blood all over my hand. I said, this is not the normal situation. It's either the largest mosquito in history or I got hit by a bullet. And I followed my hand down, and I think people were also shouting, get down, I think it was. But I went down, and I'm telling you, I had, I guess, 7 Secret Service agents follow me. They were very brave. I'm telling you, those bullets were flying over our head. And, you know, you can't forget that. Can't forget that. Those bullets, and I heard those bullets going. I said to somebody, how fast were they going? They gave me some mathematical number. I said, no, I want to know in miles per hour. And I think it was 3,200 miles per hour. You know, think of that. You know, a car, you're going fast at 70 or 80. These are 3,000 something. And those suckers were going over my head. There were 8 of them total. It was a total of 8 shots fired. And then it was a shot by a Secret Service sniper. Amazing, 1 bullet he used. But I think we also had help from one of the police snipers. He hit the stock of the gun or something, and we appreciate that very much. But it was amazing. But when I was down there, I was totally aware. I said, no, get me up, because I was speaking in front of a massive, you couldn't even see the end of it. Now, when we had the celebration honoring Corey, the firefighter, great guy, when we had that celebration, we had 101,000 people. And that's when I really got to see that's where I really got to see the real Musk, because I invited him up. And he's always like in a lab. And it's almost like he was released. And I said, you have to come up here, Elon, just come up. And he looked out, and he was so happy. I think he loves people. And he started doing jumping jacks and stuff behind me, right? He was so happy. I think he's going to run for office against me. I'm very concerned. No, he's great. It was great. But he was so happy, and it was a great celebration. But when I was down, there was no feeling like I had in the White House. I mean, I totally was aware of everything. But had I not made that turn, I wouldn't be with you tonight, and that would have been bad. And I hope that's right. I hope that's right. I hope that God did put me here to really save this country. Because this country's in big, big trouble. This country's in big trouble. I hope so. To every person and every citizen across this land, I am asking for the honor of your vote. I don't want your money. Most people want your money. I don't want any money. All I want you to do is go out today. Sounds a little strange. Go out today. Meaning go out in a few hours, okay? This guy's complicated because it sounds so much better when you say tomorrow when it's night, but that's okay. I want to be exactly accurate for them. But go out today and vote. And I guess 7 o'clock or whatever time it is, doesn't matter. And we're going to have the greatest victory in the history of our country. And as your president, I will fight for you every single day with every breath in my body. Together we will save this country, this great country that we love. We will defeat the corrupt system in Washington. Because I'm not running against Kamala. I'm running against an evil Democrat system. These are evil people. I wasn't running against Biden either. He was stuck in a basement. I didn't even run against him. I mean, no, we're running against a very evil system, and we have to defeat that system. And America's future will be an absolutely incredible one. As we stand on the brink of rescuing our country, I want to take a moment to thank the millions of hardworking men and women who are the heart and soul of this, the greatest movement of all time. Because it's you much more so than me, frankly. You're incredible people. You built this country, and you're going to save this country, but you're incredible people. You're really incredible people. And as I said in the very beginning, this isn't my campaign. This is your campaign. This is a great campaign that's now it's 9 years, and we've been fighting side by side every step of the way. We've been together. That's why it's not even hard. People say to me, like very successful people, how do you stand up and talk in front of these people? And it's sort of easy because they're love. It's love in these rooms. I just left Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, fly up here, and the love was the same. It's such love, and it's not hard to do. It's much harder to do when you have people screaming at you. But there's love in this room. I think there's love in the whole country. I think it's a much bigger movement than we even understand. I think we're going to end up getting numbers that are far greater than we would expect. But you've given your time, your money, and your whole heart for this cause, and your support means more than anything you can even understand. It's amazing. I love you all. You're very special. This is my last rally. Can you believe it? The rallies, these big, beautiful rallies, there's never been anything like it, and there never will be anything like it. And it just happened. It caught on, and I think it caught on because our country's in trouble, and I happened to be a messenger that was able to tell you what you knew. Because but this is all you need to know. I mean, Joe and Kamala broke it, and I will fix it. I'll fix it fast. And America will be bigger and better and bolder and richer and safer and stronger than ever before. It's going to be all of those things. The presidency requires strength, courage, and grit. And in a little while, you have to stand up and tell Kamala that you've had enough. You can't take it anymore. You're destroying our country. You were a terrible vice president. You destroyed San Francisco. She destroyed San Francisco. And she worked, when she was Attorney General of California, she worked along with a lot of her friends out there, like Gavin Newsom, the governor, one of the worst governors in history, and destroyed the state. I mean, more people moved out than moved in last year, first time ever. That's never happened before. You're going to say, Kamala, you're horrible at your job. You don't know what you're doing. You're a low IQ individual. We want smart people. We want cunning people. We're dealing with the smartest people in the world. We don't want you negotiating nuclear deals because you don't know what the word nuclear means. Kamala, you're fired. Get the hell out of here. You're fired. Get the hell out of here. You want to ruin our country. If we win Michigan, we win the whole thing. The whole thing. Over the past 4 years, Kamala has orchestrated the most egregious betrayal that any leader in American history has ever inflicted on our people. She was given the authority to run the border by Sleepy Joe because he wanted to go to bed and he wanted to sleep. He had only one thing he wanted to do, and that's sleep. So he made her the border czar. Now she's trying to deny it. By the way, the Border Patrol 2 weeks ago gave us the strongest endorsement you've ever heard. They said he's the greatest president in history and the best president on the border by a factor of 10. And I said to them, does that mean I'm better than Abraham Lincoln and George? What? Yes, sir, you're better than both of them. I had one problem. I had one of the guys that came up, and they all, like 10 guys, they all made speeches. He's like 36. He said, sir, you're the greatest president in my lifetime. I said, I like the first guy better. I like Lincoln and Washington better than 36 years, right? But he meant well. But you know what? in terms of the border, what we did, we built all that wall. We built an extra 200 miles. They could have flipped it up in 3 weeks. You know that. It was all built. They sold it for scrap metal for 5 cents on the dollar, so much. And that's when I realized they actually want open borders. She has violated her oath, eradicated our sovereign border, and unleashed an army of gangs and criminal migrants from prisons and jails, insane asylums and mental institutions. And these people are all coming into our country. Are you okay down there? Is somebody hurt? Oh, is somebody hurt? Oh, I saw you looking on the floor. I thought somebody was hurt. Oh, okay. We don't want our people to be hurt, right? We don't want that. But all around the world, they come from Venezuela, they come from the Congo in Africa, not just from South America. They come from all over the world, and they're stealing countless American lives. They're killing a lot of our people, a lot, far more than anybody thought even possible. The day I take the oath of office, the migrant invasion ends and the restoration of our country begins. It begins immediately. The United States is now an occupied country. Who would have believed somebody that's running for president and perhaps will be president in less than 24 hours or maybe it will take these machines that we pay so much for 2 weeks. Can you believe it? You know, if you used very highly sophisticated watermark papers, it's more sophisticated than the machines. Paper, highly sophisticated. Okay, if you used paper, and if you used voter ID, and if you had 1 day, and you, in addition to voter ID, you have a proof of the fact that you're a citizen of our country, which would be nice, you would have the results tabulated like in France. They had 37 million people. The results were tabulated at 9:30 in the evening. They had a winner, they had a loser, and they went home. And here's the other thing. I know nobody's very cost conscious anymore. 8% would be the cost compared to the cost of these very highly complex machines. And Elon Musk told me, he probably knows more about computers than any man in the world. He said that machines don't work because they're easily violated. Now, this is the smartest guy in the world, the guy that runs rockets with computers, and saying the computers are far more important than the engines. I mean, nobody knows anything like this. But if you use paper, it's 8% the cost of the other. It's more accurate. And you don't have 12-day waits. And then what the hell's happening in the inside of those machines if you wait? We want the answer tomorrow, tonight. We want the answer tonight. They spend all this money. They spend all this money, and old-fashioned paper is much less expensive. And you know what? It's more accurate. It's much better. Something's going on with this. I mean, what the hell are they doing? But we don't want to wait 10 days, 12 days, 3 days, 2 days, or 2 hours. We want the answer tonight. So we live in an occupied country, and I will tell you, we will be an occupied country no longer. This will take these young guys, these have military type equipment, highest grade, highest level, supreme military equipment. Where the hell did they get this stuff? They've taken over large parts of Colorado. They've taken over parts of numerous states, and a lot of people don't want to talk about it because they think it's going to destroy their city or town. They're all over the place. And when they're not, those people running those towns, when they're not, they're petrified. They don't want them coming in. In one town in Ohio, as you know, they have a beautiful town of, think of this, 50,000 people, and they dumped 30,000 migrants into the town. So you have 50,000, now you have 30,000 migrants. Springfield, Ohio. It's a beautiful place, gorgeous place. And now if you want to go to the hospital, you can't. If you want to get a checkup, you can't. If you want to find a doctor, you can't. If you want to get your kid into school, you can't. It's a whole different world. It can't be, we can't allow this to happen. They're destroying our country. November 5th, 2024 will be Liberation Day in America. On day one, I will launch the largest deportation program of criminals in American history. I will rescue every city and town that has been invaded and conquered. Can you believe I'm running for this great office and I'm talking about rescuing cities and towns that have been invaded and conquered? Can you imagine 10 years ago? Can you imagine 10 years ago using language like that? Or saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sport. You know, if you go back just 10 years and you move yourself forward and you heard a politician saying, we will not allow men to play in women's sports, they'll think, is this guy crazy? Of course they're not going to pay. To expedite removals of Tren de Aragua and other savage gangs like MS-13. Tren de is from Venezuela prison system, and they are rough. I will invoke the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to target and dismantle every migrant criminal network operating on American soil. And if they come back into our country, it's an automatic 10 years in jail with no possibility of parole, because we don't want them back. And I'm hereby calling for the death penalty for any migrant that kills an American citizen or a law enforcement officer. And I will ban all sanctuary cities in the United States of America. They're sanctuary for criminals. 4 years of Kamala have delivered nothing but economic hell for American workers. The workers are getting destroyed. Her inflation disaster has made life unaffordable and cost families over $30,000 in higher prices. Think of that. Who can afford that? Just days ago, we had the worst jobs report in modern history. I never wanted to be Herbert Hoover, and I'm glad these numbers are coming out now. I'll fix it, but boy, it's getting bad. 12,000 jobs were announced. Now, usually you hear 200, 250, you know, and you hear it for years and years. 12,000 jobs. And then they became frauds. It was a fraud on the country because they made up numbers. 30,000 private sector jobs were killed in a single month, and nearly 100,000 manufacturing jobs have been wiped out since just the start of the year. You don't hear these numbers from the fake news. 150,000 Americans joined the unemployment rolls in October. 150,000. These are depression-type numbers. And nearly 250,000 people dropped out of the labor force. Just think, a few months ago, they fraudulently claimed 818,000 jobs were created, when in fact there were none. They said 818,000 jobs were created in our country, which kept us, and what that did is it kept us like okay. It wasn't great, but it was like not record-shattering or anything, but it was a lie. And they thought they'd be able to get away with it until after the election, and then announce after the election that they made a mistake. These are bad people. Fortunately, there was a whistleblower who I think should be entitled to an award. Could you imagine if it were me and we lost the election, and then a few days later they say that the job numbers are being revised by almost 1 million people? And now they've just revised it again. On top of the 818,000, 112,000 fake jobs were just announced. So you add that up, and it's almost 1 million fraudulent jobs were announced. And nothing happens. These guys don't report about it. If I was talking about 2 jobs, it would be like front page on every newspaper. They cheated, and it's fraud. You know, when they make mistakes, they make them for 2,000, 3,000. There was never 818,000 jobs right before the election were announced, and they turned out to be a fraud. And they were going to announce the revision after the election was over. What the hell kind of an election would that have been? So I want to thank this whistleblower. Meanwhile, 100% of the net jobs created in the last year have gone to migrants. Think of that, 100%. 100% of the jobs that were created went to migrants, not to people. And I'll tell you what, your black population is being devastated by these people. They're taking all the black population jobs away, and they should announce those numbers before the election also, because frankly, what's happening there, you're going to see some bad things happen. They're taking their jobs, and the Hispanic population is going to be next. You watch. It's horrible. But if I win, it's going to be not so horrible because we'll fix it. These are depression-type numbers, and that's where we're heading if she's elected. And if she's elected, we're talking about a 1929-style depression. Under my leadership, we are quickly going to turn this economic nightmare into an economic miracle. We're going to make it a miracle. We will make America wealthy again, and we will make America affordable again. And we're just one day, meaning a half a day, sir, away from the best jobs, the biggest paychecks, and the brightest economic future the world has ever seen. But you must vote. Gotta vote. You gotta vote. Kamala's plan will impose the largest tax hike in American history. I've never heard anybody campaign. I've done this stuff for a long time, but I've been involved for a very long time supporting candidates. And candidates are always saying, we will reduce your taxes, efficiency, all this stuff. They're running on the fact that they're going to raise taxes substantially. I've never heard that. This is the craziest campaign I've ever seen. We will raise your taxes. Vote for us. Mondale. Mondale, he says Mondale. I think you're right. We're going to raise your taxes, but they're going to do that on the typical family, American family. They're raising the taxes more than $3,000 a year. My plan will massively cut taxes for workers and small businesses, and we will have no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax for our great seniors on Social Security benefits. To rapidly reduce inflation, I will end Kamala's war on American energy, and we will drill, baby, drill. We're going to drill, baby, drill. And I will cut your energy prices in half within 12 months, okay? When that happens, everything's coming down. The donuts are going to come down. The food is going to come down. As we say, the groceries. I just told the story in Pittsburgh. A woman, elderly, goes to a supermarket and takes 3 apples and brings the apples to the counter, and then she realizes that the price went up yet again, and she doesn't have the money for them, and she excuses herself, she walks back to the refrigerator, puts the apple back in refrigeration, and walks back and buys the 2 apples. That shouldn't be happening in our country. That should not be happening, and we're not going to have it happen long. I will cancel Kamala's insane electric vehicle mandate. And I will make interest on car loans fully tax deductible. So how about that? Nobody, people, the most brilliant people, is that Scott Bessent over there? Where's Scott? Scott, stand up. He said he's one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street. Do you agree, Scott, that you're one of the most brilliant people on Wall Street? Because everybody else says it. He's too shy to say it, but he's a genius. You know what his theory is? The stock market is the only sign of life, and it's only going up because everyone thinks Trump is going to win the election. And others too. I'm seeing it a lot. I think they're following your lead. But I appreciate that confidence. It's very nice. He's a brilliant guy. But so they call up and they say, brilliant guys are calling me up. And they say, where'd you come up? On a car loan, we're going to give people, we want to develop the car business of this country. In a car loan, we're going to give people the right to deduct interest, but only if the car is made in the USA. What the hell do I care if a car is going to be made in? If a car is going to be made in Japan or China or someplace else, what the hell? I don't care if they buy it. I want them to buy cars. So think of that, what that's going to do for Michigan. So if a car is made in Michigan, you get a big deduction. That's going to be somebody. So I started just with the deduction. Then I thought to myself, you know, why should I give them a deduction to buy a car that's made in China or Japan or South Korea? Well, I don't, you know, look, I mean, they're wonderful people. Everyone's wonderful, but I want them to be built here. So then I came in with that little extra tip, and it says, but you only get the deduction if the car is made in America. Isn't that like cool? And hopefully right here in Detroit and Michigan would be great. We're thrilled to be joined by your next senator, Mike Rogers. Mike, thank you very much. Thank you. You're doing great. This guy is doing great. He is amazing. I think I'll tell you, you know, it's hard to beat some of these people because they lie. I heard she's another one. She's going around saying she's very close to Trump. She agrees with Donald Trump on the tariffs and the wall and the this, but she never agreed until about 2 weeks ago when she was losing, right? No, she's doing, but I have about 6 of them. They're doing that. They're doing that against Bernie Moreno. They got a guy running against him, Sherrod Brown. I love President Trump very much. He's great. You know, I'm leading, you know how, by like almost 20 points or something. So all of a sudden they love me. They all love me. And the day after the election, he'll be calling for my impeachment. Let's impeach him. These people are sick. But we have great members, and Mike is really a talented guy, respected all over Washington. He was very successful. And I hope he can represent you because he's going to be one of the stalwarts. He'll be a leader. Thank you very much. And also members of Congress, John Joyce, Bill Heisinger, Tim Walberg, John Molinaire. I saw you guys. Very good speech you guys made. Boy, you really were rocking them, huh? You guys, very different styles, but tremendous talents and really good. Thank you very much. They really are tremendous. You have a great bunch here. I don't say that with all states. Some states I'm not so thrilled, but that's okay. And governors, Sarah Huckabee Sanders. Where's Sarah? She's so great. She is so great, right? Proud of her. I saw her father the other day. I served on a panel with him. And I said, you know, Mike, I think you're great. He endorsed me when I was running. He gave me a 4-page endorsement. And I think the endorsement was put out before I finished my speech. And I said, you know, you're great. He said, well, I appreciate that, but my daughter is far greater. How about that? Is that nice? My daughter is greater, he said. And he's not a man without an ego, I will tell you, right, Sarah? But he said, my daughter is greater. That's beautiful. That's a beautiful thing that he said. He's an incredible guy. And Doug Burgum, who's become one of the real stars of the party. And Catherine, stand up. I first noticed Doug by looking at Catherine. She was riding a horse in an ad. I said, who the hell is that? But I don't look anymore. No, beauty doesn't mean a damn thing to me anymore. It doesn't mean anything, but I did notice there was a woman, and to the left there was a man riding, but I didn't notice him so much. But it was this couple, and you know the ad I'm talking about. It was beautiful. It's like the most beautiful. He looked like the Marlboro Man. Whatever happened to him? But what a combination. And he's become one of the most successful governors. What he's done with the fracking and with the oil and gas and everything, he's become something special. He's done a great job. Thank you both very much for being here. Appreciate it. And former Congresswoman and Democrat candidate for president who did very well. I watched her for a long time. She's a woman of incredible intelligence, but maybe more than anything else, unbelievable common sense. And very, very special. She just joined the Republican Party, by the way. She was an independent for years. Tulsi Gabbard. Tulsi, thank you. Great. And a man who's very special with a great talent. He was the ambassador to Germany. And I'll never forget when I took him out, the happiest person in the world was Angela Merkel. When Rick Grinnell was taken out, this was the best day in Angela's life. He was not your typical ambassador. He was somebody who would say, this is no good, what's happening? And actually it was a love-hate. They really loved him, but they said he's a smart one. He was wise to what they were doing. Rick Grinnell, where's Rick? Thank you. Thank you, Rick. And a woman who ran a very good race. It was a hard race because, you know, she believes in things and she believes in them very strongly. And I say you always have to stick with your beliefs. It's very tough. I told her it's very tough. But she's a hell of a woman. She had a father who I knew. He was a steelman. He was in the steel business. He was thankful when I put the tariffs on because we saved the steel industry, and he was a real pro. He passed away, but he was a great guy. But he'd be very proud of his daughter. His daughter's an incredible woman. Tudor Dixon. Thank you, Tudor. Thank you. We miss your father, right? What a great guy he was. And then we have a woman who drives extremely fast. She can drive a car. And, you know, just very successful, won races, but she's very successful. It takes tremendous courage and strength and everything else. It takes everything. I think driving those cars at 220 and 240 miles an hour, boy, you got to be brave. Probably have to be a little bit crazy, Danica Bradrick, right? You have to be a little crazy, right? But it's Danica. Such an honor to have you involved, Danica. Such an honor. She's so smart. We were talking about, I just can't believe it, how I was asking her questions on the plane over about, how do you do it? How do you do it? Because, you know, they had me in one of these cars that start the race, and I'm sitting in the car, and we're going like 60 miles less than what you travel at. And I'm saying to the driver, you okay? He was okay. But it's an honor to have you involved. You're really special, a really incredible athlete. She's an incredible athlete. And another person that was very honest and very talented and doing an incredible job, but she was extremely honest. And sometimes you can be honest and it doesn't work out, but it's actually worked out really well because she's doing phenomenally well, better than before. Sage Steele, thank you very much, sir. And Michigan Republican Party Chairman Pete Hoekstra. Now, I told Pete, I've known Pete for a long time. He was very, very successful at everything he did, and he was an ambassador. He was one of the best. And I said, Pete, you got to come in and run the party. You got to do it for me. And it was not that easy. He has a lot of options, and he came in, and I mean, I think we're going to have a great result later. But Pete came in and ran the party, and I'll tell you, it is so organized, it's so professional. I think we're going to win. I mean, I think we're going to win in Michigan. Seems to be. We can't let them forget that I stopped that big Chinese plant in Mexico, Pete. Put that on top. But no, that was the thing. Nobody else would do that. I did it without being president. They just said, but they know it's not going to be easy for them. They won't. They're going to. Let's put it this way, if they build it, they got to lose their ass, okay? So I want to thank you, Pete. You've done incredible. And a man who I fell in love with, actually, he's an auto worker and a union guy, but he saw what was happening. He saw look, I mean, you take a look at this area and go back 50, 60 years, it's been just a downward trend. It looks like, you ever see a chart? It's like, right, Brian? It's like just a downward, like a sliding ramp. Brian Pennebecker from the Auto Workers for Trump. Brian, come up here for a second. Come here. Come here. I gotta see. I love this guy. I always wanted arms like him. He's got that biggest, meanest arms. They look like what grabs that rocket. He could grab the rocket. Tell them a little bit about what you see going on, and I tell you, he's just an incredible guy. Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. It's an honor to be here at your very last campaign rally. I gotta give a shout out to Scott Hagerstrom right out here. He brought me to Novi when you were holding a rally there in September of 2016. You were a candidate before you were president, and I got backstage and got to meet you, and I told you the little song about Macomb County, home of the Reagan Democrats. I said, Mr. Trump, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support, which is basically the UAW members, and I got a few of them here with me tonight. I said, if you come to Macomb County and ask for the Reagan Democrats' support and you get it, you might win Macomb County big enough to carry the whole state of Michigan. I said, Mr. Trump, if you win Michigan, we both know what that means. You win the White House. And that's exactly what happened. So we're going to do it again this year. The UAW represented auto workers are going to vote 65% or more for Donald Trump for president. And we're going to carry Michigan again.
Thank you, Brian. Great guy. Great guy. And you're a great guy. I appreciate that support. I appreciate that support. Thank you very much. It's terrific. You gave us a beauty there, didn't you, huh? He's a worker. Michigan Senate Republican leader, Eric Nesbitt. Eric, thank you very much. Great job. You're doing beautiful. And Michigan House Republican leader, Matt Hall. Tremendous guy. The great Steve Witkoff, great businessman, the most generous person I know. He gives a lot of money. Every time there's a hurricane, he wants to give money, and he's just great. and Howard Lutnick. He's working along with my children and Linda McMahon, who's fantastic, and they're working on transition. But I said, don't worry about transition. Let's win this thing first. Okay, we'll work on transition. But he's one of the most respected people on Wall Street. Rebuilt his firm after it was taken out of the World Trade Center by that horror show act. Long ago now, but it's still very emblazoned in all of our minds. But so Howard, thank you very much. Howard Lutnick, thank you very much. And my great children, should I have them come up real fast? Okay. Don, Eric, Tiffany, Laura, Michael, come on up here. And we have Ivanka at home, sitting home, watching every second of it. And we have Barron, my beautiful boy, Barron. Barron, he knows more about computers than anybody. I closed up his computer. He said, Dad, it'll take it 2 minutes to figure that out. And all of a sudden, the damn thing opened up. I said, Barron, you got to turn it off. Okay, watch. Beep, beep. I turn it off. It's no way. I put a separate code in. He's operating his computer. He's operating it 2 minutes later. So this group here, they are so committed. They didn't have to do this. I guess we all didn't have to do it, but we have to because they want to see our country be so great and so strong and so respected again. When people they're laughing at our leaders. We have a guy can't walk, he can't find the stairways. Look, there's about 6 of them up. He finishes his speech, he can't find the stairways. And she's worse than him. You see what's going on. Did you see her tonight screaming, we're gonna win, we're gonna win, and she's screaming, and it's like 100 people going, what the hell is wrong with her? But these people are behind me. I love them, but they are really special. They're very talented people, and every one of them. Maybe I'll ask Laura to start and say a couple of words. Could I do that? She's the chairman of the party. Comes from North Carolina. I wanted her to run for the Senate. There was nobody could have beat her. But she said, you know, I have a great husband and I have beautiful kids and I really want to focus on them for a little while because she's been working hard. And she would have been great. And I said, who do you like? And they said, Ted Budd. And I went to Ted. I said, Ted, do you like it? He said, but I'm not going to run if Laura runs. I said, well, she wants you, she likes you a lot, and he's become a great senator, but then she becomes like the chairman along with Michael Watley. Is Michael Watley here someplace? Yes? And I wanted, the mayor of Hamtramck is here. Come here. I see you. You got to come up here, please. This guy has been with us almost from the beginning. I'm so glad we got to see you. Hi, Michael. Come here. He has been an unbelievable unifier. This is one of the greatest men in your state, and I want to just thank you. Come here, say a couple of words.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning. It's another day. I spoke earlier before you came, and I told the crowd that tomorrow, or today actually, is going to be a historic day, and we shall celebrate a historic victory today. I'm very proud that I endorsed President Trump, and I broke the wall of fear among the Arab American and Muslim Americans, and I destroyed that wall of isolation and the wall of silence and the wall of hesitance among the Arab Americans. And now, today, we had a survey that was posted among the Arab Americans in the Metro Detroit, and it shows that President Trump is leading by 76%. And Harris earlier had 3%, and the rest was for others. So we are in a mission to end that disconnect between the minorities and the Republican Party and to make it the party of inclusion. And we are in a mission, which is the priority for us today, to send President Trump back to the White House. So like I said earlier, he has done everything possible to gain your support. He told me last Friday that it was 62 days of hard work with no break and no rest, and today it's 65 days with no rest. So he has used everything possible to gain your support. Hard work, seriousness, comedy, sarcasm, everything. So how is he a threat to our democracy, as the fake news keeps saying, and the other party? So I ask you and I urge you to go out and vote tomorrow. And I think we have a big chance. I'm very optimistic that we will make history and we will win and make America great again. Thank you so much.
Great guy. He's a great man, and I'll tell you, you have hundreds of thousands of people that follow, and that could be a very big difference. The Democrats are not happy about this. This was supposed to be their vote, and they're not at all happy. But really, great young guy. He's a young guy, and wow, what a leader. So thank you very much. If we win this state, you're going to be very responsible for it, too, and I think we will. And tonight I did a thing a couple of weeks ago with a very smart guy and very special, and a very special talent. He's got the #1 podcast, they say, by like 4 times. Joe Rogan. And a lot of people thought they loved that. It was 3 hours. Oh, it was so terrible because I did it. And I said, Joe, I got a rally of this size waiting for me in a very far away place. I'm going to be very late, like 2.5 hours late. But we kept talking. It went 3 hours and 15 minutes or something. Then when I got up there, it was cold, a little bitter, and everybody waited. Nobody left. And I explained to him, look, Joe is the #1 guy. He kept me late. But I'm doing it because we have to win. And not one person was unhappy. We had a great time. And I said, we're going to devote a lot more time. It was pretty late at night. It was worse than this, okay? I can tell you. But Joe Rogan just announced, and he doesn't do this at all. I don't think he's ever done it. But he just announced that he's giving me his complete and total endorsement. Can you make that? Wow. So, Laura, would you say a few words, please?
Are we ready to turn Michigan red today? Today is the day that we send a loud and clear message to the mainstream media, to the establishment, to Hollywood, to the swamp, that it is not them. It is we, the people, who get to choose our president. And we're choosing Donald J. Trump. I just want to say thank you. This is a very special night for our family. This has been almost a decade of doing this, and it has been my honor to be a part of this family, to be out speaking on behalf of a man who I love, not just because he's my father-in-law, but because he is going to save this country and going to save the world. Thank you, guys. God bless you. Get everybody out to vote. Thank you, Michigan.
Thank you, guys. Today, when you wake up with not very much sleep, you gotta get to the polls. You gotta bring your friends and your families and your loved ones, and we have to make it too big to rig. Guys, it's simple. It's a unique election. You've lived under both candidates. People like to pretend like it's not the Harris-Biden regime that has destroyed your American dream, our country, our economy, the entire world, and Western civilization. Well, you guys, starting right now, it's on you to reclaim what is yours, your country. It would be an honor for me, for you guys to show the same amount of resolve that this man showed on July 13th when he took a bullet to the face and came back defiant. You guys take that attitude to the polls, to your text messages to your friends. If you've early voted, drive everyone you know to the polls. That resolve is what kept us at peace. That resolve is what made trade deals. That resolve's going to save America, and it's going to put America first again, once and for all. So guys, now it's up to you. You make our country proud like he makes us proud each and every day. Let's get it done, America. Let's get it done, Michigan. Let's go. Well, good morning, Michigan. Who else could have this many people at 2 a.m.? Only Donald Trump. Guys, I've watched the hell that they put him through for the last 10 years. I mean, the fake impeachments, the dossiers, the Russia hoax, going after his Supreme Court justices, censoring him, taking away his First Amendment right, trying to take him off the ballots in various states all across the country, raiding his home. And yet he comes out every single day and he fights and he fights and he fights. And when other candidates have packed it in for the night, you know who's standing on the stage at 2 a.m.? It's Donald Trump. America, it's time for us to pick our fighter, and it's that man right there. And I can tell you, as a son, as a family, we have never been more proud of a person in our life. I have never been more proud to stand on a stage with somebody in my life. He's the most remarkable man I know. And I promise you, I will be on the stage till the end of earth with you because I truly believe in you. And I believe what you're doing for this country and what you're doing for our children. And you are going to save democracy in the United States, and you're going to keep peace in the world. And I love you, and we're proud of you. And let's make America great again. Thank you, Michigan.
My father has never stopped, and he will never stop working for you guys. So let's get out there. Let's vote for prosperity. Let's vote for the future that we want to have for our children and for our future generations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. They're my kids, but I'll tell you, they're very good people. They're good people. They're great people that love our country, and they're working. They don't have to do this. They don't have to do this. So in conclusion, with your vote, we are going to fire Kamala, and we're going to save America. We will cut your taxes, end inflation, slash your prices, raise your wages, and bring thousands of factories back to America and back to Michigan. And a lot of it will be using my favorite word, tariff. One of the things I'm going to do, I'll give you this as a little insight. I just announced it in Pittsburgh. I didn't think it's become a very big story already. So we're going to tell Mexico, you're killing tremendous numbers of our people by allowing China to send their fentanyl through your system and through your country. And we're going to give them a little period of time. But we don't want drugs coming across our border or any border. And whether it's Mexico or Canada or wherever, because they're starting now in Canada, they're starting to go up north. But whether it's Mexico or Canada, we're going to explain to them quickly that if you allow fentanyl and these drugs to come through your country, we're going to charge you large-scale tariffs on everything you send into the United States. And they're making a lot of money in the United States. They couldn't exist without us. So we're going to do that. And we're going to tell China that if you continue to send fentanyl to Mexico or any place else that comes into our country, we're going to charge you a 25% tariff on everything you sell into the United States of America. We're not going to we can't let them. And you've never heard that from anybody but me. And I've had it in my mind for a long time, but I didn't want to tell these guys about it because they'd only screw it up like they do everything else. But I say it now because now we have the election coming up in a matter of hours. And we're not going to let them destroy our country. Most of our crime, probably 60% of our crime is caused by drugs. People that are taking drugs, they cause tremendous amounts of crime. If we didn't have that, you'd see crime rates plummet. But, you know, the sad thing is that crime is plummeting all over the world because they're sending their criminals, they're sending their gang members, they're sending their drug dealers, they're sending their mental patients from all of these institutions. They're sending them into our country, and then we're going to buy American and we will hire American. I will end the war in Ukraine. We've never started if I were president. You know, we got more votes. We did great in 2016. We did better in 2020. We got more votes in 2020 than any president by millions, any president in the history of our country. And because of that, I said, I'll sit back and I'll watch. And if they do a bad job, I didn't need this every time, but if they do a bad job, we're going to run because of how well we did. And if they do a good job, I would actually prefer that they did a great job. If they did a great job, I would say that's a great thing. But, I mean, he's the worst president in the history of our country. She's the worst vice president. She got no votes. You know, they like to say to me, That's not the democratic way to go. You know, it's not. It's just a terrible thing. It's not. It's just a terrible thing. That's what's going on in this country. But so I sat back and I watched and I saw the horrible things that were happening, and you know what they are. And maybe the worst was what they've done with inflation, but I actually think the worst is what they've done with their border, because they're destroying our country. We're going to turn it around. We're going to change it really fast. We're going to have the greatest country we've ever had. I will stop the chaos in the Middle East. It would have never happened again. Israel would have never been attacked on October 7th. And I will prevent World War III from happening. I know all the plans. And it's a very good chance that it will indeed happen. We will crush violent crime and give our police the support, protection, resources, and respect that they so dearly deserve. We will strengthen and modernize our military. They gave so much of it away to Afghanistan. It's so crazy. I rebuilt our military. We will build a missile defense shield around our country, all made in the USA and much of it made right here. And Ronald Reagan wanted to do it many years ago, and he really was right, other than we did not have the technology. I'm glad we didn't do it, but now we can shoot a needle out of the air. We can shoot a little pin out of the air. It's incredible technology, our technology. We will rebuild our cities, including our capital in Washington, D.C., which is in terrible shape, with graffitis on the beautiful, incredible marble columns, and painting the lions and burning the American flag. To honor our history and to always respect our great American flag. We will get critical race theory and transgender insanity the hell out of our schools. And we will keep men out of women's sports. I will defend religious liberty, I will restore free speech, and I will defend the right to keep and bear arms, our Second Amendment. And after years of building up foreign nations, defending foreign borders, and protecting foreign lands, we will finally be going to build up our borders, build up our country, and build up and protect our citizens. It's time. It's called America First. We're going to put America first. We put America last. They put America last. We put America first. And it doesn't mean we're into isolation. We're not. We're going to help the world, but we have to straighten ourselves out, or we won't be able to help anything. And we will stop illegal immigration once and for all. We will not be invaded. We will not be occupied. We will not be overrun. We will not be conquered. We will be a free and proud nation once again, and that will take place rapidly. Everyone will prosper. Every family will thrive. And every day will be filled with the opportunity and hope, and maybe above all, the American dream will be back. It's going to come back. We're bringing it back for your children. And we're bringing it back for yourselves. But for that to happen, we must defeat Kamala Harris and stop the radical left agenda with a landslide victory that is too big to rig, too big. The silent majority is back, and tomorrow you need to get out and vote. We have a silent majority, but we're just sort of speaking up. This has shown that the level of enthusiasm is 5 times greater than their level. They have no level of enthusiasm. They don't believe in her. They know she shouldn't even be running. They are, as they say, a threat to democracy. What they've done is a threat to democracy. They stole the presidency away from a very angry man. I watched him last night. He's a very angry man. I'm convinced that he likes me more than he likes Kamala. I'm convinced. For the past 9 years, we have been fighting against the most sinister and corrupt forces on earth. With your vote in this election, you can show them once and for all that this nation does not belong to them. This nation belongs to you. It was the hard-working patriots like you who built this country, and tomorrow it is the hard-working patriots, meaning today, like you, who are going to save our country. After all we've been through, and we've been through a lot together. We've gone through these rallies. Almost everybody is here. I have people that have been to more than 300 rallies. They're here tonight. They were at the one this morning, the one tonight. They actually missed 2 of them. I can't even believe it. But these are incredible people and incredible patriots. But we stand on the verge of the 4 greatest years in American history. With your help, we will restore America's promise that we will take back the nation that we love. We love this nation. We are one people, one family, and one glorious nation under God. We will never give in. We will never give up. We will never back down, and we will never, ever surrender. Together, we will fight, 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 and we will win, win, win. November 5th, today, will be the most important day in the history of our country. And together we will make America powerful again. We will make America wealthy again. We will make America healthy again. Bobby Kennedy Jr. We will make America strong again. We will make America proud again. We will make America safe again. And we will make America great again. I love you. I love you all. God bless you. God bless you, Michigan. God bless the United States of America. Thank you, everybody. Thank you. Great honor. Thank you.
All right. Why don't we, can we keep the stream going with the rally? Let's let it breathe. If this is the final Trump rally, I want to see him walk off stage. I want to appreciate the moment. There we go. Sound up. Oh, Trump's got the dance moves going.
There he goes.
What do you up the street, it's a place there called the YMCA. They can start you on your way. It's fun to stay at the YMCA. It's fun to stay at the YMCA.
All right. So that was one of Trump's longest rally speeches of all time. We did some fact checking, and this was nearly 2 hours. And his longest speech ever was at CPAC, which was 2 hours and 2 minutes. So he went a nice long time. He's doing the golf move, a new move that he's brought in. If this is the last Trump rally, you get the sense that he was savoring it, that he was really enjoying himself, working the crowd. He even brought up all of his children, except for Ivanka and Barron, who were watching from home. We even had remarks from Tiffany, which is noteworthy. And you know, it was a speech where he brought out most of the signature talking points, storylines. He did the signature week times, invited a bunch of people or shout out from stage, including Danica Patrick, Sage Steele, the chair of the Michigan GOP, and many others. There was actually a really great UAW worker that said that he thinks 65% of UAW workers, maybe more, are going to be voting for Trump. He's just walked off into the crowd. He had a bunch of dance moves, pretty epic dance portion of the rally. Blake Tyler, I believe we have Blake because he's sitting right here with me. Yep. We may have Tyler, as a matter of fact, from the TP Action HQ, which we're going to be using tomorrow as results come in. Tyler, can you hear us?
I am here.
Awesome. Got to reframe your camera just slightly, but it looks good. Yeah, I mean, it's got the same lighting and same texture. It feels good. It feels like you're right at home. And I'm told that Jack Posobiec is en route. He's been flying from Pennsylvania, so TBD on when Jack's getting in. But yeah, maybe if there's do we have a wide shot, guys? Do we have a wide shot of the? Oh yeah! Oh! Here we go! Here he is!
All right. No, just
Jack's in.
The eagle has landed.
Kamala Harris. We're Kamala Harris.
I don't know. If
Kamala is this not?
That's a new one.
That's a new one. All right. I have Kamala Harris. Woo! We love her. I mean, I just love the speech, the way she gave the speech, the way she was like saying how. She was saying how she, it's not over yet, and how she was like really upset when she was getting on the plane in Pittsburgh,
where she was grieving live on stage.
It was her longest speech ever. It was
17 minutes,
like 9 minutes.
We
long?
went to.
Well, she did a 9-minute speech in Pittsburgh and a 17-minute speech in Philly. So
and we went out. And I said, "Look, everybody gets a free migrant. Everybody gets a free Somalian. Yes, it is going to be fantastic. We're all in. Yeah, Kamala." Woo!
Jack, for those in our stream who maybe haven't... Yeah, go ahead, Tyler.
I was going to say, there are no free migrants, Jack. Everyone knows that.
What?
There's no such thing as a free migrant.
What are you saying? What are you saying? How dare you?
Okay, hold on.
All right. Oh. Alrighty, there, I got things fixed and ready here. It's a little after midnight. Trump just finished up his final rally. We want to thank everybody for tuning in and watching right here from Guns in the 701, our live stream coming from RAV, Real America's Voice. So, again, thanks for tuning in. Myself and Jamie, we will be coming at you live tomorrow evening from Kelly Armstrong's
headquarters, or victory party, as we like to call it, is what it's going to be up there in Bismarck. I think we're going to start about 5 o'clock. Maybe closer to 6, possibly, I guess, is what we're probably looking at as far as maybe getting on air. I know that the whole thing doesn't start till about 7. So we're looking at 6 to 7 Central is what we're looking at as far as possibly getting on. We're going to give you as much coverage as we can right there live as the results start coming in. And I think they only go till about 10 or 10:30. And that's usually all it takes up there, for North Dakota's the election results. They'll still give you the national ones as long as we can. So, again, tomorrow night, Wednesday night, there will be no show. Just so everybody knows, Wednesday night, there's not going to be a show taking place because of everything we've been doing here the last couple of days. But Jamie will be live on Thursday night. So he's going to start at 9 o'clock p.m., the way it sounded. Central Time, 8 o'clock Mountain. And of course, Friday we have Mitchell in the morning. I'll be on there again 7:15 a.m. in the morning Mountain Time Zone, 8:15 Central, and we'll have, I'm sure, a lot to talk about, including the election results. So again, thank you everybody for tuning in. We went almost 9 hours today after I was up in Bismarck, and we did Dakota Mornings with Michael Bell. But thanks again, everybody. We'll see everybody tomorrow night. And God bless. Keep your powder dry, everybody. Don't forget, go vote, and of course, vote Trump. That's the only way we can do it. All right.